chaired the committee in the past few years, but I used to chair this many congresses ago. I welcome Secretary Popolutilia and the DNR family, of course. Annalisa, how long have you been sitting here? Since 1998, right? And Jonas, huh? Yes, let's see. I asked the Climate Change Commission to be here because the vice chair, who's the vice chair? Robert. The chair is the president, but usually the president appoints a sub. Who is the rep now?
Official of the president, ma'am, and that's Secretary
That's why.
Popolati.
So it's important that you're
Yes.
here. And being a small agency, you should work closely with agencies of government, especially the DNR. No, it's not like kanya-kanyang turf kayo. No, everybody just helps each other. Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
One
Thank
country
you.
team approach po.
Yes. So let me just read on record my opening statement. Pero motherhood to eh. Kaya lang naghirap yung mga bago kong staff eh. Sige na nga, babasahin ko na rin. Pero motherhood. Sino naman ito? Okay. We'll talk about, today we will see the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, the attached agencies and corporations, if you have truly lived up to your mandate in protecting our environment. We will talk about air, water, and land. Land, we will talk about, terrestrial, but also mountains, bundok. We will talk about forestry. We will talk about oceans. Give me the of land area and oceans, including the exclusive economic zone and Benham Rise. We will talk about oceanography and the blue economy. We will talk about implementation of RA 9003. We will talk about the circular economy, even if it is not yet a law. We will talk about INIPAS, the 94 ako yun, and all the others 100 plus yun. It was Senator Villar also. We will talk about the national greening from the time yet of Sec Pahe. I know that there was a sunset provision on that. We will talk about protected areas and whether they are actually protected, including the one of Bohol. We will talk about coal and the just transition. We will talk about our preparedness and the legal framework for carbon credit trade with Singapore, which should be done hopefully this year. We will talk about biodiversity and many more. I just had to think aloud so that all my staff are new. In-notes niya na, akin na, lahat yan. So, do I have the whole day? Do I have the whole day? Yes. We will have the whole day. We will break 30 minutes, or if you want, we can have a working lunch. I hope to finish all of that. Why do I say this? Because the environment is not just a department. The environment is the whole nation, is a Filipino people. It's who we are. It is our survival. And it's difficult to head this department. Look, I'm not reading your prepared opening statement. Because it's environment protection, but also lodged in your responsibility are natural resources and the exploitation or utilization. So it's really difficult to balance that. So I'd like to get to know all those who are new, heading BMB, heading forest management, and who's in charge of the Manila Bay office. Does it still exist? Does it still exist? Yes, and your implementation of laws. You know, we have so many good laws, but the implementation of Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, and then the Supreme Court, the mandamos, yeah, and the Supreme Court cases with the water concession. It's forever, forever. Yes. So before we turn to the numbers, we must acknowledge one painful truth, that we are at a point where data is almost unnecessary to tell us how bad things have become. Floods are more frequent, and we know that. And these are caused by natural hazards and by substandard or ghost projects, which should not happen. Storms are harsher, and we know that, brought about by climate change. And droughts are longer, and these are brought about by climate change. We acknowledge the presence of our chair of the Committee on Finance, Senator Gachalian. So those who feel it most are farmers whose fields have turned to dust, families whose homes are flooded again and again, and children who breathe the smoke of our collective neglect. Oh, I failed to mention NAMRIA is an agency under you, right? Attached, yes. So we'd like to see NAMRIA and your updated reports or data. So climate change is the conscience in our time and is humanity's greatest test of leadership. To fail this test amounts to the cessation of human existence. While there will always be things beyond our control, we must answer for what lies within our hands. The choices we make today are the ultimate test of our accountability, our stewardship, and our vision for the environment. I will no longer read this long draft. Thank you to my staff who tried to do an opening statement. I would like to welcome all of you and note that when we ask questions, when we seemingly are upset or angry or probing, it is for everyone's benefit, because we want to learn and understand what you are doing. Been sitting here since 1998, and things have not improved. They've become worse. So we're all collectively responsible for that. You and I, all of us. And we've failed our people. We've failed the Filipinos because it's flooding even more, because it's warmer, because people are not even resilient despite the fact that we have the laws, because people still do not believe or do not understand, because people do not segregate garbage at source, recycle, and compost, because people throw their garbage in open dumps, which still exists, which is unlawful since 2006, since we implemented or we enacted the law in 2001. No, I don't want to hear DNR to say later that it's not our job because it's really LGU, etc. And the LGUs will say because we don't have the funds for an MRF. I mean, the whole cycle. So I'm just setting an example. And then I don't want to hear again that the air that we breathe, we cannot monitor. And just now, I opened my window, ang kakapal ng mga usok, not usok, dust, etc. Then I'm sure I will hear again, how many monitoring stations? Sira, hindi na maintain kasi walang MOE. The same story every year for 25 years. But I'm gifted with one thing. Maybe that's my only gift. Patience, perseverance, unrelenting passion. So I'm with you. Pagtsagaan natin, even if seemingly we have failed our people, even if seemingly we're hopeless, I refuse to give up. And we have beautiful, wonderful laws. Help me, help us implement it. But we need your expertise. We need your cooperation and support. Yes. So having said that, I request our chair to make his opening statement. Senator Sherwin, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Greetings to Secretary Lutilia. And I mentioned this before that the transfer of Secretary Lutilia is a great loss to the energy sector. Madam Chair, si Secretary Lutilia, because I've worked with him in the energy front when I was the chairman of the Energy Committee. But a great addition to the environmental department. And I think he can bring in both expertise in the energy sector and now fuse it with the environmental concerns and environmental directions of our country. One of the things that I filed here in the Senate is the net zero target by 2025, and a big chunk of that comes from the energy sector. So in the quest of achieving net zero, specifically by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, your knowledge in the energy sector will come into play to that effect. So, Madam Chair, we're ready to hear the budget presentation of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and we'll hear to make sure that the department is well equipped with the tools that they need, especially with resources that they need in order to fulfill their mandate, especially in achieving net zero at one point.
I'm glad that the chair had mentioned about net zero because we don't even have a plan for net zero. It's not even an aspiration. And I don't think the DNR or the DOE or any agency of government has a plan for net zero. Singapore, yan, hinaharap niyo 2 Lee Kuan Yew fellows, has 2050 net zero. And that is the reason why they have the carbon credit trade, because they are land constrained and they don't have the shift to renewable energy because they don't have the sources or the resources for that. And that is the reason why they need to buy carbon credits from the Philippines, which is which we should take advantage of, because other ASEAN nations too, I think, have signed for that. Vietnam and Thailand, is it? And we should have the legal mechanism for that. We don't even have a net zero plan. We will, I hope. We have to hear it. And our NDCs, our NDC, 75%, that's not even ambitious. Some people will say, masyadong ambitious. No, because it's conditional. It's 75% if we are helped. Kung di tayo tulungan, at walang Green Climate Fund, walang Adaptation Fund, hindi. Yung unconditional, ilang porsyento lang? 2? Ilan yung conditional? 2 nga. So 2% lang ang hindi conditional. The rest are unconditional. Pag walang binigay sa atin, wala tayo. So ano ba naman tong bansang ito? Bakit lang Singapore kaya mag-net zero till 2050 and they're really strict about it? That's why they have the carbon credit, and that is also why they have the carbon tax of 5 Singapore dollars nagsimula, and then now it's 25 Singapore dollars for industry and for residential. Of course, kaya nila kasi sabi natin mayaman sila kasi maliit lang sila. But of course, I'd like to hear, we should have a plan. We should have a vision for net zero. Yes. Okay. So I'm glad we have a secretary who came from energy, who's now in environment. But it's a great challenge. And because those facing us today, the USECs, are mostly career. And I told them before you arrived, Mr. Chair, that I've been sitting here in 1998, since 98, and they've been sitting across me as well. So I feel frustrated sometimes that collectively we are responsible for what's happening now, or maybe we have not done enough, although we are in policy making and not in implementation. But okay, I'll pause my rant and I will listen to the budget. Thank you. Could we just, could you read into the record the presence of everyone? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair. For today's budget briefing, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the following resource persons. We have the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, headed by Secretary Rafael P.M. Lutilia. Joining Secretary Lutilia are the following officials: Undersecretary for Legal and Administration, Attorney Ernesto Adobo Jr., Undersecretary for Finance, Information Systems, and Climate Change, Attorney Annalisa Rebeltate, Undersecretary for Policy, Planning, and International Affairs, Attorney Jonas Leones, Undersecretary for Field Operations Mindanao, and Supervising Undersecretary for MGB and EMB Mindanao, USEC Jocelyn Marcos Fragada, Undersecretary for Organizational Transformation and Human Resources, USEC Augusto de la Peña, Undersecretary for Integrated Environmental Science, Dr. Carlos Primo David, Assistant Secretary for Legal Affairs and Enforcement, Attorney Norlito Eneran. OIC Assistant Secretary for Environment and Concurrent Director of the EMB, ASEC Jacqueline Caancan. Assistant Director of the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, Choderico Sandoval. We also have Attorney Emeline V. Talabis, Director of the Land Management Bureau, Attorney Ray Thomas Cabigting, Assistant Director of the Forestry Management Bureau, and we have Assistant Director Mariglo Laririt at Biodiversity Management Bureau. From the National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, or NAMRIA, we have Undersecretary Peter Chanco, Administrator. From the National Water Resources Board, we have Attorney Ricky Arzadon, OIC Executive Director. From the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development staff, we have Attorney Teodoro Jose Mata, Executive Director. From the Laguna Lake Development Authority, we have Engineer Leopoldo Parumog, General Manager. From the Local Water Utilities Administration, we have Attorney Jose Moises Salonga, Administrator. From the Metropolitan Waterworks and Sewerage System, we have Attorney Patrick Lester T, Chief Regulator. From the River Basin Control Office, we have Mr. Sevilio David Jr., Executive Director. We also have from the Manila Bay Coordinating Office, Mr. Jacob Memban Jr., Executive Director. We also have a representative from the Philippine Space Agency. We have Dr. Gay Jane Perez, Deputy Director General for Space Science and Technology. And we are also joined by the Climate Exchange Commission. We have Vice Chairperson and Executive Director Robert E. A. Borja and Commissioner Albert P. De La Cruz. From the Department of Budget and Management, we have Director Gemma Ilagan. That would be all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
May we see the presentation, please? Thank you. And I would think this would be the Office of the Secretary first and then the attached agencies.
Thank
Yes.
you, Madam
Thank you.
Chair. Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee, isang makakalikasang pagbati sa ating lahat. For 2026, the DNR is respectfully requesting a total budget of 28.102 billion pesos. This proposed budget in support of the environment means investing in water supply and governance, forest protection and development, biodiversity conservation, improvements in air, land, water quality, and mineral resources development to ensure food, energy, water, and human security. We share the aspirations that have been expressed by the chair for the environment and our natural resources, and that this is a responsibility that is not only residing in the department and its attached agencies, but one where we have to work with the entire country and with all sectors in order to realize their sustainable development. The DNR remains committed to a science-based, systems-oriented, and integrated ecosystem management approach to policy development and program implementation. As the chair previously indicated, there are areas where there are still many areas where there needs to be improvement, but working with Congress and the other agencies, there are also some noticeable improvements. So insofar as forest cover, the improvement from 2010 to 2020 has been a 5.66% increase. And the NAMRIA is scheduled to release the new or the updated land cover report for 2025. And we anticipate an even more positive report insofar as forest cover is concerned. And on particulate matter, there has been also considerable improvements that have been recorded. And between 2017 to 2024 nationwide, the total suspended particulates improved by 42%. And in Metro Manila,
Sorry.
yes.
Admin matter. We don't see the PowerPoint here.
No, not yet. Madam
Not
Chair.
yet. Wala
Yes,
pa.
I'm
Okay.
just
It's an
responding
opening
to
statement.
yes, but
Okay.
I'd like to set as that working with you and with other stakeholders, there have been improvements. Nevertheless, there is still much to be done, as you have indicated.
Okay. You mentioned about forest cover. Please
Yes.
proceed from there.
Yes, so later, Madam Chair, we can discuss the details, but just to note that at least in these two areas, there have been considerable improvements. But of course, these have been achieved over time and not overnight. So given the scale and complexity of our mandate, we respectfully seek the continued support of this honorable committee in advancing our mission to protect, conserve, and sustainably manage the country's environment and natural resources. At this point, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, may we request your kind attention for a brief audiovisual presentation highlighting the department's accomplishments and key features of our 2026 budget proposal. And there are a number of slides on the budget utilization rate and the funding requests, which will be presented by Undersecretary
Yeah.
Te.
How long is the video? Because what we'd like to
It's
see
very short.
is the budget
Yes.
of the OSEC, the regions, the agencies, bureaus, and the attached agencies. Because if it's the usual,
Around 10 minutes, Madam Chair.
would you like to see the video? Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Please proceed.
Honorable members of the 20th Congress, respectfully presenting the proposed budget of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources for fiscal year 2026. Covering its mandate of conserving and sustainably managing 15.8 million hectares of forest lands, 36,000 kilometers of coastline, and 7.2 million hectares of forest cover, the department is entrusted with a challenging yet vital responsibility. As one of the world's most mega-diverse countries, the Philippines is home over to 5,000 plant species and 100,000 animal species. The DENR's priority thrusts and directions transect the different sectors on forestry, protected areas and biodiversity, water, environment, mining, and lands, and how climate change affect these ecosystems. Policy formulation and program implementation are aligned with the National Adaptation Plan to address the vulnerabilities of these sectors. In line with the Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System Act, the DENR developed site-specific ecosystem accounts for pilot areas with the National Natural Resources Geospatial Database, providing in-depth analysis and modeling of environmental data towards developing NCA information system. For protected area development and management, drones and other equipment were acquired to support monitoring and enforcement, including operationalization of protected area management offices. Urban green space inventories and assessments were carried out. Around 1.63 billion pesos was generated from operations in protected areas. The Philippine Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan was adopted. Almost 7,000 hectares of protected areas were planted, and more than 12,000 hectares were maintained. For 2026, at least 10,000 hectares of denuded areas will be assessed for restoration and 120 protected areas will be monitored, while assessment of tenurial instruments will continue. For the management of coastal and marine resources and areas, we continue to strengthen the existing marine protected area network and support coastal communities through biodiversity-friendly enterprises and look forward to sustaining and scaling up our activities in 2026 to strengthen ocean environment's policy and governance. Relative to the protection and conservation of wildlife, continuing strengthening of habitat restoration, captive breeding, and wildlife law enforcement are being implemented to improve the status of threatened species. Conservation plans were developed for 5 key species with over 124,000 hectares of Tamarao habitat placed under protection. For 2026, 12 critical habitats will be managed, while 70 wildlife rescue centers will be maintained. For the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development, activities include the issuance of Strategic Environmental Plan clearance, certifications for environmentally critical areas network zoning, wildlife-related permits, and updating of municipal econ maps, including population studies of threatened and economically important species. On forest and watershed management, more than 20,000 hectares of denuded lands were reforested with 11 million seedlings. 66,000 individuals were provided with jobs under the National Greening Program. 121 small water impounding systems were built to support upland farmers. For 2026, at least 17,000 hectares are targeted to be planted and 55,000 hectares to be protected and maintained. Approximately 1.2 million hectares of forest lands were identified for investments for grazing, energy, and other related projects. On intensified forest protection and anti-illegal logging, illegal logging hotspots were reduced from 18 in 2021 to 7 in 2024. For 2026, we will strengthen capacities of our forest protection personnel and intensify our forest monitoring and patrolling capabilities. For land administration and management, 55,000 residential and agricultural free patents to qualified beneficiaries, 1,031 special patents to government agencies and other instrumentalities, including 585 school sites, were issued. For 2026, over 17,000 additional land tenure instruments will be issued. On foreshore area management, delineation, and profiling of 17 barangays in regions 1, 3, and 5, covering 637.86 hectares, were completed. Foreshore revenue collection and monitoring system will be improved in 2026. Relative to integrated water source management, a project for alternative water source development through subsurface flow was initiated, with implementation targeted in 7 water districts or barangays in 2026. Desalination systems and freshwater filtration systems were installed. These will be expanded to 36 small barangays in 2026. Establishment of 10 groundwater monitoring wells and 9 aquifer recharge facilities will be expanded to different areas in 2026. For the Climate Change and Resiliency Program, LGUs in 18 climate vulnerable provinces are being capacitated on climate risk analytics and development of investment portfolio for risk resilience to drive climate action and reduce losses and damages. On air quality management, air sheds were operationalized and air quality monitoring stations were installed. For 2026, 9 monitoring stations with additional air quality parameters will be procured as part of modernizing our air quality monitoring. 83 water bodies were already classified to improve water quality management. Water quality monitoring in 4 green economy model sites showed compliance with the water quality standards for recreation activities. Monitoring of 343 priority water bodies will be pursued in 2026. The continuing rehabilitation of the Manila Bay under the Mandamus ruling of 2008 involves strengthening of monitoring of water quality parameters in 58 sampling stations, operating 4 sewage treatment plants, and constructing 2 additional STPs in Baywalk and Maypaho in 2026. Through these initiatives, reports indicate a significant reduction in fecal coliform levels at bathing beaches, dropping by 94.87% in the second quarter of 2025 from 2019 level. At Dolomite Beach, levels decreased by 99.95% from 2020 compared to the second quarter of 2025. Pasig River rehabilitation involves monitoring of water quality and physical conditions of the main Pasig River and its 3 major and 46 minor tributaries through its 157 monitoring stations. Other continuing activities include 3 phytoremediation projects with the barangays, rehabilitation of 8 linear parks, and delineation of easement areas. Implementation of the law on extended producers' responsibility showed submission of EPR programs by 991 obliged enterprises. Out of 286 million kilograms of rigid plastics, 67 million kilograms, or 24%, were diverted. For flexible plastics, out of 222 million kilograms, 101 million kilograms, or 46%, were diverted. For 2026, we will continue to review and evaluate the registered EPR programs and provide capacity enhancement to these registered entities. On the provision of technical assistance, we will continue to assist LGUs in assessing their solid waste management and in clustering for common sanitary landfills. On mineral resources development, the rare earth elements exploration project were completed. Around 700 in 2024 and 400 in 2025 mining rights were monitored for compliance with work programs and other regulatory requirements and assessed for adherence to safety, health, environment, and social development programs. For 2026, the MGB plans to conduct assessments in 3 areas for offshore critical and strategic minerals. Geohazard mapping and vulnerability assessment in several cities and municipalities were undertaken to assist LGUs on disaster risk reduction and management. In 2026, vulnerability assessments, karst subsidence, hazard evaluations, groundwater resource assessments, and coastal physical vulnerability assessments and mapping in LGUs will be conducted. The MGB Operations Center will be operating 24/7 to assist to generate geohazard threat advisories for at-risk barangays as input to pre-disaster risk assessment of the NDRRMC. In support of enhancing integrity of our maritime zones and safety and security of our marine territories, NAMRIA will continue to undertake comprehensive surveys of the exclusive economic zones and archipelagic waters, each spanning 3,000 and 1,000 square kilometers respectively throughout the year 2026. For fiscal year 2024, the DENR obtained a budget utilization rate of 93% for obligations and 91% for disbursements. As of June 2025, BUR stands at 49% for obligations and 70% for disbursements, reflecting ongoing budget execution and catch-up measures in the second half of the year. For fiscal year 2026, DENR's proposed budget is 28.102 billion pesos, of which 20.5 billion pesos will be allocated for the central office, staff bureaus and regional offices, 3.3 billion pesos for the Environmental Management Bureau, 1.8 billion pesos for the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, 1.9 billion pesos for the NAMRIA, 294 million pesos for NWRB, and 148 million for Palawan Council for Sustainable Development staff. Nature and environment are our lifeline to create a more climate resilient and sustainable economy to uplift the conditions of the Filipino people. Let us invest on nature and environment to spur economic development. The DENR appeals for the approval of its budget proposal. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, may I request the Undersecretary Ted to present the additional numbers as requested by the committee. Thank you.
Sir, Madam Chair,
Proceed.
if we may.
For that, this is a local but a national issue as well. Since you come from Antique, Secretary Lutilia, I'd like to know, I saw in the news the other day that Antique was recommended as a nuclear energy site. Just put it on record, I am not in favor of that. And I think the provincial government will not be in favor. And many or most, if not all, of our Kasimanwas will not be in favor. I was just wondering, was that during your time in DNR or DOE? Why is it among several areas or districts or provinces cited for a nuclear site? Of all places, why our province binaba tayo, may bundok tayo, may mga katutubo tayo? Why is that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, there's an interagency committee on the nuclear program, and chaired by DOE, but it has been conducting studies on siting. So these are sites that were those which were identified when we first built our nuclear power plant in Bataan. And then in addition, they've been looking at other areas as well. So I am not updated on the announcement that includes Antique, but what we have identified from the DNR standpoint, of course, is that if the government, and that's through Congress, does move ahead with the nuclear power, that that before such permits can be issued, then there has to be an ECC that has to be issued by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. And to be able to conduct the ECC in accordance with international standards, then we will have to build up the capacity within our Environmental Management Bureau to be able to respond to that challenge. Thank you.
Secretary, before the presentation, may I know which government agency studied our 81 provinces and included Antique in the less than 10 provinces where a nuclear power plant will be sited? Because I never heard of Antique being cited until a few days ago when I saw it in the news. It came as a shock. And just put it on record, I am not in favor, and I am not alone. I will block it every step of the way. Whichever government agency is studying it, do not waste your time and your resources. And I will oppose your budget.
Thank you, Chair.
Kung sinong ahensya ang nagmungkahi. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there is the Nuclear Energy Program Interagency Committee that's chaired by the Department of Energy, but it has several members, and one of the leading members for identifying suitable sites is our FIVOX, so which is among the agencies that are involved there. So what we will do is we will find out more from the NEPIAC and the DOE on the details of this report and provide you with the details as well. Thank you.
So, Secretary, when you were in DOE, you were not familiar with our province being proposed as a nuclear site?
Not in detail, Madam Chair, because what they had was just a survey of all over the country of what are the suitable sites. So I have had no access to the specific studies that came up with the Antique as one of the possible sites.
May I request the DNR to submit to the committee the interagency study, and how do we get a commitment from the DNR that you will not approve an ECC for Antique for a nuclear site? I can speak for the people. They will not approve any nuclear facility in our province. You know that. Binabaha tayo, may katutubo, may yamang lupa, pero hindi dapat dun at hindi bagay. Hindi kailangan pag-isipan sa siyensya. Hindi papayag ang mga tao.
Well, we can assure you, Madam Chair, that we will make sure that the interagency nuclear energy program interagency committee will take into account all of the science involved. We don't know the details at this point, so I would not want to preempt. But in the past, there have been proposals, for example, for other energy-related facilities in the northern part of the province of Antique. But if I recall that at the end they decided not to place depots and so on, because of at the time there were, I
It's a
think,
protected
25
area.
Yeah.
That's a Northwest Panay
Yes.
Peninsula,
Yes.
an Inipas area.
Right.
We have biodiversity there.
Yes.
Yes.
Even before the declaration of a protected area there were what is this? At that time there were considerations regarding fault lines and so on. So I will have to revisit
So I
those.
just wanted that clarification since we come from the same province. It was not during your watch in DOE and now in DNR that suddenly Antique is in the news being recommended as a nuclear facility site. Hindi po kayo ang nagmungkahi
No,
and
not
you are not in favor or will study the science, or are you holding your decision withholding? I just have to say that I am not in favor, and I was shocked to say the least, when I saw Antique being named. And may I kindly appeal to the DNR, not to study it further, to just take it out. Hindi po, it will not fly. Do not waste money for consultant studies, etc. Hindi po. Hindi papayag.
well noted,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And I would request the DNR, whatever it can get together, how the studies came about, because no one was consulted there. Yeah. Thank you. We proceed. I hope to mind my bringing that in open hearing so that it's on the record. Yes, because you came from DOE and you're now in DNR. These are the two agencies that are involved among the many for a possible nuclear facility, which I state once again, I am against it. I will fight it. I will oppose it. And the people will not be in favor, at least for Antique. The others, I'm willing to listen. My colleagues, some of them are pro-nuclear, and I keep an open mind. We see, depende kung saan, anong klase, but the way Filipinos, generally speaking, do things, we need to be more safety conscious and do more complete staff work. And we have so many hazards, risks, and vulnerabilities. Okay, so I think I made it very clear. We proceed now to the presentation of USECTE. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So out of the 28 billion being requested for 2026, what you can see on the screen is the breakdown according to the major programs. The highest share is for the Enhanced National Greening Program for about 10 billion pesos, or 37% of the total budget for major programs. Then we have the Enhanced Biodiversity Conservation, composed of the Protected Area
Teka
Development.
po. Itong 10.4 billion, bakit nakasuma total yan? These are all, what are these? Tapos
For
1.6, ito yung NGP. What's the 10.4? Why
Yung-
did you put it together under 10.4?
ito po yung total for all the major programs that
Major
were,
programs. Okay.
So
You mean outside of this, when you say major programs, outside of this, and anyone can answer, not just Anna, but SEC or any of the directors. When you say major programs, outside of 1, 2, 3, this, we don't have any other programs?
ma'am, there's a second slide which will show the other programs po.
Okay,
Yes,
sige,
ma'am.
proceed.
Yeah.
So you've 1.6 for the NGP.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, you may ask and interrupt me anytime and ask questions in your areas of interest, please. Okay, enhanced NGP. Yes,
Yes.
kindly explain kasi we can go one by one, but we'd like to be enlightened. As I said, this started during the time of SECPAHE. For those who are new in this room, and some of these kids, staff are new, what was the original intention of the National Greening Program? I recall a secretary, kasi ang dami nung dumaan nun, once said, it is not a reforestation program. Ang sinasabi nila nun, it is a livelihood program. Pakipaliwanag, kung hindi yan reforestation, pero nagtatanim tayo ng mga puno at ng mangroves, ano siya? So what was the original, ayan, Jonas, you were there long ago. what was the original program of the National Greening Program? Anong taon ba yan? Aquino administration pa yan eh. At magkano na mula sa simula hanggang ngayon, magkano na ang NGP? At sa suma total ng NGP, ano ang mangroves, ano ang forests, at ano ang inyong hindi planted, ano ang tumubo? And because it is not considered a reforestation program, what is it? Livelihood. Correct me if I'm wrong, because in previous hearings, we would always be corrected when we think and when we say that it is a reforestation program. And if it is not, I was also told long ago that it is not the DNR that does the reforestation, but of course, private sector and people's organizations. Unless dito dinadaan ng pera na pambayad sa mga POs na nagre-reforest. So gusto kong maintindihan yan. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. For the details of the costings, I'll be referring this to the FMB. But for the objectives, just to clarify, Madam Chair, that NGP is also a reforestation. But aside from reforestation, this will address the other objectives. One is to address climate change impacts, providing livelihoods and reforestation. So it means that unlike other reforestation in the past, that purely reforestation by administration, but in this case, it is now a multiple objectives, which includes reforestation. So
Year was this started?
it started in during the time of President Aquino, 2011. 2011.
Okay,
So
so
at that time, Madam Chair, the
sabi
objective,
sa amin nun, ilang years lang eh. For 15 years na kayo.
during the time NGP, the original plan there, Madam Chair, is that we're aiming at planting 1.5 billion seedlings in 1.5 million hectares. But before the end of the Pinoy's administration, it was expanded through an EO. That is the reason why it was called Enhanced NGP, because at the time there's still a lot of barren areas that needs to be regreened, Madam Chair.
2011. This is for the 2026, 15 years. I remember I was asking the same questions
Yeah.
in 2011. And you had the plan then. Could you kindly show us the plan then and the accomplishment report? And can you give us now, please, how much total funds have been given every year, suma total, including this ask for the 2026 budget?
Yeah. Madam Chair, for the figures of the costing since 2011 until 2024, I'll be
Total allocated.
allocated
Yes.
every year. Maybe I will be requesting.
Not every year, total already allocated. Thank you.
I refer to you, Sec. Anand.
Madam Chair, for 2011 to 2025, we have already allocated 1.8 billion pesos for
From the
total
first
is-
year of the National Greening Program until the 1.6 billion net provision for 2026, so 15 years, ilan na po, magkano na po ang linagay sa National Greening Program at ano po ang katumbas na bundok na naitanim at mangroves na itanim at kung ano pang iba?
So Madam Chair, for under NGP, we have from 2011 to 2016, we have allocated 32 billion pesos. Under enhanced NGP from 2017 to 2025, we have allocated additional 28 billion pesos, so a total of 60 billion pesos, Madam Chair. This translated to 2.2 million hectares planted and about 1.8 million hectares, 1.8 million seedlings planted, Madam Chair.
When you say 2.2 million hectares planted, bundok po ito, kapatagan, mangroves. Kasama na ang marine dito? Or are these all bundok? And when you say 1.8 million seedlings, what kind of seedlings? Are they native tree seedlings? Are they mangrove seedlings?
Madam Chair, for the NGP, we devote much this amount to the forest areas. And we used seedlings both, if applicable, the indigenous species, but normally we plant some, like for example, mahogany, nara, amongst fast-growing species. So these are the plants. But as we progress with the NGP, especially in the enhanced greening program, we are now using now the indigenous species or native species, Madam
Sandali.
Chair.
Ito po'y bundok lahat. Forest lang. Hindi ba nyo kinoconsider ang mangrove na forest? Mangroves are considered forests of the sea.
Madam Chair, to be
Yes.
accurate,
I know that the NGP includes mangroves. Sigurado ako.
yes, sir.
Kasi may taon na tinignan po natin, tapos natuklasan natin na tanim na mangrove, maski may mangrove, tapos seagrass bed, tanim pa rin na mangrove. Kaya yun ang gusto kong tanungin, kung ganun pa rin ba yung pagkakamali nun.
Yes, Madam
So to
Chair.
say that the NGP only plants in mountain areas where there are forests, I think is inaccurate.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry for that. We base our plantation based on the commodity, Madam Chair. You're correct, Madam Chair, that we are under our NGP. We're also planting not only mangrove forest species, but also bamboo and other agroforestry crop, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, may I ask Assistant Director Kabigting?
Yes, I just want to know. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Yusek Leones. 32 plus 28, 60 billion. 2.2 million hectares. Sa 2.2 million hectares po, ano ang bundok na forest, ano ang marine? Yun lang gusto ko malaman. At kung meron pang iba, kung sa wetlands, ano ang ginagawa nyo doon? Sa 1.8 million na seedlings nyo, ito ba sa lahat na, sa bundok at sa marine? At ano ang growth rate? Nagtanim. Paano natin alam na tumubo? At ano ang inyong monitoring na science-based na tumubo? Drone? And how do we know? We keep on, 60 billion already. How do we know there are no ghost plantations or ghost seedlings or areas? I'm not charging anyone with ghosts. Ibig sabihin na naitanim, namatay lahat. Survival rate, yes. So we have to know that. Yes. And what is the proof? Because a report can be a report. Yeah. And mali nung secretary, kanino yung oversight na yan? The regional directors, the PENROS, the CENROS, the POs that you partner with. And please give us a list of the people's organizations who are accredited with the DNR in every region and in every province who are recipients of grants, partnerships, who do the planting for you. Because obviously, it's not the DNR plantilla personnel who do this. The funds just are allocated for you, but you have MOAs with people's organizations. And these people's organizations, who are they? We want to see them. We want to have a list from Cordillera to Barm, from region 2 to region to Caraga, to know all the people's organizations, to see them, that they exist, and we want to know the work that they've been doing for the past 15 years. Yeah, thank you.
Assistant Director Kabigting of the Forest Management Bureau.
Madam Chair, good morning po.
Recognize, may I see your name, please?
Um,
Attorney Ray
Thomas
Cabigting.
Cabigting po.
Okay.
Madam
FMB,
Chair,
who's the head of FMB now?
Forest Management Bureau, ma'am.
Yes, sino po ang head ngayon?
There is no appointed director yet, so the assistant director is the one exercising.
Who was the previous head?
Yes, retired.
Assistant Secretary Arlie Adorable, ma'am. He retired last March 3,
Mm,
2025.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, to answer your question, so I just like to reiterate the correct amount from 2011 to 2025. We've already been allotted around 60 billion pesos, which covers 2.2 million hectares. And you are correct also, Madam Chair, that mangrove and beach forests are included in the National Greening Program. As of 2025, we already have a total of 14,800 hectares planted with mangroves and 77,900 hectares planted with mangrove and beach forest species. For the areas that are eligible, ma'am, for Madam Chair, for the National Greening Program, these are legally classified forest lands, which includes mountains and low-lying areas that are legally classified forest lands, but with special focus on the nuded and degraded forest areas, ma'am.
Of the 2.2 million, only 14,000 are mangroves.
Yes, ma'am. 14,800, ma'am, and 77,900 hectares for beach forests, ma'am. So these are part of your coastal areas.
And all the rest
And
are
all the rest, ma'am, are within
uplands,
uplands po, legally classified forest lands po within the terrestrial zones po.
Ilan ba natitira natin na primary forest?
Our forest cover right now, ma'am, is 7.2 million hectares.
That's
That's 24%, ma'am, of the land
No.
cover.
yung talagang natitira, yung totoo. Yung natitirang primary forest, yung totoo. It's not 7.8, it's less than 1 million hectares. The remaining primary forest. Don't say what is old growth. Old growth primary forest. Okay, 'di ba? 30 million hectares, 'di ba? 30 million. Okay. Every year we do this. 30 million hectares. Of the 30 million hectares, iba yung designated na forest, ha? Iba yung totoong standing forest. Of the 30 million hectares, ilan po ang designated forest land?
The legally classified forest lands, ma'am, out of the 30 million is 15 million
15. Ayan
hectares.
na naman, para tayong panahon ni Pahay, ganyan din. Okay,
Yes,
15 million. Sa 15 million po, ilan ang old growth primary forest remaining as of last survey, and what kind of science did you use for that survey? Dapat meron tayo.
As of 2020, ma'am, land cover, we were able to survey 2.2 million hectares of closed forests, which are your primary forests, ma'am. That's around 7.4%.
Okay. So, 2.2 million ang closed. When
Closed
you say
forest, ma'am.
closed,
Clo-
these are old growth
Yes, ma'am.
or primary?
With a canopy cover of more than 40%, ma'am.
Okay. Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am. This is also the data from our NAMRIA, ma'am.
From NAMRIA?
Yes, ma'am.
2.2 million of the 15 million, which is legally forest, but it's not. So,
Yes.
2.2 million.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano po ang secondary forest?
Ang secondary po natin, or yung tinatawag natin open forest, ma'am, is around 4.6 million hectares, ma'am, as of 2020.
Why is it that in previous years, DNR would give me another figure of primary forest? They would say less than 1 million remaining. Anyway, so I'll try to, I'll believe you. You're a forester. That's 2.2 million of closed canopy primary forest.
Yes, ma'am.
And this was in 2020.
2020, ma'am.
2020 figures. And then the secondary forest would be 4.6 million.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're only talking here of bundok. We're not talking about mangrove forest. No, we're talking about,
I do have the numbers for mangrove forest also, ma'am.
let's do this first, 2.2 and 4.6. When you started the NGP in 2011, what was the primary or old growth forest and the secondary? And did you measure it then? And yeah, and your last monitoring was 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
So may we know, has it improved?
It has, ma'am.
Yes, of
In
course you'll
two-
say that because otherwise
No, but
yeah,
in
no, but
2010,
yes.
ma'am. In
Mhm.
2010, ma'am, the closed forest was around 1.9 million hectares. For the open forest, it's around 4.5 million hectares. And the mangrove forests were only about 310,000 hectares in 2010. So in 2015, when NAMRIA did the land cover mapping again, we have now a closed forest of 2 million hectares, open forest of 4.6 million hectares, and 303,000 hectares for mangrove forests.
What percentage of our forest cover, you don't plant in old growth, right? You don't plant in old growth or in primary forest. You plant in secondary.
Yes, ma'am.
So our efforts in government cannot be attributed to the 2.2 million. You don't touch that.
It can still, ma'am, because forest protection is still there.
Protection.
For
But
forest
I'm
protection
talking
program.
about the national greening
The
program.
planting, ma'am.
The planting and the growing, is that part of the 4.6? Are you planting
They're in
and
the
growing outside of the 4.6 million secondary growth? Do you actually plant elsewhere, which are not on the 4.6?
No, ma'am. We tend to the target, the main target is to actually close this open forest, ma'am, so that they can
So
have
we
a
want
more
to understand, all the 60 billion pesos, tanggalin mo yung mangroves, did they go to the secondary forests?
Yes, ma'am. They did.
And what kind of species did you plant in the secondary forest? Because I heard mahogany. Why will you plant mahogany
Yes,
in the
ma'am. So
secondary forests?
So mahogany and other fast growing species, ma'am, were planted as primary species to actually repair and rehabilitate the soil so that it can also provide shade for the indigenous species, ma'am, will be planted as climax species or the final species that will be planted in your reforestation site. Kasi po pag po hindi tayo nag-provide, pag po hindi natin ni-rehabilitate yung soil at hindi po tayo nag-provide ng shade for these indigenous species, they will not grow, ma'am. So those were the forest management techniques that we applied, ma'am.
So how are we able to monitor all these 60 billion? Saan po sa 4.6 million, this is not hectares. Yeah, hectares.
It's hectares.
Yes. Could you explain? Kasi we just see numbers where in the 4.6 million hectares under the Enhanced National Greening Program did you utilize the budgets all this year, and what kind of improvement in our forest cover ensued?
Yes, ma'am. For the mapping and the monitoring of the national greening programs, we'll be happy to share, ma'am, the maps that we have with us right now. But for the increase in forest cover, as what the secretary mentioned earlier, ma'am, actually, from 2015 to 2020, if I can start for 5 years prior, our closed forest increased by 9%. And our open forest, well, there was an increase in open forest by just 0.2%, ma'am. And our mangrove forest increased also by 2%. So meron naman po tayo nakikita increase, and for the specific areas where the NGP was planted on, ma'am, we do have the complete maps for that one. We'll be sending it to you, ma'am. And one final point, ma'am. We are doing a satellite land monitoring system right now, not only for Red Plus, but also to monitor these reforestation efforts that we have. So you will see there at the trend of land use and land cover change na sumusunod po sa base map natin from NAMRIA, and using the latest satellite imagery, ma'am, you will be able to see their trends from one point in time to another point in time para po makita niyo yung changes, ma'am.
Is it the Forest Management Bureau that's the lead for the NGP?
Yes. It is.
Have you been with this program since 2011?
Yes, ma'am.
You've been in charge since 2011.
No, ma'am. I was part of the Forest Management Bureau in 2013, and I assumed the post, ma'am, as assistant director last year.
But you're familiar with the NGP, and so you're not new in
No,
the
ma'am.
DNR.
I was an extension officer, ma'am, in 2013.
And everything you're telling us is monitored by the NAMRIA.
The land cover, yes, ma'am.
Yes. And you would be able to tell us, would you have, we will go to the others. You'll be able to show us on a slide the areas covered by the NGP since you're in charge. The areas, so that we understand, sa Sierra Madre, sa Cordillera, syempre, gusto namin makita saan ang mga tinanim Saan ang reforestation efforts ng DNR? And what is the growth or the survival rate?
For the maps, Madam Chair, I'd like to defer to Namria. But for the survival rate, ma'am, the average survival rate from 2011 to 2024 is 77%, ma'am.
Mataas yun. How?
That's also the reason, ma'am, why this year we are just finalizing, ma'am, the third party assessment for the National Greening Program so that the survival rate and the data does not come from the Forest Management Bureau or the DNR.
But you should not be planting mahogany.
And ma'am,
Bakit sino man nagturo sa inyo ng mahogany? Bakit mahogany? Dapat Philippine species. Bakit ba ganun? Ang National Greening Program, mahogany ang tinatanim. Bakit ganun? Hindi naman ako forester, pero alam ko hindi dapat mahogany.
Madam Chair, as
Yung
mentioned,
forester nga sa UP Los Baños, nagagalit sa, hindi naman nagalit. Sa farm ko, baka takanong tayong mahogany kasi invasive yan sa ano. Pinaputol ko nga yung mga mahogany ko pero may permit. At nagtanim na ako ng, kasi yun ang turo ng turo nyo sa amin mula pa noon dati 30 years ago Kaya nagkamali ako nagtanim ng mahogany Mali nga Bakit kayo mahogany ng mahogany? Hindi naman yan indigenous sa atin No, I want the forester to answer because there must be a reason. I want this young forester. I want him to teach me and convince me to plant mahogany.
I'll try my best, Madam Chair. So, during the first response, ma'am, I tried to explain that it is a silvicultural method, ma'am, or ito po ay paraan ng pagtatanim, ma'am. Kasi yung mga tinaniman po natin, ma'am, na lugar, denuded na ho at degraded. Yung lupa po niyan, kapag po tinaniman natin yan ng indigenous or endemic natin, ma'am, shade loving po kasi mga endemic natin, ma'am. So, hindi po yan tutubo kapag may direct sunlight. So, kaya po tayo nagtanim ng mahogany, ng gumillion, or ng fast growing natin, ma'am. It's number one, to try to rehabilitate and ameliorate the soil. I-repair po yung lupa. Number two, to provide shade for the seedlings that you will introduce as your climax species or your final reforestation species. And third also, ma'am, is to provide also livelihood to the communities because these exotic species, as you put it, ma'am, these exotic species, they're not meant to be retained as a reforestation, especially if it's in a protection forest or in a forest that you want to keep as standing. Pang production species po kasi ito, mga timber species po kasi ito, ma'am.
So they cut after how many years?
Ang mahogany, ma'am, you can already harvest it after 7 to 8 years.
I know
ma'am.
because I harvested. But you're saying you planted mahogany as part of the 4.6 million hectares in the secondary growth forests.
Sira po kasi, ma'am, yung mga lupa. So, kailangan po munang i-rehabilitate, ma'am, yung mga lupa na tatamnan po natin ng final indigenous species. But for national parks, ma'am, and protected areas, we planted indigenous species naman, ma'am.
Yeah, definitely not. O sige, yun na muna.
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't want to use all this time, but I think Jonas wanted to say something. Yeah.
I just want
Yeah.
to tell you the same thing with as mentioned by Director Kabigting. At ang isa pa naging problem dyan, Madam, during that time, we need to fast track all the reforestation and we had a problem in the provenance of the indigenous species kasi mahirap din po magpatubo ng nursery ng mga indigenous species. So for the meantime, we resort to these species to rehabilitate the area while we are establishing our provenance for the indigenous species. Ngayon, hindi na po ngayon. May mga ganun tayo. Thank you, ma'am.
So,
Secretary, is there a way to we've talked about this many times is there a way to monetize this NGP, the National Greening Program? Because we went to the same program in Singapore, and I remember Singapore wants to buy credits, no? Because they don't have land to plant, no? And we have, no? So the concept there is they will buy credits from countries who can plant trees, who can undergo greening programs, and they will swap it. No, so in other words, we can monetize all of these programs. We have invested 60 billion. So, oh, but not invested, but if we have spent 60 billion, but if we can monetize it, it's a form of investment that we can sell credits later on. No? Is that a possibility? Is the department looking at that?
Mr. Chairman, definitely this is one of the things that we have been looking at, and Assistant Director Kabigting can give us some more details on the current plans and negotiation.
Assistant Director, in a nutshell, give us a preview of this concept.
Thank you, Senator. What you're trying to point out is called the Red Plus program, or where the government can receive resource-based payment based on its avoidance of deforestation. Right now, sir, there is a set of requirements before the country can announce its Red Plus readiness. Or ibig pong sabihin yan, yung mga global financial institutions po and multi-development partners po can already come in and partner with us for these results-based payments. Right now, sir, the Philippines has completed three of its requirements. We're just awaiting for the satellite land monitoring system, like what I told the good senator earlier, Lauren Legarda, and also the safeguards information system. These two systems will be finished this year, sir. So by 2026, sir, we can already start planning out our Red Plus programs. This is more of a jurisdictional and government-led initiative on how to, as you put it, sir, monetize or give back our investments on these areas. But the other thing, sir, is that we can also encourage voluntary carbon market investments in these forest areas. It's just that we need to prove additionality, because these investors, when they come in, like what the Madam Chairperson mentioned earlier on the Singapore agreement, these investors, when they come in, they should prove that without their investments, the carbon sequestration from these forest areas wouldn't have happened. It's a tricky thing there, sir, and that's what we need to figure out as well, because these are government investments on the ground, and yet the carbon credits would have to be a sharing mechanism between the investor and the government, and not only that, with also the communities and the local governments on the ground. So these are the complexities that we're trying to fix now, sir, as soon as possible, hopefully, because we want to maximize also the Philippines' potential to actually produce quality carbon credits because of our standing as one of the mega diverse hotspots and our forest cover improvements also, sir, throughout the years.
Huwag natin pahirapan. The carbon credit trade has been in existence for at least what? Since 98, I've been talking about this, but it was only enshrined Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. So ngayon lang namumulat ang tao kasi nasa Paris Agreement, pero ang tagal na yan. Now, other ASEAN countries have signed with Singapore. Vietnam, is it? And what's the other country?
Vietnam and
Thailand.
Madam Chair.
Tayo daw, sabi ni Minister Grace Fu ng Minister of Trade and Sustainability, ang unang inisip. But it's taking us so long. Not your fault. I also asked Tony about it. Nakapending daw sa inyo. And I was assured matatapos daw this year. Sayang naman. Very valid yung tanong ng chair. How do we monetize it? Not monetize by cutting trees, but monetize the investment that we have put in here, billions and billions in reforestation, in whether highlands or marine, and just approve the legal mechanism to be able to sell or trade the carbon sequestration that ensued because of our investment in that area. Now, I hear you say that kasi hinihingi nila, kung hindi dahil sa investment nila, ay hindi mangyari yun. O marami pa naman denuded areas. Marami pa naman areas kung saan pwedeng magtanim. Marami pa naman mangroves na putol nga ng putol dyan ng mga hindi na natin ma-monitor sa dami ng yun, para may bantay. Para hindi na rin kayo humihingi ng bilyon-bilyon for NGP. In fact, foreign funding na yon in a way. So, ganun. So, di ba? Ganun. So, you tell us you are in favor of the carbon credit trade because it will spur the local, the domestic economy. It's like an investment. It's a country which is land constrained, that's very ambitious to reach net zero, but cannot because they don't have natural resources. And here we are with 30 million hectares and much, much more in our waters, but we're not even maximizing it, in a way, monetizing it by selling the carbon credits, right? So ang inaantay lang natin yung mekanismo na, ayaw ko, ano mang special ang Pilipinas na isip tayo ng isip, nahuhuli na tayo na naman. Kailan ba tayo pipirman yan? Chair tayo ng ASEAN next year. Tama, Forester.
Yes, ma'am.
Di ba? May masama ba sa carbon credit?
No, wala, ma'am.
May downside. Convince us.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Actually, it's in terms of forest investments, ma'am, it's one of the best market system in place. Tama po kayo kasi ang forest investments, ang reforestation is capital intensive. Malaki po talaga yung kailangang gastusing pera dyan. Kaya po kapag nag-forest investments tayo, ma'am, matutulungan not only the government to allocate these resources to something else, but also to encourage market-based mechanisms in forest management. My point earlier, ma'am, on the RED Plus is that, and on carbon credits is that, these are things that are already in place and nahabol na po natin yung RED Plus natin, ma'am. We will be able to finish the systems that are required for us to actually engage in these activities that is on government level. And on the voluntary forest carbon side, ma'am, meron na po tayong mga partners ngayon na tumitingin ng feasibility on some of the areas in the country on how to establish forest carbon projects, ma'am.
Understand why RED Plus is not anong problema ng RED Plus? Problema ba siya sa pag-implement ng carbon credit trade?
No, ma'am.
Just for the record, RED Plus is reducing emissions from
from
deforestation and forest degradation plus. So
Yes,
RED
ma'am.
Plus,
Yes,
okay? This is the UN-backed framework that rewards developing countries for management of our forests.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
how would that's complementary, right?
Yes,
Oh.
they are, ma'am. They
So you
are.
said kasi, sinabi mo, ang problema kasi RED Plus. Paano magiging problema ang RED Plus sa carbon credit?
No, ma'am. Hindi siya problema, ma'am. What I was trying to say is that we can start already, and to answer the question of government of Senator Gachalian earlier, ma'am, on how the government can monetize the national greening program, I'm leaning more towards on the RED Plus rather than the voluntary carbon markets, because on the voluntary carbon markets, ma'am, there is a specific set of standards for the investor to prove. Yun po yung sinasabi kanina natin. Pero sa RED Plus kasi, ma'am, government-led po talaga yung mga forest carbon initiatives dyan, at makakatanggap po tayo ng results-based payments based on our performance on how we manage and keep this forest standing.
May natanggap na ba tayo sa RED Plus?
Wala pa po, ma'am. Kasi po, yung systems po na requirement, ma'am, ng UNFCCC, ma'am, this year po natin natapos. So, matagal na po siya, ma'am, yan.
Ilan yun? 20
Unfortunately.
years na yata yung RED Plus? 30 years? Bakit ganun?
10 pa.
Ha? 10 pa lang
10
ba?
years, ma'am. Opo.
Ang
Yeah.
palaging, ang eksperto, isa sa mga eksperto sa RED Plus, iba si Tony Lavinia.
Opo.
Yan.
Yes.
We've been talking about this for so long. Ngayon lang natin natapos.
Opo. So,
Kung
ngayon,
ano naman ang Pilipinas,
ngayon
patay
po,
na.
meron na po tayo, Madam Chair, na forest reference level natin. Meron na po tayong National Forest Monitoring System. Meron na rin po tayong National Action Plan for RED Plus. Ang inaantay na lang po talaga natin is the Satellite Land Monitoring System, pero patapos na po kami dyan, ma'am.
Because of this, we can already access
Yes.
funding through the UNFCCC, the Green Climate Fund,
Yes,
or
ma'am.
UNCCC
Yes,
sa
ma'am.
Red Plus.
Yes, ma'am.
Pero walang masama na iba-iba
Pwede,
ang sources,
yes,
right?
diversification din po, ma'am.
Oo.
Pwede rin po
Eh,
yun.
Singapore na, nag-aantay sa atin. Okay. When will we sign? When will we sign with Singapore? Nasa inyo, nasa DNR daw eh. Umaangal, no? Put on record.
Senator.
They were
I'm
complaining about us, we're so slow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Madam
I'll tell you
Chair,
the truth.
Madam
Even the
Chair-
Deputy Prime Minister said it, we're so slow.
Madam Chair, the last year, the President of Singapore came, and that's when they signed an MOU with between the two ministries of environment on the Article 6 implementation agreement. But they did not come back to DNR with a draft until July of July of this year. So it's July of this year. Yeah. So in any case, the target is to finish the negotiations by November. Is it November? By this year, and the signing is targeted during the chairmanship of the Philippines in ASEAN, which is early next year. Yes.
Lang when the summit
Of the implementation agreement.
implementation agreement. Well, just note that the other ASEAN countries had signed already. Yeah. Okay.
Secretary or si Assistant Director, do you have estimated revenues that the country can make out of this concept? One right now kasi all of these activities are expense to us, no? So if we can turn it around and make it revenue for us, then mas magaan in terms of budgeting, no? Ang hirap, to be honest, ang hirap mag-budget dito sa dami ng requirement. So that's why part of our strategy is to generate revenue through our various activities. So have you estimated how much potentially can we generate from this activity? Anyone, Secretary or?
Sir? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Senator. Top of mind right now, sir, we don't I don't have any revenue projection, but because the market is fluctuating, especially in carbon credits. But we will get back to we'll try our best to develop a revenue projection for forest carbon projects at least.
Give us a feasibility study on this.
Yes, we
You know,
will.
complete with projected revenues, the cost to the government, how much can we earn, how much can we defray the cost or the expense of the National Greening Program. In fact, Secretary, I saw a documentary. In fact, in advanced countries, you can sell certificates of forest, certificates of people can buy certificates,
Yes.
and the certificates is equivalent of planting trees in
Yes.
certain areas. So it's another way of monetizing again. No? So there's so many financial instruments now to defray the cost. Ang objective natin is to defray the cost. So we have to look at all of these programs. Kung hindi, ang bigat kasi sa budget itong, maganda siya but mabigat sa budget. So just submit to us potential concepts, feasibility studies, and let's implement it na. Sama nga si chairperson na matagal na ito. This is nothing new no? So, and when can we see the first revenue coming in for government?
If the I apologize,
No.
Mr. Secretary.
Oh.
If the partners that we have now on the ground, sir, are able to finalize their scoping in the areas, and if we're able to, like what Madam Chairperson said earlier, if we're able to put in the legal framework and mechanisms, say this year, the first crediting will be 5 years from the start of the project. So yun po yung trend pagdating sa carbon crediting. It's first 5 years and 5 years.
Yes. Mr. Chair, we must compel the DENR to finish the negotiations with Singapore because this will be the template for the other possible carbon credit trade. It's a low-lying fruit. And Bhutan, Chile, Ghana, Papua New Guinea, Peru, Paraguay, Rwanda, Thailand, Mongolia signed. Ano ba ang ating palaisipan na ayaw natin pumirma? Sino ang focal? Ana, are you the focal? Yes. Are there any challenges that's unconstitutional why we don't want to do it? They've been calling me, even the Minister of Foreign Affairs, si Minister Vivian, Minister Grace Fu. She talked me to lunch. We've been talking. I can call them. They've been telling me, and they said, in a very diplomatic way, to be honest, you were the first country we thought of. But then they smiled. Philippines is quite slow. What do I say? I'm so embarrassed. I said, I'll make sure before our chairship, I will ask the DNR, can you give us a deadline? Give us a deadline where you will finish. And can we not sign only when the summit happens? Let's sign way before. It's for our own benefit. Yes.
Ma'am, we're
You
targeting
second.
to finish the implementation agreement by November or December. We have started the negotiation. We're just finalizing the list of eligible projects. Once we have finalized that list, because one item there is the inclusion of the early retirement of coal, whether or not it will be included among the
Retirement of
of coal, Madam Chair, of coal-fired power plants.
just transition. Yeah.
Yeah, so as soon as we finish the Annex B, some of the provisions of the implementation agreement will be a lot easier to negotiate already, Madam Chair. So we hope to finish that within the year. Madam
Within the
Chair.
year.
Yes.
Totoo ha, when you
Yes,
pass your,
yes.
kasi when we see them during ASEAN, they'll say, oh, you did not sign. Oh, it will be so embarrassing.
Now, Madam Chair, just on because in the coal-fired power plant transition, we are the only one who's really ahead of the others. So that forms part of the agreement. So this is where the ASEN proposal comes in. So that's
Part of the proposal would be to scale down the number of decades or years of coal, and that would be part of the credits, right? They can actually evaluate kung 50 years yung coal, gagawin 20 na lang, mapepresyohan yung 30 na hindi ginamit sa coal. Tama? Yeah. So why did Yusek Fragada sign, but I'll talk to you later, the extension of coal mining in our province? And you signed it, the ECC, on the day that the secretary was appointed. But I'll talk to you later. I have a letter to the secretary here. Why did you extend coal? This is not coal power plant. May coal power plants, but coal mining, the expansion. We're talking about deceleration, and we're talking about closing, and then the ENR signed the expansion. That was before your watch, and Tony didn't know about it. In between. Yes. Oh, why are you moving your eyes around like that? You signed it. The expansion of coal. Before on the day the secretary's appointment was announced, when Tony resigned or her resignation. Why did you sign? I think you should review that. Because it's unfair to the secretary, kakapasok lang niya. Tapos meron newly signed coal agreement, expansion ha, not even renewal ha. Hindi nyo maalala po? Yeah. Kaluya, Antique, expansion of coal mines. I have a letter for the secretary. We talked about it. Ito eh. Oh, May 23. Nag-resign na si Tony niyan. Kailan po kayo na-appoint?
June 16.
But the resignation of Tony was accepted already on this day.
It wasn't accepted yet at that time.
No, he was OIC already.
Yeah, no. I think the resignation of Secretary Loizaga was effective upon my assumption into office, Madam Chair. So most probably he was acting as officer in charge while Secretary Loizaga was still secretary.
This was signed May 23, the Secretary Loizaga's resignation was confirmed and accepted. And a day after the resignation was confirmed, despite the public announcement of the successor as OIC, the DNR approved and amended expansion of coal mining.
Madam Chair, maybe
Kaluya.
perhaps the announcement was made by Executive Secretary Bersamin about the transitions that were going to take place, but as clarified with him, I was going to take over at a later period,
Yes.
and Secretary Loizaga remained as secretary until the time that I assumed.
But he was OIC, and I'd just like to read the Civil Service Commission's Omnibus Rules on Appointments. It provides that OICs may only exercise powers limited to administrative functions and the continuation of routine activities. They are not authorized to exercise discretion. So the expansion of a coal mine in a vulnerable area where coal is already, in your own words, being transitioned, being closed, and we are opening more coal mines. So I ask for a review of this. Nothing personal to those who own it, but here it's clear the issuance of an OCC, an ECC, especially an amendment of this magnitude, is a discretionary and policy altering act, as it involves environmental risk assessment, interagency coordination, and public interest considerations. So under the DNR's EMB's citizen charter, ECCs are approved supposedly with authority from the DNR secretary, but because you were the OIC then, you acted on your own. So the USEC cannot approve and sign an ECC without an express delegation of authority from the secretary. Supposedly, I put that on record because I am, again, against it. I don't think an OIC should expand coal mining, especially you were coming in. It is unfair to you, and I would request you to please review it.
Will
But
do.
we will have a separate hearing on that. And I'd like to understand it better because we talk about transitioning, and then here we are mining more for coal in a province which is very vulnerable. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will certainly look into it in response.
Just so
to the
that
letter.
Yusek Fragada, inutusan ba kayo ni Secretary Loizaga na pumirma sa expanded coal mining?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, good morning. Madam Chair, just to clarify, I wasn't designated officer in charge because her resignation was accepted already. I was officer in charge because she was on official business during that time. So I just went through my normal routine as OIC that we try to fast track the documents that are in the office of the secretary. And everything I signed is with clearance, Madam. So it wasn't I wasn't designated OIC because her resignation was accepted. I was OIC till the 23rd, ma'am, of May, only because she was on official business abroad. So I acted as officer in charge of the DNR during that time. But right after that, ma'am, when the resignation was accepted, she assumed again as secretary. So I just stayed on as OIC till she came back.
So therefore, it's clear that you were not authorized to sign the ECC. Then it should not be, ikaw ang nakapirma eh. So-
Ma'am, may clearance po from the
Oh, ikaw nakapirma eh. Then I talked to her. She does not know about it eh. So then you
okay.
have to review it and revoke it if you say you were not. It's just strange. May 23, tas May 23 rin pinirmihan. So dapat routine lang, admin, hindi pag-expand ng ECC ng coal. Mali, mali.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
We'll take a look at it, ma'am.
Yes, no, I have this letter, this long pending letter. No,
Yes, Madam Chair.
I hope they've not expanded because you just gave the ECC. So many. Okay, I will withhold my questions there. I have a letter, but we will have another hearing on that, please. I want to be enlightened. But I bring it back to the issue of selling carbon credits. We're still in the first budget, which is the National Greening Program. Yes.
To us, Assistant Director, feasibility study, gamitin natin yung potential natin. Sayang, if we can generate revenue out of that program, pinakamaganda yun.
Sige po. Yes, Your Honor, we will do. We will submit it as once we have it.
And action kaagad para,
Yes.
para mayroon na tayong revenue papasok.
Sige po.
Thank you.
Ano yung pangako niya, Chair?
We'll submit a feasibility po of the potential for
Projections.
forest carbon projects
Yes.
in the Philippines, ma'am.
Okay. Paano nila,
Madam
sige,
Chair.
projections nyo kung magkano ang
Kikitain
income,
po natin.
kikitain. Okay, pero kailangan pirmahan na may commitment naman sila hanggang Desyembre natapos na yung negotiations. Pero syempre, pag negotiations, kailangan nandiyan na yung inyong projections kung magkano ang kikitain. Pero depende yan sa mga areas na isasama nyo sa inyong negotiations at pati na rin sa transition from coal. Tama?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Sige. Thank you. Please proceed. So, itong National Greening Program, ano yung LBRMO? What's a
Madam
special
Chair?
provision? Secretary.
Yeah, Madam Chair, you just, I think, Namria, you were asking how they,
To monitor.
the
Paano natin alam
the
na
forest
77 or 87% maganda pakinggan? Paano natin alam kung linoloko na tayo doon? Kung tinamnim pero hindi tumubo?
Yeah.
Malay natin. Yeah.
So Senator, on that, we will submit to your committee the monitoring maps of the Forest Management Bureau. But on the total forest cover, Namria will explain their methodology for measuring this.
Gusto lang namin accurate po yung ating forest cover na yung sinabi nyong 15 million, 2.2 million. Tama ba? Ang primary or old growth, 4.6 million. Pero bibigyan nyo sa amin, FMB, kung saan yung 2.2 at kung saan yung 4.6. At kung sinasabi nyo na ang NGP ay nasa 4.6. Pero kung ito'y secondary at bakit tayo dun nagtatanim para sa livelihood na puputulin? So hindi yan for protection. Ang protection forest ba? Yung 2.2 lang at 4.6 hindi nyo kinoconsider na protection forest? Livelihood ba yan? Para maintindihan ko, FMB.
We've mapped, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Madam Chair, we've mapped out our protection forests and our production forests already.
So the
And
2.2 protection.
the 2.2 of the open forest map, the 2.2 in the closed forest, ma'am, are all protection forests. Yeah.
4.6.
The 4.6, ma'am, is a mix of within protection forest lands and production
Ideal.
forest lands.
What's ideal for forest cover for the Philippines?
The benchmark is 30%, ma'am,
30% of the 30 million,
of the 30.
which is 90.
Yeah,
90.
we are at 24% now, ma'am.
So again, of the 30%, not of the total land area. 30% of the designated forest land.
Yes.
Kindly, what 30% of what? 30% of the 15 million hectares or of the total land area, or 30% of the legally designated 15
Private
million
forest.
hectares.
It's the 30% of the forest areas, ma'am.
Are you sure? Is it 30% of 30
No, ma'am.
million hectares or 30% of the 15 million, which is the legally
I-
designated forest area?
Stand corrected, ma'am. It's 30% of the total land area, ma'am.
Nga, kung 30 million, so
10 million hectares, ma'am. Yeah. We're at 7 now, ma'am. 7 million hectares.
Protection eh. And the 4.6 is
Uh,
uh
Ma'am, Madam Chair, if I may, the 30% forest cover is the total land area of the country that is covered with standing forests. So, but we would have to disaggregate if you want that granularity, we would have to disaggregate how much of that 30% should be designated for protection forest and how much should be designated for production forest. At present, we've identified around 1 million hectares of potential investment areas within the production forest. So kung ganun po yung gusto ninyo, Madam Chair, na narrative on the 30% benchmark forest cover, we can do that, ma'am.
okay. So we want to know the 15 million, which is really imagination na yan. It will never happen in our lifetime, okay? And we want to see the 2.2 million old growth, closed canopy, sana, saan yun? Sierra Madre, di ba? Sierra Madre. Oh, and watershed areas, yeah. And then the 4.6 aside from the 2.2, saan ito? And identify the 4.6, ano dyan yung protection, ano yung production.
Yeah.
At sa production, ano dyan ang pinasukan ng NGP?
Okay,
At
ma'am.
ano ang NGP na partners ninyo na people's organizations? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am. We
Madam
will-
Chair,
That's what we
we'll
want to see.
submit those.
Yes, I think
yes.
that's also for the enlightenment of the chair of us.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
we proceed now. Thank you.
Thank you,
With
ma'am.
Namria, paano po nyo sinusukat, minomonitor kung ano ba talaga ang pagtanim, ang paggrow? How do we know that? What's the science behind it?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Your Honor, Secretary. All of these maps were generated based on satellite imageries. Prior to 2015, we used Landsat and spot imageries with a resolution of 10 meters, but with ground validation. But with this latest, which we have, which is 2020, we use Sentinel Asia, Sentinel imageries with the same resolution, but with a much intensive ground validation. So all of these are overlaid on a base map, which are actually the topographic maps. So using geographic information system, we will be able to classify and identify all the land classifications systems which you are mentioning. Lahat po ito ay geo-referenced. So we can do that. It's a simple GIS application, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
It's the most forested area in the country now.
For the forest cover, ma'am,
Yeah, we have here a detailed breakdown of the forest cover which we have. Ang pinakamalaki po is Region 3 with 41% forest cover.
Po sa region.
Yeah, I stand corrected. It's actually Cordillera Administrative Region with 47%, followed by Region 2 with 41%. So if you want, Madam Chair, we can submit this data to you.
Anong pinaka-denuded na probinsya or region?
Region 7, ma'am, with 6% forest cover.
6.
6.
Kaya walang tubig sa Cebu.
Meron bang time series yung I'm just meron bang time series, let's say when we started in 2011 ganito itsura, 2012 may mga ganyan ba yan?
Your Honor, we do the updating every 5 years. That's why we were mentioning 2010, 2015, and the latest which we have is actually 2020, but now we are about to come up with the
Bakit ang tagal ng
2025.
interval? Sa Google, parang every year meron ah.
Mm.
Ano?
Based on our available resources and manpower included.
But you buy those maps, diba? You don't, do you shoot them yourself?
We just buy the data source.
Correct. You
Mm.
just buy it. So how come we cannot buy it on much
Yeah.
shorter intervals?
Mr.
Oo.
Chairman, I think
Yeah.
the ground validation part is the one that
Takes time.
takes time.
Oo.
Yeah.
But even the ground validation, 5 years?
Yun po ang nangyayari based on the available resources which we have.
When you
But-
say ground validation, what?
Our personnel go to the field and with a sampling intensity of 10%, say 10%, binavalidate po natin yung classification na ginawa natin based on the satellite imagery.
Because from if you look at the budget in if you're talking about 2020, the budget at that time for the National Greening Programs 3 billion, 2025 is 1.4. So malaki na yung disparity eh. No? So is there a way to shorten it?
As far as Namiri is concerned, with regards to this specific task, the budget allocated to us for this purpose is just 7.711 million pesos. It's different from the budget of the
So
National Greening
it's
Program.
a different
It's a
different program.
separate
A different budget.
budget.
And what I understand from the secretary, the time-consuming part is the ground validation. This is the physical
Yeah.
validation.
Yes, Your Honor.
But in terms of just pure mapping, meron ba ganun every year? For example, we see increase in terms of forest cover.
Your
we
Honor,
have
we do
that
it on a 5-year.
without ground validation. Without ground validation, just on purely map.
We do it on a 5-year cycle, as I have said, Your Honor.
Including
Based on the available resources, and we use the satellite imagery as data source.
so you buy the maps every 5 years.
Yeah. Actually, Your Honor, nung before 2020, yung Landsat imageries na-obtain natin for free.
3 years.
For free.
For free.
Libre
Okay.
po yun.
Okay.
But the problem is because with the very limited budget, which is just 7 million pesos, so naubos yun sa ground validation pa lang, wherein our personnel have to go to the field para mag-conduct ng sampling.
Correct. But so there are two activities: the purchase of maps, and the ground validation. And the purchase of maps takes every 5 years. Yan. In purchase of maps.
Your Honor, we don't purchase the maps. We purchase the imageries from where we
I'm
generate.
sorry, you purchase the imagery.
Yeah, from where we generate the maps.
Okay. And we buy it every 5 years.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, but you can buy it obviously shorter. If we want
Yes.
to buy it every year, we can buy it.
Yes, Your Honor, given the
Magkano ba yun yung isang, magkano ba ganun? How much is for this purpose if you buy the map every year, how much is an annual expense of map?
for the imageries, Your Honor, as I have said, we can acquire them for free. Ang main nagastos lang natin dun sa ground validation,
Ground validation.
field work.
How long does it take to ground validate?
Depende sa available resources, Your Honor. If we want, we can do it yearly.
Kaya naman.
Kaya.
Depende, it's the budget that
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Financial
Well,
resources.
I think ang opinion ko medyo mahaba yung 5 years for purposes of validation, because what we want is we're allocating additional 1.8 next year. 1.6, no? 1.6 next year. So ang iniisip ko, before we allocate, we have to make sure that it's yung mga tinatanim natin lumalaki talaga, no? And there's an assurance to us that the cover is really increasing, no? What's the target eventually? Is it 30 million hectares, tama ba?
30%.
30%. And
Yes, sir.
what's the 30%?
10 million.
10 million. And how much have we planted already?
We are at planted already.
Oh,
sir.
how much have we covered?
The existing forest cover right now, the Philippines, sir, is at 7 million.
So 3 na lang yung natitira. Okay. And then, so that's what we want to see, whether the 70% or the 7 million is actually there, no? Through the mapping. Later on na lang, just will request from the committee, or can you just submit to us your latest data showing that we have covered 70%, no? Okay, because we allocate ang laki ng amount, sa 1.6, 1.8. We have to make sure na yung 70% andun, yung 7 million nandun talaga. No? That's the
60
objective.
billion na to.
Yeah, at 60 billion. At 60 billion. Yeah.
Thank you. So we go back to the first line, which is the Enhanced National Greening Program. The budget you're asking is 1.655 billion. The target set for DNR by DNR would include, as you mentioned, rehabilitation of denuded forest lands, correct? Do you have a page where it focuses only on NGP? So that what I'm saying is, or talagang major programs lang yan? Okay, let me just state if you don't have that page. So rehabilitation of forest lands, correct me if I'm wrong, 17,436 hectares. Production of ilang seedlings? 8.8?
8 million, ma'am.
8
8.8 million.
seedlings, 8.8 million seedlings. And the maintenance and protection of 55,871 hectares of existing plantations. In the breakdown of funding for the enhanced NGP for 2026, there's an 1, 2nd, 3rd. Ano to? 1st, 2nd, 3rd year of implementation.
Yes.
So is this a multi-year program? Will the 1.6 billion cover 3 years of implementation or only 2026? So how will you release the funding? Is it in tranches? Please explain to us.
Yeah.
Is it a multi-year program? Kasi
Yeah,
nakalagay
it
dito,
is.
first, 2nd, 3 years. And then how will you release the funding? Because the budget is a 2-year cycle.
Since the NGP
Yes.
is maintained for 3-year support,
3
Madam
years.
Chair.
Yes.
So for the first year, therefore, that's the enough. Now, for those that are already in their 2nd year, then there is also a separate allocation. And then for the 3rd year,
You release the funds. Yung
yearly.
By
correct. Mag-expire ang pondo ng 2026 sa December ng 27. How will you use it for the 3rd year?
Madam Chair, then for the 3rd year, it will be, in other words, the funding for the first year support will be released this year. For the 2nd year, also released this year. And then for the 3rd year, also released this year. So a 3-year cycles. If one thinks of it as
The funding will not be
all
released on the
current.
3rd year.
all current.
Current.
Yes. Thank you.
Years, but it's not on the 3rd year ang release ng funds because your funds will expire. Yeah, how is it?
Madam Chair, parang ganito po yun. Yung na-establish natin ng 2024, yun po yung first year. Bibigyan po natin ng maintenance and protection. Yung na-establish po natin ng plantation ng 2023, which is the 2nd year na siya, bibigyan pa rin po natin. And then yung 2022, bibigyan pa rin po na. So 3rd year yung nagawa na establish natin.
When you say binibigyan nyo, sino ang binibigyan nyo? Yung people's organization na nagtanim?
Yes, yung
Do
contract
you
po.
give them money or do you give them seedlings? Or do you give them tools? What do you give them? Puhunan? Anong binibigay nyo? O sweldo? What is it?
Madam Chair, it's cash po. But because they produce their own seedlings that will be used. Ito po yung seedling production na nakikita nyo dyan, ma'am. Yung plantation establishment po, sila din po magtatanim, magpe-prepare din ng area for planting. Sila din po ang maintenance and protection, ma'am. Weeding, watering and maintenance of the of the seedlings until they grow to a certain age, ma'am. The thing why it's 3 years, ma'am, it's because the government accounting manual provides that for reforestation programs of the government, ma'am, the investment period is only for 3 years. We would want it sana ma'am 5 years, pero the limitation is 3 years lang po.
In your target for maintenance, it says existing plantations is 55,871 hectares. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes, Madam Chair.
it gives the impression that the target rehabilitation of denuded forest lands covering the first to the third years have been completed. Kung 55,000.
The f- Ma'am, Madam Chair, if I may.
55,000, is that correct? That means you would have completed it by the time?
Madam Chair, ito pong 55,000 na tinarget namin for this year na maintenance and protection, these are the areas that are supposed to be protected for the first year, the second year, yung in-explain po ni Yusek Jonas kanina. The other areas, ma'am, na tapos na po the 3 years, we're not funding it under the NGP anymore. We're doing protection under the Forest Protection Program, ma'am. Because only 3 years lang po yung available for the NGP, ma'am.
Another forest protection program where there's another
Kapag
funding.
po nag-lapse na yung 3 years, ma'am, ng plantation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yung inyong unit cost for the second year of the project is higher by 101%. From 4,308 per hectare in the first year to 8,674 per hectare. Can you kindly explain that? In the second year, bakit may increase, a huge increase per hectare cost?
For the second year, ma'am, because the second year maintenance and protection, ma'am, we might need to do replanting. We might need to address some of the survival issues from the first year because, ma'am, textbook wise, there is an expected 20% mortality dun sa plantation and establish mo. And then you need to, by the end of the third year, ma'am, you need to achieve 85% survival rate. So yung first year, second year mo, ma'am, Madam Chair, you would need to do replacement planting there. So that's seedling production again, and then going back and then planting those alongside with your already surviving seedlings that you've planted during your site preparation as a plantation establishment, ma'am.
So these are all cash money being given to the POs.
To the people's organizations, ma'am. Yeah.
That's why it's important that you please provide us with all the recipients of the NGP since the beginning,
We'll
so
do
that
so.
we're able to see the 60 billion. What people's organizations are they?
Yes, ma'am.
In province, especially Senator Gachalian goes around all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, visits. We'd like to see them. We'd like to assess the work. Has there been any technical performance audit? Not COA, it's just numbers. Pag COA, sino ang third party assessment ng ginagawa?
Yes, Madam Chair.
How do we know there's no ghost POs
Yeah.
or ghost trees or ghost mountains or ghost mangroves, right?
We'll have it ready for you, Madam Chair. We have all those things, and just to add, Madam Chair, if I may, and Mr. Secretary, most of the POs that we've partnered with the National Green Program are also our community-based forest management agreement partners. POs po sa CBFMA program natin. But nevertheless, we'll submit to the committee, Madam Chair, the list of all the people's organizations and the third-party assessment that we did.
The outstanding POs, we'd like to meet them.
Yes, Madam Chair.
The outstanding partners.
We have
right?
those.
We'd like to meet them. Maybe one outstanding per region para makita natin. Dapat yun ang pinapakita nyo eh. Oo.
Yes, Madam Chair. We have those,
Yes.
and we'll be ready to submit.
Because these are the possible applicants for carbon credit trade, yung ginagawa nila. We see. You've pegged the target plantation area at 17,436 hectares. Is that correct? 17,000 hectares?
It is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. And you're targeting to produce 8,884,604 seedlings to plant.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
So your target seem to suggest that DNR will be planting 510 seedlings per
Per
hectare.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Tama ba yun?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So, ano ang spacing nyo? How is it done?
3 by
Explain
3.
to us, please.
3 by 3.
Because,
Madam, on the spacing, it varies. But on the average, ma'am, it's around 3 by 3 po.
okay, 3 by 3.
Yeah.
So if it's 3 by 3, 3 meters between lines and 3 meters between plants within a line, area per tree, 3 meters and 3 meters is 9 square meters per tree. If you have this land area and each seedling requires 9 square meters, you will need 19,373,333 seedlings. Why are you targeting to plant only 8.8 million trees if you are preparing 17,436? So there's something wrong with the numbers because ikaw na nagsabi 3 by 3. Oh, bakit ganun?
Madam
Bakit
Chair.
hindi 19.3 million tree seedlings? Bakit ano lang? 8.8.
Yes, Madam Chair. If I may address that, ma'am. The seedling production, 8.8 million seedlings for this year is not the sole seedlings that will be planted in the 17,000. Meron na po tayong mga seedlings, ma'am, na na-produce sa ating mga DNR nurseries, ma'am, even from the past years. Like what Yusek Jonas Leones mentioned earlier, ma'am, we've established seed production areas and to collect the indigenous species, ma'am. So meron naman na po tayong stock ngayon, ma'am. This is only to add to what we have, ma'am. Actually
Including
meet.
your report, please, the seed production areas.
Yes, ma'am, we will.
Are the seed production areas different from nurseries?
The seed production areas, ma'am, are different from the nurseries because the seed production areas are where you get the actual seeds of the plant, and then you nurse them and you grow them in the
Sure.
DNR nurseries.
So,
ma'am.
iba pa yung seed production areas. These are nearer the forest.
Opo.
And then the nurseries.
Opo. Yeah.
Okay. This is only for highlands or upland, or would you include also mangroves? We're talking about now forests.
For mangroves, ma'am, do we have seed production areas, propagate production areas for mangroves?
Beginning.
Madam Chair, if I may refer the mangroves to the Biodiversity Management Bureau.
To them later.
Okay, ma'am.
So let's finish this. So please give us the seed production areas and the nurseries.
Yes, ma'am, we will.
Yes.
Even the locations, ma'am.
Mhm. I know that there was can we ask LB Remo to read, or perhaps you can read, the special provision in the past years. I hope that the succeeding chairs had included it in the GAA, that the NGP will be earmarked for protected areas. There's a special provision, di ba? Meron. So nandun pa rin. I placed this when I was chair pre-pandemic, and I'm not sure if it's been adopted, but if the chair would agree so that we are able to protect the protected areas more with limited greening, we should focus it on already legislated protected areas and or state universities and colleges which have land grants, which have forests, and they do not have the resources or the facilities or perhaps a know-how unless they offer a forestry, pwedeng doon sila mag-partnership with para naka-earmark. Unless tong 1.6 nyo, kasi hindi to dapat lamsam naka-breakdown na ba ito?
Naka-breakdown
Yeah.
na po yan, Madam Chair.
So if it's broken down, why is it concentrated in the OSEC? Why not already in the regions?
Ay, ma'am,
It's an OSEC pero
Yes,
naka
Ma'am,
line
OSEC,
item.
when we say OSEC per DBM category po, it includes bureaus, the staff bureaus
Yeah.
and the regional offices.
So naka-breakdown siya kasi hindi ko lang
Apo.
nakikita rito, OSEC lang nakalagay, naka-breakdown na yan.
Yes,
Yung
ma'am, naka-breakdown
1.6B, hindi yan lump sum sa OSEC, yan ay naka-breakdown na. I will read the breakdown and with the permission of the chairman of finance, well, we will reinstate the NGP to be, nandito na pala eh. Is this previous GAA? They adopted already what I did before. Okay, it's already here that there should be close coordination with the SUCs in the establishment of nurseries, including clonal nurseries, but also in the planting in the land grants. I'll expand that in forest areas and mangrove areas where applicable.
Yes, Madam
Oo.
Chair. We've sent you a list actually, ma'am, of the potential areas within SUCs for NGP implementation.
Of the 114, including UP and all the campuses, ano dyan ang may bundok na may forest, ano dyan ang may mangroves, dapat doon ang inyo. At saka aside from the legislated protected areas.
Yes, Madam Chair.
That means you'll have to change a little your list kung saan nyo ginaganap yung inyong NGP.
That's
So you
totally
have
fine,
to do
Madam
that
Chair.
kasi oo kayo ng oo minsan pag hearing, tapos ang implementation within the year, gawa na kayo ng gusto nyo. Pero ang aming mungkahi ay sana sa protected areas nyo i-focus
Yes.
at saka sa SUCs na may land grants.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Diba? Para tutulong din sila sa inyo sa pag-monitor.
Yes, Madam Chair. We will do that.
Yes. Down of the 1.6 kung anong region, anong probinsya. Kasi hindi ko makita rito eh. Anong region, anong probinsya, at ano doon ang mangrove, ano ang forest sa bundok. Oo. Kasi wala eh, hindi nakalagay eh. Nakalagay lang sa akin, OSEC. Anyway,
We'll
so
provide that.
provide that. And then, remind me, I'll have to fix it because kung saan yung listahan ng SUC may oo. Sa protected area, para mabuti. Kasi kung saan lang. Oo. Para focused. Proceed now. We're only on the first program. Okay, nasa pangalawang programa na po. Hindi kaya sabi kong mahaba eh. Magpatanghalian naman kayo. Okay, yeah. No, kasi we'll have a second hearing time. Yeah, I don't know kung matapos lahat yan. Sige. Enhanced biodiversity conservation. Yeah, paliwanag po nyo. And this is 1.3 billion. Is this BMB?
Yes,
BMB.
BMB.
Who's the head
Ma'am,
now of BMB?
Assistant Director Mariglo is there, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. This is Mariglo Laririt from the Biodiversity Management Bureau. So at the moment, we have 251 protected areas, and 7 of them are have been newly declared as such, legislated.
Tayo po. How many pakilakasan po? How many ang legislated na?
We have a total of 251, Madam Chair, and there are amongst them 121 legislated po.
If it's 121 legislated, and the 200, how many did you say po?
251, Madam Chair.
251 minus 121, what's the status of the balance? still needing compliance, or is it all with us drafted? It's just that we're not doing it.
So out of the balance, 117 po are initial, what we call initial component.
Initial component. Yeah.
And 13 of them have been proclaimed, Madam Chair, but not yet legislated po,
251
total.
minus 121 legislated, right?
Correct,
So
ma'am.
what's the anong
13 po proclaimed, Madam Chair, and 117 initial components po.
so the 117 we cannot legislate it yet. Initial component, you're doing the work on the ground.
So they are in various stages of assessments,
Yes.
Madam Chair. And so some are going through protected area suitability assessments.
How long will it take to finish the process so that it can be legislated?
It really depends, Madam Chair, on the context. Some of them have been overtaken by developments, yeah, and so on. So how it goes usually is from my 6 months with the Bureau is that if there is an urgent need that is seen, for example, critical species, critical habitats, and further investigation into something that is an initial component, then the Bureau looks into it.
Saying dahil na ungusan na ng panahon at sabihin natin may mga tao na hindi na kayang madeklara. I mean, sabihin natin totoo. So maski isa batas namin, wala. Sa batas lang. Kaya lang marami ng development. Is that how it is? But we legislated the other protected areas even if there were settlers, and they just have to follow the protected area rules.
Certainly, Madam Chair.
Yes.
That is not to say that we should not. But if we look into the management of the protected areas, even the legislated ones, there's a lot of work that needs to be done for us to be truly able to say that they are indeed protected.
You're correct. In fact, ilan total? 117? Kasi, Mr. Chair, all we have are lists, but what we need to do is have not just the list, but the actual state of the nation, state of the protected area in terms of biodiversity, what are the challenges, to be fair, the good news as well, sinong matino ang PAMBI, anong magandang ginagawa, ano yung may challenges kasi may informal settlers na, o kung ano man ay nung na-declare natin, yun. So, that is for the declared. And for the undeclared but in the process, ganun din. So, sana ganun ang presentation nyo. Parang, I want to have i-earmark ko yung another hearing for the protected areas because otherwise, maho-hostage man yung budget ng iba. Another hearing for the protected areas. Like what happened to Bohol in the resort in the middle of the Chocolate Hills. Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
as you pointed out, the protected areas cover titled lands, as well as those that have been declared alienable and disposable before the legislation. And so in these areas, one really has to face with the challenges there. Because on the other hand, the private owners, their concept of ownership would therefore be one that allows them to utilize the land as they see fit. And on the other hand, the concept of protected area allows government to intervene in the activities that are going to be carried out in the area. But if, for example, one has a town that is 80% of its urban population falling within a protected area, then one can realize the extent of the challenges. Because to expand their kitchen or have improvements, they will have to get the clearance, and this by itself can actually take up the time of the people who will have to verify the proposed improvements and give the necessary permits. So that's the challenge we have with respect to this.
When we say protected area and the legislated 121, it does not mean naman na wala pang tao, na walang settlers, na walang habitation. It just says that we need to protect the ridge to reef in that area. And even if there are, and I do not think at 121, meron pang bakanting lupa dyan. Hindi naman. All we're saying is that it needs to be protected. So there must be policy intervention so that those living in that area or working in that area must be advised that this is a protected area. So matuto kayong gumalaw at hindi dapat intrusive or extractive ang mga activities dyan. Hindi naman sa amin na ano yan Adam and Eve na walang tao dyan. Hindi ganun. So even if it's more difficult because there's regulation, di matutong sumunod. May regulation. Are you saying, Secretary, that because nauna na ang mga tao, we cannot declare it a protected area anymore, even if it needs to be protected? All the more we should speed up the assessments and legislate it. We're not taking away the land because marami dyan titled land. No. But they just have to abide by regulations for their own sake. Para hindi sila maubusan ng tubig, para hindi guguho ang lupa, para hindi sila masunami, para mas maganda pang turismo at pangkabuhayan ang kanilang kinalalagyan kasi protektado. Hindi ba? Oo.
That's right, Madam Chair. What I just wanted to point out is that where there are, if 80% of a town is within a protected area, and of course, they will have to get the necessary permits for activities that impact on the protected area, it can be a challenge for those who are administering the protected area. So that this is where we have to recognize that more resources are needed to be able to do that, and then of course the zoning of the areas between no-go zones and those which are for multi-purpose areas and so on would have to be done. And that's why the protected areas do need levels of support that are far beyond what we are able to provide at the
Yes,
moment.
that's true, Secretary. That's why we want to know the status of each protected area. And LGUs, POs, CSOs, academe, farmers, fisher folks, when they learn, oy, protektado na ito, it's for their benefit. And we must make them understand it's for their benefit. Oo. Especially in critical watersheds, right? So perhaps what I need from the BMB is not just a list of the protected areas and the budget, but really the status of each protected area and the challenges in that protected area. In short, pangalagaan natin yung 121 na ito at i-hasten natin, bilisan yung nakapending na 117, yung proclaimed hindi na kailangan isa batas, kailangan din.
Kailangan din po,
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
So it's total 117 plus
Plus
the
13
7,
po, Madam Chair.
plus 13. So that's 130.
Yes, ma'am.
May kulang yun. 130 plus the 121, yun na ba yun? Okay.
251,
So,
yes, Madam
in
Chair.
short, the 130 pending protected areas for legislation because it's still pending with DNR. Alam ni Ana kung paano ginawa ko nung second term. Dahil, sabi ko, makasilang term ako. At the time when we started this, ilan lang protected areas? 13. 13 yata, less. Sabi ko, maski lang termino ako dito, hindi ko matatapos ng 200. So ginawa natin, omnibus. There was resistance at that time, right? Ayaw ng mga iba. Pinulong ko per province o per region, right? And then eventually, then there was a legal aspect being cited, hindi raw pwede omnibus, etc. Anyway, we went through it and we passed it. Yeah, when Senator Villar was a chair. So that's very good. So now, maybe this 117, yeah, ano po yung timeline para matapos nyo? The proclaimed, should the proclaimed not be legislated para mas strengthened?
They still need to be legislated,
Yes,
Madam
so
Chair.
the 7 can be legislated na may proclamation.
So sorry, Madam Chair, the 13 that have been proclaimed can
13.
readily mature into a legislated PA. Out of the 117 po, if I may be allowed to continue,
Yes.
107 po have completed what we call the Protected Area Suitability Assessments, or PASA, and 52 of these 107 are what we may call low-hanging PAs for endorsement to Congress po. So that's where we are po today.
Please submit it to us,
Yes, ma'am.
52, and then give us a status of the pending ones.
Yes, ma'am. Will
and the
do, Madam
timeline
Chair.
of completion, and the proclaimed have to be legislated. So, ready na yun. Kasi pinoclaim na siya. Pag pinoclaim siya, ibig sabihin, tapos na siya. So, it's the completed assessments and the proclaimed
Yes,
ang pwedeng i-legislate po.
yes, Madam Chair.
It can be INIPAS 2, right? Kasi yung ating ginawa, ano ba yun? No, it was NIPAS, and then we have the INIPAS, and whatever we call that. It's so another expanded, right? While the challenges of the existing NIPAS is here, I'm sure mas maraming challenges because growing population, at least may semblance of protection. Alam nila, sige, may batas na, okay, susunod tayo, okay, at least ang basura wag lang itapon sa ilog at sa dagat, o single-use plastic, hindi. I-martial law natin, war on waste, at least in the PAs, right? When you say martial law, I use it very, dictatorial rule, martial law on waste. On waste. War on waste. Yes, so whichever's the term. I hate to use those terms, but kailangan kasi ganun talaga sa kalinisan at kaayusan Kung hindi kakalbuhin ang bundok at saka puputulin ng mangroves at puro plastic na lang. Kasi pag panong habagat, kita nyo, maski malinis ang sa harap mo, puro na lang plastic gawa galing sa ibang lugar. At ang hirap maglinis kasi susunod na araw, ganun na naman. Lahat ng plastic. No, we're killing ourselves. Yeah. Okay, continue please. Thank you.
Yes, Madam. So for the budget that has been projected on screen, here are the following activities, major activities in protected areas under the category of protected area management and development. So there's habitat protection and monitoring, wildlife protection and enforcement, resources assessment, ecotourism development where applicable, rehabilitation and enhancement of degraded areas, protected area office establishment and maintenance.
It's not on the
Protected-
screen. Can we ask them to flash it on the screen?
Sorry.
That BMB is giving us. Do you have that?
Do we have it in the it's a script that I have, Madam Chair.
Sige, pakibasa po ulit para maliwanag.
Okay.
Oo.
So under protected area management and development, here are the following headings accounted for by the budget. So there's habitat protection and monitoring, wildlife protection and enforcement, resource assessment, ecotourism development where applicable, rehabilitation of degraded areas, protected area office establishment and maintenance, protected area management office operationalization, as well as support for the protected area management board, sustainable financing, community partnership, and activities for other NIPAS priority areas. So I think, Madam Chair, if I may, the more significant figure is if we were to divide the budget over the number of hectares of our protected areas, that would give us a number to start with. And it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's somewhere in the order of around 290 pesos per hectare per year for our protected areas is what the budget comes down to. And so to the point of our Honorable Secretary earlier, there is alignment definitely in the need for more protected areas, as well as a call for support, for resources for us to be able to accomplish all these things that we have set out to do.
₱190 per hectare.
So for the 251, the universe of 251 protected areas, Madam Chair, that is it covers a total of 7.88 million hectares of land and sea po. 4.59 million
Sorry,
hectares of
7.8
88 million hectares, Madam Chair,
of PAs,
of PA, land and
land
sea.
and sea,
Yes, Madam
from
Chair.
our legislated 1-to-1.
For 251, ma'am.
For all
all
the
na.
251.
Assuming that,
Oh,
yeah, that the area of the initial component will not change.
7 million hectares of land and sea.
Yes, Madam
Mm.
Chair.
Oo. Do you have the delineation of land and sea?
For land, Madam Chair, 4.59 million hectares of land area is within protected areas, and that accounts for 15.29% of the total land area of the country.
Is this 4.59 M part of the FMB count of 2.2 million or the 4.6 million or both? Sakop na ito, itong 4.59. Kasi 4.59 of the 7.8 MPAs is the land. So I would assume those are forests. Are those forests part of the 2.2? And others are part of 4.6?
Okay, so okay, land cover and land use are different. So we have, for example, within PAs, actually alienable and disposable land. And yeah,
It's not correct to, because marami nga dyan, may settlers, land use, etc. So maybe what you need to make us understand
for example, it most of the time carries the seeds of its own destruction. So people, yes, we do have carrying capacity studies and so on. But always we caution against over-tourism. So for example, ang isang dive site po, depende sa size nito, kung mag-a-allow ng 100 divers per day, kinakailangan pong isaalang-alang ng Protected Area Management Board kung ano yung impacts nito. So ang pagkakapacitate po ng mga Protected Area Management Boards as well as their ability to forecast potential impacts ay isang bagay po na continuing na mandato po ng Biodiversity Management Bureau na ituro po sa mga Protected Area Management Boards.
The temptation, ma'am, kasi pag I'm not of course the revenue is much needed, but parang the mere fact it's a protected area, I think there should be a higher level of standard or higher standard in terms of the commercial operation. Naisip ko tuloy that case doon sa Bohol, yung Chocolate Hills. Diba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Apparently, I read in the news na merong PAMBI, tama ba ho? May PAMBI approval yun. Yung kawawa nga ho. To be honest, naawa ako doon sa nagtayo ng resort kasi OFW siya, seaman eh. No? And who in-invest niya yung kanyang pera, pinayagan siya doon, nagtayo siya ng resort, and then later on to find out, hindi pala pwede, no? So, ano niyan eh, ipon niya yun as seaman. Diba? Kaya nga Captain's Resort, diba, yung tawag?
Captain Speak po. Yes,
Oo,
yes, Your
Captain's Peak,
Honor.
kasi nga, apparently, seaman ho siya. So, my
Yes.
point there is there's this temptation of growing revenue, but up to what type, ang gusto maintindihan, what standards does the agency put so that that temptation of overgrowing your revenue encroaches on the concept of protected area?
Yes, Your Honor, I am totally in agreement with that. And there are a variety of strategies, and it also depends on the location. For example, is this a place where one can control ingress and egress easily? If so, then you may impose entrance fees that may be prohibitive in terms of, you know, just opening it up to everybody. But the downside of that, Your Honor, is that pwede namang sabihin na ang isang protected area ay anti-poor kapag masyado namang perceived as expensive. So that balance is something po that a protected area management board has to come to terms with. At tunay pong hindi ito madali kasi if you're talking about tourism in particular, kailangan po ninyong isipin na hindi masyadong friendly sa tourists yung kada punta mo sa isang lugar may maniningil sa inyo. Hindi po ba? And that's also a temptation. Let's say, for example, it's a site that has a trekking site, a dive site, etc. The idea in tourism is that mas mainam siguro kung minsanan pong singil that should cover all the needs of these possible activities that will have impacts on sites. But the temptation, like you said, is such that they could segregate these activities so that everyone collects from everything. And when that happens, it's very anti-tourist friendly. And so perhaps at some point, it will resolve itself with the market becoming lukewarm to situations and sites like that. So my point lang po talaga is the protected area system is definitely the best that we can offer at this point, where we acknowledge that biodiversity is undergoing threat and so on. But it's not an easy solution to a complicated problem. And so for us to be able to respond to itong iba-iba pong mga challenges sa iba't ibang mga lugar, it could be tourism, it could be energy, it could be extractive activities, ay kinakailangan po talaga na ibayo ring galing at lakas ng loob magmumula po sa DENR para po magampanan natin ito ng mahusay.
Ano lang yung lessons lang from that Bohol experience? Kasi I read that may approval secretary ng PAMBI yun eh. So it's in short, it's a legitimate facility.
Sino kaya nung baka yung red dito?
No,
Na on leave daw siya. The regional director is a member of the PAMBI, but he said at the time that he was on leave. But it was the barangay captain, I think, who took over.
yeah.
Sino ba sa inyo yung regional director nun? Region 7?
I think he is on.
Oh, hindi naman
leave,
niya ka.
But
On leave siya nun.
yeah, but
Oo.
Madam Chair, the PAMBI is only chaired by the DNR Regional Executive Director, but the membership is from the local government units. So one can see that there can be a difference in perception about where to place the balance.
Be fair, binigyan ng PAMBI clearance yun, no?
Yes, that's right.
So,
Mr.
Yeah.
May
At may
And
titulo ba
it's
yung lupa?
titled, it's alienable and disposable.
Wala ako kasi OFW yun eh. No,
Ano, nakasara yung resort ngayon.
Cease and desist
O doon siya
order
nakatira?
was
Bahay ba niya? Doon
was
siya
issued.
nakatira?
I think
Demolish na.
demolish.
Yun na nga ang hirap. Tama ka.
Mm.
Nakakaawa, pero sobrang binash yun. Grabe. Pinag-ipunan, binigyan naman ng PAMBI. May titulo ang lupa. May business permit. Tapos, may netizen na tuklasan yun. Kinuyog. Di ba kawawa
Yeah.
rin?
That's
Ay,
why, Madam Chair,
Ilan pa kayang ganyan?
I think even the public's perception of what is a protected area. So I think, yes.
The point
So-
I'm trying to make, Secretary, kasi when you say protected area, parang you're but if you see there's a significant revenue, no, 1.6 billion pesos. It's just we just have to be mindful of the standards, the carrying capacity, the objective. There's always this temptation of
What
to grow
definition
your
of terms mo
revenue.
kaya para on record? Ipa-definition of terms natin sa BMB. Ano ba ang protected area? Tayong gumawa ng batas eh. Principal author ako eh. Sige, ako mabasa, kayo na. Isimplehan nyo. Ano ang protected area ayon sa batas na ating ginawa? Ipaliwanag po nyo sa simpleng pamamaraan. Hindi po ibig sabihin na walang tao, hindi ibig sabihin na puro gubat, hindi ibig sabihin na walang komersyo o trabaho. Yun. Ipaliwanag po nyo para maintindihan nila. And to be fair, may mga may titulong lupa. May mga may negosyo. Oo. Yes. Oh, for the sake of our chair, first time siya umupo sa hearing. Oh, yes. May mga highway. May mga supermarket. Hindi siya. Oh, walang protected area na walang tao. Diba?
Siguro po Tubataha.
Tumataha,
Walang
may
nakatira.
tao, merong bantay, merong station. O sige,
Opo.
paliwanag po nyo ang protected area in simple terms para maintindihan ng lahat.
Ah,
Galing yan sa Biodiversity Management Bureau para siguradong tama. Oh.
Madam Chair, sorry po. Bago po ako pumunta sa pag-define, nais ko lang din pong dagdagan na yung sa Tanyon, hindi lang po ito tourism ang kanyang source of revenue sa Tanyon Strait or Tanyon Protected Landscape and Seascape. Ang pinakamalaki pong source ng kanyang income din ay sa NGCP, so transmission lines po.
Submarine cables.
Sige, so
Define, make sure maingat kayo sa definition, ito ang magiging template basehan ng future discussions.
okay.
Even the chair, imagine thought na bundok lang yan o islang walang tao. Hindi milyon-milyon ang populasyon ng mga protected areas. Sige, BMB.
Siguro po hindi masyadong eloquent dahil I'm kind of stumped at the moment. But I will attempt, and siguro po disclosure lang din, I am someone who actually lives in a protected area. So I do know from
Saan
experience,
po yung protected area nyo?
po ako nakatira
Saan po?
sa El Nido po.
Ay, very nice. Beautiful.
Yes, Madam
Yes.
Chair.
Of course. Is the whole El Nido only part of it is a protected landscape, right?
Majority
Seascape.
po, ito ay managed resource protected
Yes.
area po.
I live in a protected area in Pandan, Antique, Northwest Panay Peninsula. There are 2 towns of Antique, Northern Antique, Libertad, where our PAMBI office is, I think. Yes, and Pandan, and Aklan, Buruanga, Malay, Nabas. So we both live in protected areas. That's why ako yung kapitana doon na nagpupulot ng plastic strict. Kaya nga, paliwanag po nyo ang protected area at sabi nyo, strict zone, ano yun? Strict protection zone, ipaliwanag nyo, ano yung isa? Strict
Multiple
protection
use zone po.
Ah,
Multiple use zone.
para sa edukasyon ng lahat at para ma-refresh din ako at para dito sa PAs, meron tayong understanding na malawak na alam natin. Ayun, sige.
Yes, Madam Chair. So,
Sandali.
okay.
Gagawa tayo, kaya ito ha. Nung pandemya, meron akong webinar ng protected areas. Bubuhayin ko yon. At dapat lahat ng legislated at hindi, 251, kasama ang mga PAMBI para sa webinar at i-open natin yung Facebook para lahat makakaintindi ano ang protected area. Tapos yung mga challenges sa protected area, yun, pwedeng sumbungan. Kung meron yung sumbong sa Pangulo tungkol sa mga DPWH, ito, sumbong na mabuti at yung hindi mabuti. Mabuti yung mga mabuting gawain na pwedeng i-replicate kung sa El Nido, pwede namin sa Antique, anong matututunan, ganun. At yung mga masama na challenges o paano natin lutasin, hindi para manira ng kapwa, kung hindi para lalong mapahusay ang pag-protect. So we will revive the, we had that, what do you call it? Protected Areas webinar. Basta this was during pandemic. Oo. Yeah, we had several episodes. Oo. Anyway, please proceed. Ako na magde-define ayon sa batas ko.
Ay, hindi sasagot po ako, ma'am.
Yeah, gusto ko lang
Give
sabihin
it a
to.
try.
But no, that's okay. Ikaw yung layman or maybe there's Section 3 of RA 11038. Protected area refers to identified portions of land and or water set aside by reason of their unique physical and biological diversity and protected against destructive human exploitation. Yan. Sige po. So, explain it further.
So siguro po, Madam Chair, thank you for that. And I'm also looking at the same definition. Perhaps we could just add a little bit to mention that there should be provisions for sustainable development, for lack of any other term at the moment. But a portion that acknowledges na kailangan po nating gamitin itong services na pinoprovide ng mga protected areas. Because when we say, for example, protect against destructive human exploitation, there is like already a presumption of by just mere presence or doing something there, it's already considered under exploitation. So perhaps we could add a little bit about responsible use or sustainable use, or whatever the applicable term may be, but also to highlight really the word enhance, because this is also, which you mentioned, this is also something that is not usually talked about. It's important for us Filipinos to realize that there is hope, there is rehabilitation, it is possible, and whatever the state may be of the environment at the moment, we can actually improve on it po, Madam Chair. And I think that protected areas are the starting point. It's not a static thing. Kung hindi, ito ay magiging pamantayan sa ibang lugar na pwedeng panggalingan ng biodiversity na nais nating ikalat muli o maging huwaran para sa ibang lugar na gayahin po nila.
Is there a special provision under DNR for protected areas during my time? Meron nun eh. I-research nyo 2016 to 19. Kung hindi nyo mahanap, I just put on record, we have to put a special provision that Republic Act 9003, the implementation of the segregation of waste at source, recycling, composting should be strictly implemented in all protected areas by all local governments from provincial up to barangay and purok or sitio levels. And then we should also include that all protected areas must mandate that LGUs must do their own biodiversity mapping if they live by the coast or in mountain areas or in wetlands or in basta kailangan meron silang biodiversity mapping para alam nila ang kanilang poproteksyonan. Pangatlo, bawal naman ang coal at maski anong fossil fuel, di ba? Sa protected area, right? Wala naman sigurong, wala naman. Yeah. So there should be no coal plants in any protected area. We'll put that, So anything that we put as a special provision in the GAA will be a law because the GAA is a law, at least for that year. And I hope it will be carried forward. I used to put this in previous GAAs, but then I'm no longer the chair, but now back here. So sorry, we'll be stricter. And whatever else you think should be included. Protection of biodiversity by knowing what it is, where it is. No extractive activities. Yes. And no fossil fuel activities and segregation of waste at source, recycling, and no single-use plastic in protected areas. Ano pang gusto nyo? At saka yung SDGs, adherence to the Sustainable Development Goals. O yun na muna. Okay.
Yes. Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Next. Tapos na po kayo sa budget nyo?
So,
You were supposed to
hindi pa
give
po.
us. Sige, proceed please.
Okay, so just to add to what you mentioned earlier, Madam Chair, actually, lahat po ng nabanggit ninyong mga items ay saklaw po ng ating PBSAP or Philippine Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. At ito po ay ibinababa sa lahat ng mga regions, sa mga local government units, precisely po para magkaroon ng awareness at saka budgeting. Masali po ang mga nabanggit ninyong items sa mga budgets po ng ating local governments, Madam Chair. So the PBSAP, the updated version of the PBSAP,
PSAT?
the Philippine Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, it's a framework that covers not only the protection of biodiversity for the country, but its alignment with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework po.
We sure that the protected areas have boundaries?
Meron po, Madam Chair.
Clear.
Yes.
Oo, kasi you did the
Legislated,
studies All the legislated, it went through the process. So maliwanag where it starts and ends, right? Oo. Okay.
But it's the zoning, Madam Chair, that needs,
Ay-
right, because again, we need resources to be able to map the different zones.
All the legislated protected areas have PAMBs. May protected area management boards and offices. Do all the 121 have boards and offices?
That's right, Madam Chair.
Yes,
there-
Madam Chair.
Are there PAs with no office and no PAMB organized?
Offices, some are been requesting because they don't have.
But there's PAMBs.
There are PAMBs.
Yes. Okay. And do all the PAMBs of the 121 have approved management plans?
We are going through the process, Madam Chair.
Of
For this
reviewing?
particular run, Madam Chair, the former Secretary of DNR mandated that the protected area management plans should be vetted by an environmental planner at the very least, because that used to be absent. So to further strengthen the review, kinakailangan pong ma-review ng mga environmental planners ang mga PAMP na kanila pong isasubmit sa BMB.
Of all the 121, do all of these have confirmed encroachment or illegal occupants? Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So, yes, Madam
Yun
Chair,
na nga. Yun na nga.
it's an issue that cuts across all the protected areas.
Yun na muna kasi baka mabad mood pag mapag-usapan natin lahat ng mga problema ng protected areas. So just to recap, we will hopefully be strict in the protected areas, but we must know first where there are challenges, where are the informal settler areas, what are other challenges, but we would at least put in the provision for the strict implementation of environmental laws, including RA 9003, and then biodiversity mapping, and then by LGUs, and the single-use plastic ban, although not yet national law, but must be implemented in protected areas. Then you will give us, please, the status of the one-to-one, where there are informal settlers and illegal encroachments, and you will give us the possible filing of the balance of the 251. You said more than 50 are ready to be filed, so we would be happy to do that for you.
Yes, noted po, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you, BMB. We proceed to the third program. Ten minutes. It's 12:25. 10 minutes walking break and bathroom break. Then we resume in 10 minutes. Yes. The chair is not here, so 10 minutes. Is that okay? Yeah, you can walk. Uh-uh. walk and to have a bite. Thank you. Let's proceed with the next program. What is that?
Thank you, Senator. It's on
Thank you.
the mapping, integrated mapping. So Namria, Madam Chair will. Right. Yes, that's right, Madam Chair. Is Administrator Chanco there? Yeah, is there. Administrator Chanco.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary. For NAMRIA, we have 4 major functions. First of which is hydrological survey, hydrographic survey, and nautical charting, and this includes maritime delineation and the delineation of our national territory, among others.
Maritime delineation.
Yes.
Ilan yung 32, ano yung ating coastline? Ang ating coastline, 36,289 kilometers. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Dapat alam nyo. O, yun
Yes.
yun ang opening statement nyo. Sabi nyo, measurement of coastline. O, di sabihin po nyo. Sige. So, tama ba? Kasi baka mali yung binibigay sa akin ng mga yan eh. So, 36,289 kilometers. Tama ba ho?
Let me check on my reference materials, Madam Chair, if
Of
I may.
965 municipalities, 25 coastal cities. And give me, please, total water area of our exclusive economic zone and Benham Rise. And please be ready to explain. I think I funded it when I was chair. Was it a study for our marine biodiversity in Benham Rise? Can't recall anymore. Kayo pa rin dati naman eh, panahon ni Pahibas. I funded it. Alam nila, Ana yun.
I think,
So-
Madam Chair, that one was carried out by the Marine Science Institute and
Yes, baka
several-
MSI.
several other agencies,
Baka
BIFAR
MSI.
and
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, please, sige, your opening statement po.
Yeah,
You
for
said-
our hydrographic survey, Madam Chair, the total area for the universe for our exclusive economic zone is composed of 1.656 million square kilometers. And then we have the
EEZ po natin, water area is ilan po?
1.656 million
1.656 million
square kilometers.
kilometers. So mali itong akin. Buti sinabi nyo.
Mm.
Ito po yung water area, right? Ang EEZ natin,
Yun po ang EEZ natin.
1.6. Bakit
Yes.
sa akin 1.9? Saan nyo kinuha to? Source nyo. Correct nyo. Kanino? UP Visayas. Okay. So iba ang UP Visayas, iba ang Namria.
Nasaan?
Sa inyo po, 1.66 kilometers
Yes, Madam Chair, that's correct.
ang ating EEZ. Square kilometers? is
Square
it?
kilometers.
Sa UP Visayas po, 1.6. Malaking diferensya. Yun ang papaniwalaan ko. Siguro, Namria. Oo,
Yeah,
baka hindi sila, ewan ko, saan nila nakuha yan. Alamin niyo kung saan nakuha na UP Visayas.
We are the ones conducting the survey.
Yes, opo. So, does this already include Benham Rise? Not yet.
Yes, Your Honor. Madam Chair.
So, this would be our exclusive economic zone, including Benham Rise.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, only
correct?
part of Benham Rise is within the EEZ. The others is the extended continental shelf.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned that. So, what is our total water area? Our EEZ, which is part of Benham Rise, and the extended continental shelf of Benham Rice, which is not within our EEZ, pero sa atin ang Benham Rice pa rin, di ba? Ano po yung total nun?
We have the archipelagic waters, ports and littoral areas totaling 586,485.07 square kilometers. So we're just getting the total of these two. Nasa. Yeah. 2,200,000 square kilometers. That's the total area for our water resources.
That would include our exclusive economic zone and Benham Rice.
As the good secretary has said, yung Benham Rice po kasi include areas within the exclusive economic
Yes, and the
zone
extended
and
continental
the extended
shelf.
continental
Mm,
shelf.
Opo.
Yung extended continental shelf po natin is 13.5 million hectares.
First, our exclusive economic zone, ayon sa inyo, ay 1.9 or 1.6?
1.6.
1.6.
56.
Okay, hindi 1.9. So erase yun, ha? Yes. Now, Benham Rice is part of that, but the area of Benham Rice not covered, hindi sinasakop ng EEZ natin ay ilan po?
13.5 million hectares.
13.5 million.
Hectares.
Kasi iba-iba eh. Iba,
So 100, just multiply it by 100.
hindi, kasi
yun.
iba sinasabi natin, yung 1.6 million hectares or square kilometers.
Yeah,
Kasi
so
square kilometers, tas mag-hectares kayo. Okay?
so just multiply it by 100 to get 135,600 square kilometers.
Let's use na lang square kilometers. Sige po.
Okay,
So
Madam Chair.
1.6 million square kilometers ang EEZ. And this covers part of it includes part of Benham Rice.
That's
And
correct.
the part
Madam
of
Chair.
Benham Rice, which is not within our EEZ, but of including the ECS natin, ilan po yun?
It's 135,000 square kilometers.
135,000 square kilometers. Okay. So, just to makulit para lang sigurado, 1.656 million square kilometers within our EEZ, including part of Benham Rice and extended continental shelf is 135,000 square kilometers. Oh, mali kayo ha. Ang UP Visayas ay correct nila ha. Hindi 130, 135,000. Yes? Yes. So, what would you consider our archipelagic waters?
Archipelagic waters or waters within the baseline has a total of 586,485 square kilometers.
So 586, 485 square kilometers pa rin po.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay, proceed with your presentation. You were talking about our coastal areas.
These are the activities within the first major function of NAMRIA, which is on.
Flash dito eh. Are you reading something from the screen?
No.
Oh, kasi nga yun, dapat bawat program meron kayong fina-flash para maliwanag. Sige, we will listen.
Okay. And then the second major function which NAMRIA has,
What's the first one? Measuring.
hydrographic survey, maritime delineation and nautical charting.
Okay.
Yes, Your
Yes.
Madam
Maritime
Chair.
delineation, not just knowing our land area sa sea, which is, our land area out to the sea is ilan yon? Ito yung 1.6? No. This is the water area. So what is the land area?
Exclusive economic zone po yun, Madam Chair.
No, EEZ natin yung 1.6.
Yes,
So,
yes, Madam
ano
Chair.
yung inyong water delineation, what are you delineating?
We delineate the maritime zones.
Maritime zone?
So
Oh,
12 nautical miles from the baseline is what we call the limits of the territorial sea. Mhm. Then 24 kilometers square nautical miles from the baseline is called the contiguous zone. 200 nautical miles is called the exclusive economic zone and continental shelf.
All of these, when you say you delineate it, you measure it, what does it mean? What do you mean you're delineating it?
We survey,
Kayo ang taga-sukat.
yes,
Opo, yes.
yes, Madam Chair. So we have 4 multidisciplinary vessels to complete the table survey, which we do. And then we produce a map or charts of this particular activity.
What do these maps contain?
The bathymetry, yung depth ng water column, yung mga hazards to navigation, electronic navigational charts, which is used by the shipping industry for safety of navigation or safety of life at sea. So, pati po yung ating national territory, we are the ones delineating the same.
How are you able to do that? What kind of science, what kind of equipment, what kind of personnel do you have, are you equipped with? At ano po ang inyong kakulangan sa inyong tungkulin na yan?
We have 4 multidisciplinary vessels equipped with all the survey instruments, foremost of which is the single beam and multi-beam echo sounders. Ito po yung nagme-measure ng ating karagatan, yung water column, yung depth, among others. So by the use of sound waves na susukat po natin yung lalim ng dagat, na kakapag-produce tayo ng what we call as topographic map of the seabed.
Topographic map
Of the
of the
seabed.
seabed. Do we actually have that? We have
Yes.
a topographic map of the seabed of the whole water area?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, ito yung bathymetry.
You call it?
Bathymetry.
Okay. Spell.
B-A-T-H-I-T-Y.
Bathymetry.
B-A-T-H-Y-M.
Bathymetry.
Bathymetry.
Okay. We have the depth from surface to the seabed,
Yes, Madam Chair. That's right.
and you have the delineation of our EEZ.
Yes.
And what else? What else are the information that can be useful?
The
You said the hazards.
navigational hazards for the safety of navigation of our vessels, not only domestically but including those from other countries. So yung terrain po na generate natin, also the ports and harbors, tayo po ang
When you say the terrain of land or the terrain of the seabeds?
both. Yung seabed po. Inland kasi ang ginagamit natin is light or yung energy pulse po is based on the speed of light. So sa pag-measure po natin ng elevation ng terrestrial resources, we use the speed of light as basis. So magpapawala po ng light pulse, and based of the speed of light, which is 300,000 kilometers per second, we are able to compute the distance from the sensor to the ground. Knowing the speed of light and the time difference between the emission and the backscatter, mako-compute po natin yung distance from the sensor to the ground. Doon po natin nakukuha yung elevation data. Pagdating naman po sa dagat, ang ginagamit natin ay sound waves, sonar. Ang speed naman po ng sonar, ng sound waves ay iba-iba. Depende sa medium. Sa air po, ang speed niya is Mach 1, 1,200 kilometers per hour. Per hour po. Pagdating naman sa dagat, it's much faster at around 5,400 kilometers per second. So, knowing the time difference between yung pagpapawala natin ng sound waves and yung pagsalo and the speed of sound in water, which is 5,400 kilometers per hour, mako-compute po natin yung distance from the echo sounder to the bottom of the sea.
Sige po. We can have our different sessions so that you can explain to me the process. Who are the primary users of the information that you have?
Pagdating po sa
Within the
maritime,
government, who do you share your information with?
Philippine Navy,
Maybe.
Philippine Coast Guard,
Okay.
PVOX, Pag-asa.
UP Marine Science.
Yeah.
Why do they have different figures? Yung sinabi ko pala sa inyo ay galing sa UP-MSI, hindi Visayas.
Oh, that I don't know, Madam Chair, honestly.
So, LGUs, how will they benefit from all the NAMRIA data?
Yung mga fishermen po natin,
Yes. How
ah,
do you translate that onto something that can be used by our fisher folks? How do you
nagre-request po,
translate the science into something that would be climate adaptive?
nagbibigay po tayo ng mga navigational charts sa kanila, mga bathymetric charts, and so on. Yung municipal waters po, tayo rin na nagde-delineate. So 15 kilometers from the baseline, I considered na municipal waters yon, in particular LGU. Tayo rin po ang nagde-delineate niyan.
65, is it? Ilan LGUs are there coastal? Coastal LGUs. Is it 65 of the 1,600? Ilan ba? I said it earlier.
930 coastal municipalities, Madam Chair.
Mali din. Ilan po yung sa inyo?
930, Madam Chair.
This is from UP-MSI. Magkasundo, kasi ang government info kailangan isa lang. Ito nakalagay 965 coastal municipalities and 25 cities. Ano po yung sa inyo?
930.
Total na yon.
Yung po ang
Cities and
total.
municipalities.
Mm.
That's a big difference in numbers. Ayusin nyo, make sure MSI has the correct numbers because I would assume that you have the data, right? Hindi pwedeng mali-mali ang UP. Oo. No, I put this on record and I hope that you can share your information, yes, with the Navy, with the Coast Guard, DILG for all the coastal LGUs, right? And then BFAR for the NDA for the fisher folks.
Actually, Madam Chair, tinutulungan lang natin ng BIPAR. Sa kanila yung function nito, which is the delimitation of municipal waters. But technically, tayo ang gumagawa para sa kanila.
Yeah, so you just help them because it's a
Yes,
bureau with small resources. Yung is there an ocean task force
Ocean,
that former Secretary Loizaga created, but it's very new, and then she's no longer with us, but I hope the good secretary would understand its importance. Can you kindly brief me more? Is it under NAMRIA? Who is in charge? And is NAMRIA? Yeah, NAMRIA should be part of it since they delineate our water areas.
well,
Yes.
on the Ocean Environment Task Force, Madam Chair, the idea is to have to have an office within DNR that would eventually migrate to a full bureau is as needed. But right now it is building up its capacity mainly through a division of the Biodiversity Management Bureau. So we're still building that up, Madam Chair. Now on the
Since our water area is much bigger than our land
Yes.
area, I
Correct.
cannot imagine that we would not have a bureau at the very least dedicated to our oceans. And because the BFAR only focuses on fisheries. Di ba dapat meron tayong ocean, hindi lang task force,
Yes,
a bureau.
yes.
Yeah, what would it
Eventually,
take to create that bureau?
Madam Chair, then it will have to be a legislation can be provided or through the powers of the president to reorganize, but it will have to be there will have to be legislative sanction in terms of providing the resources and the personnel. The plantilla items would have to be provided as well for that.
Right now, all matters pertaining to oceans would be under BMB.
There is a division in the Coastal and Marine Division under the Biodiversity Management Bureau, and that's the one that is being transitioned to towards a bureau, and in the meantime, the task force has been.
I hope that's something you can do ASAP, because I can't imagine us, we're not taking care of our marine wealth.
That's true, Madam
sayang.
Chair.
I think you should, dapat nga may Department of Oceans eh. Ay, ang laki-laki ng ating sakop, mas malaki dihama kaysa land area. And at the very least, yeah, a bureau staffed with the best minds and then working together. But in the meantime, that there's none. So there's an ocean task force. Sinong head ng ocean task force?
Well, it's under the office of the secretary, but Undersecretary de la Peña here is part of the group and
Kayo po
supervisor.
ang focal. The ocean task force, what do you call the ocean task
Ocean
force?
Environment Task Force.
Task force.
OETF.
Yeah. Is your orientation marine, Yusek?
Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, yes, ma'am. So basically, the Ocean Environment Task Force was promulgated already with the Department Administrative Order 2025-27. Its primary goal is really to provide an integrated ocean governance through the ridge to reef to shelf approach. So as of now, as was mentioned by the Secretary, it's headed by the Secretary with the Undersecretaries for Organizational Transformation, for Undersecretary for Biodiversity Management Bureau, for the field operations, and we are backed up with the subject matter experts from UPMSI.
UPMSI works with you.
Yes, ma'am.
So they must have the accurate information. Bakit iba yung binigay sa amin? Just make sure that we have that. Okay. So this Ocean Task Force was newly created.
That's right, Madam Chair.
Hindi pa siya operational o gumagalaw na po?
Well, it is operational in the sense that it has there are recommendations already
Yeah.
for incorporating into the National Environment Plan aspects for affecting the oceans.
Yeah. Under Yusek de la Peña and members of the BMB, ilan po kayo sa Ocean Task Force? And I'd like to know, do you have consultants, you have technical experts, you said you work with UPMSI, how much, since bago lang kayo, I just want to understand. Yes. Because we're 80% water and 20% land. And if we don't have a government agency that focuses on the water, we will lose our water. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, with respect to, as I was mentioned, the subject matter experts, we have 4 subject matter experts covering chemical and biological oceanography, physical oceanography, as well as marine biology. And we have 18 staff members to support the subject matter experts. The Coastal and Marine Division and the Biodiversity Management Bureau in general acts as the secretariat.
Coastal and Marine Division under the Bureau, BNB, sila ang secretariat under you. So it's still there, but it should be spun off into a
Yes,
bureau, right?
That's right,
Because,
Madam Chair.
which government agency addresses, well, climate change kayo, napakaliit nyo, physical and oceanography. Kanino ba nakatask ang oceanography? Namria. So
Namria po.
Namria is part of this? Namria, even if that division under BMB is under USEC Peña, is Namria also part of this task force?
Not,
Sila in
not,
charge eh.
not part of the task force, but we
Why
can
not?
coordinate.
They should be part of the task force because when I ask who is in charge of oceanography, oh, si Namria, how can they not be part of it? They should be part of it. Sila ang may data eh. Sila may data, 'di ba? Oo, dapat kasama sila. Syempre, sa kanila nanggagaling yung siyensya eh. Sila nagsusurvey eh. 'Di ba? Bakit hindi kasama Namria? Di-expand nyo?
Yes, ma'am.
Di ba dapat kasama
Madam-
kayo? Sa kanila nanggagaling eh.
Madam
Bakit
Chair,
ganun?
in the NAMRIA is the hydrographic and oceanographic surveys and nautical charting are with them.
Yes. So they
So-
should be part of it, di ba?
Well,
Oh.
the task force coordinates,
Coordinates
with
with them.
them, but the main function of the NAMRIA would be on the charting and production of
They do the science and
surveys.
the mapping,
The surveys.
charting, the surveys.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Who does the marine biology work? Coastal and marine biology. Under what?
So it's the division of the biodiversity
pa rin.
right now.
Mm.
That's why
Coastal-
there's really a need, Madam
Yeah.
Chair, as you indicated, to have a full complement
Yes.
to support this.
And a coastal and marine geology. Kanino? BMB pa rin.
There's right now it's
Who's in charge?
it's covered by MGB, Mines and Geosciences Bureau.
Are
But
they part of the task force?
well, they provide technical support
Mm.
because we make no distinction right now between the terrestrial and ocean geology.
Marine pollution, who's in charge of that in DNR? Under
Marine
BMB pa rin.
pollution is under Coast Guard, Madam Chair.
Yes, but DNR pa rin yun. Under BMB.
No,
Yeah,
no,
um,
this is Philippine Coast Guard.
yes, Coast
Madam
Guard
Chair.
they're having under DOTR, but sakop nyo lahat ng water eh. Sa
Well,
inyo pa rin yun.
well, technically,
Yeah.
yes.
Sa inyo pa rin yun. Kasi kayo nangangalaga ng 20% land and 80% water. And Amria is the one that charts it or surveys it. Coast Guard just maybe does the policing or yes, also the pollution, but limited as well. But DNR should know that it's also their responsibility. How about documenting marine biodiversity on the local, national, regional, and global scale? Kanino yun? Namria?
That would be with BMB, with the
Ang
Bureau of
laki
Marine.
ng trabaho ng BMB.
That's
Nagagawa
true,
ba
Madam
yun?
Chair.
Nagagawa ba yun?
Mm.
So, you have MSI directors as subject matter experts, right?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Under the OETF. And you have 18 research positions.
Initially, yes.
Mm.
Well, what we can do, Madam Chair, is
Yeah.
we can discuss later and submit to you what would be the ultimate goal or program for transforming this from a task force to a bureau.
Admin order lang. The creation of MGB, BMB, batas ba? Hindi batas yan.
That's under the law. Huh? Yeah, that's the law, the executive order that
but to
was
create
created.
this Bureau of Oceans does not need a law. Maybe admin order or executive order of the president.
We will,
Which has the force of law.
Madam Chair, we will explore
Because you already
the,
have the 18 people.
yeah,
And then,
yeah, but these are in effect The 18 plantilla items are borrowed from different sources.
Not
Yes.
really dedicated
Yes.
to oceans.
Right. But Madam Chair, as you suggested, we will see how the new law that you have passed on government optimization, how we can allocate more plantilla items under this.
Po, Namria.
Madam Chair, just to indicate for NAMRIA, they are also the ones who prepare, for example, the studies for the delineation of archipelagic sea lanes pursuant to the law that you have passed. Then they are also the ones who actually during remember when we had the collision of vessels and there were sunken vessels, we used their research vessels actually to locate initially the sunken vessels along Mindoro Strait and so on. So we have been able to do that. Then they are the ones who also provide the technical information that is the basis for negotiations by the Philippines with neighboring countries on the delineation of maritime boundaries. So for example, in the case of the boundary delimitation on the EEZ with Indonesia, it's NAMRIA which did the studies for that. And then on the Benham Rice, again, the technical work was done by NAMRIA there.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, we also led the defense of our claim, and we are very privileged. We were very privileged to have Madam Chair as one of our resource persons during one of the defense meetings we had at the United Nations.
Taon yun?
2011, Madam Chair.
So there should be a Bureau of Oceans. Yeah. There should be a Bureau of Oceans at the
Madam
very
Chair,
least.
if you recall, the proposal before was a Department of Oceans and
in
Fisheries, but
In fact,
it's
I want the Department of Fisheries. Iba pa yung Department of Oceans. Because archipelago tayo and then we're focused on land. Now, sa carbon credit, hindi lang forest. Kasama ang ating ocean protection. So, dapat evaluate natin. Maybe you're not ready to answer that. Just like the chair, Sherwin, earlier asked that you, sa forestry, put a value prospectively for carbon trade, our oceans, including Benham Rice. Wow, so wealthy. So, hindi kailangan umutang, hindi kailangan napakalaki sa GAA, sa kikitain natin, hindi sa pag-exploit, sa pag-protect. Imagine sa pag-protect natin, kikita pa tayo. So, double incentive dun. So, I don't know if you're ready to answer that, but please, within next week, just broad strokes, give us your projection in terms of how much the Philippines can earn from the carbon trade with regards to forest and water.
carbon sink. Madam Chair, your the bill that you filed on the blue economy, and that is being placed in the priority legislative agenda.
It already passed.
Yeah.
It was in BICAM already
Right.
in the previous Congress. But there was an attempt to make it the gray economy, so I decided not.
Mhm. And the other, Madam Chair, is the one that you passed in the last Congress, the government to national account.
All the laws, this is just an annual stock taking of all the laws and how useful are the laws. And if you don't implement it, sayang, because really. Okay, proceed. Namria, sige po.
Our next major activity is on topographic mapping and geodetic survey. This is where we produce the topographic maps,
GS.
active
3,000.
different
Okay.
scales po. Ating produce different scales of topographic maps.
What are the violet areas?
Pardon, Madam Chair?
Yung violet, what are the violet and the green areas? Ano ibig sabihin po ng violet
The base maps.
in your maps? Ano ba yun? May violet, may green. What does it mean?
The violet areas represent the target areas for 2026.
Target for what? For mapping?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
And the green?
The green are what we have accomplished so far.
So by 2026, you would have completed the whole archipelago?
Oh, not yet, Madam Chair.
Yung puti, yung gray, is it beige? Wala pa yun.
Yung pang wala, Madam Chair.
Palawan is not yet mapped?
Actually naman parang ng lahat, Madam Chair, but ina-update lang natin.
Can I see the page before this, please? Yun. So, established and maintained, surveyed, benchmarks. Okay. What's AGS again? You said
Active geodetic stations.
geodetic stations, physical stations, right?
Yes, Madam Chair.
What were the marine stations that former Senate President Zubiri and I funded in 2024? Hindi pa nyo ginagawa eh. Is that under NAMRIA?
Hindi na
These
po.
are
Madam Chair.
marine research. Iba yun.
BMB is the one that is
BMB.
implementing
600
this
million.
right now under the Ocean Environment Task
O
Force.
yan, insertion yan ha, pero good.
Yes.
Diba?
So-
Oo nga eh. Hiningi niyo yan. Hiningi ng DNR yun sa amin. So let's put it on record. Ayan, abogado kayo, Secretary. Paano na kung hindi tumugon ang mga senador na hinihingan ninyo ng karagdagang budget para sa inyong mga trabaho at mga bureaus? Kung hindi namin gampanan ang aming mandated constitutional duty na tignan ang ating budget na ginagawa ngayon at nakasaad yan sa ating constitution na tungkulin namin mag-amend, magdagdag, mag-insert, diba? Tawag nila insert, but actually magdagdag at baguhin ang budget. Paano na kayo? Yes.
Madam Chair, as far as the ones that you have provided through the GAA for the marine stations, that is on track, and we will be that is on track to be fully obligated by the end of the year. No? We have that. on sheet.
2024, it will be obligated only after 1 year by December 2025. That means construction will be in 2026. So there's no need for operating expense until 2027.
That's right, Madam
Yes.
Chair. Yeah, this minimal maintenance.
But I just wanted to put
procedures.
it on record. This is not from the NEP. It's hindi po nagmula sa inyo sa budget. It was a Senate amendment.
That's true.
Yes,
that's right.
oo.
Yes.
So my question is, just so that everyone understands, para lahat na intindihan, tungkulin at mandato ng senador na basahin, siyasatin at baguhin, dagdagan ang budget. Tama ba ho, Secretary?
That's right, Madam Chair. It's
At
your
minsan-
constitutional duty.
Yes, correct.
To,
And do you agree? And kung hindi namin galawin ang budget nyo na NEP mula sa simula hanggang sa GAA, will some of your programs be affected? Will the operations suffer? Or mas gusto nyong hindi na kami magdadagdag, ayun na lang ang inyong budget?
Well, as what is this? As indicated previously, Madam Chair, there's always, of course, a room for funding more of the priority activities, and not all of them have been included in the proposal that was submitted to you, so that when the Congress takes a look at the entire budget proposal, and sees that there is room for allocating among different priorities, then it is indeed the prerogative of Congress to provide funding for those. And among those will be those that we submit to you as priority areas for funding.
So very clear, we are live streamed. This is education for every Filipino, so that they understand, naintindihan ang proseso ng paggagawa ng national budget, na karapatan ng bawat halal na senador na basahin, siyasatin at baguhin ang ating budget at magdagdag if needed, to amend it. And in the process, hanggang second at third reading, because nanggaling dito, magbabago. So ang tawag nila na insert. Insert. Kailangan mo insert kasi magbabago siya eh. Ang tawag natin amend. Oo. Hanggang BICAM yan, magbabago. Kasi ang BICAM ay iba yung mababang kapuluan, iba ang Senado. Meron disagreeing provisions at nagkakaroon yan minsan ng pahabol ng ahensya. Nako, hindi na namin naisama nung hearing. Pwede ba idagdag? Ganun yun. Rin-request nyo sa amin yan. Hindi lang kayo, lahat ng ahensya. Because I was chair for 5 years and vice chair 3 years. And para maliwanag, yung implementation, pinakikilaman ba namin ang seedling na binibili sa NGP o yung pagtayo ng inyong mga marine research stations, 600 million, kung saang lugar, maari, pero kung anong klase ng gusali ang inyong tinatayo, ay kayo po yun as implementing agency, right?
Right, Madam Chair.
Okay. Kung yung gumawa sa inyo, hindi na malalaman ng secretary, ay yung dingding ay medyo gumuho, kung substandard, kasalanan ba ng nag-provide ng pondong 600 million? O kasalanan ba ng secretary kung gumuho dahil nag-earthquake, nagkaroon ng tsunami, may research station? Kung substandard, malalaman ba namin yun?
That's right, Madam Chair.
Right?
It will be, there are liabilities established under the law for non-conforming or substandard implementation
But not
of the products.
to the lawmaker, right?
Not for.
Because we're policymakers.
Yes.
The agency asks for it, tungkulin namin na dinggin, aralin, i-insert or i-amend, so-called, at mapondohan kayo. Pag napondohan na kayo, oversight function namin, ginagawa ba nyo? Kamukha ngayon, hindi nyo ginagamit. 1 taon na. Pero, kung hindi maganda ang pagkagawa ng Marine Research Station, paano? Hindi namin kasalanan yun. Di ba pa? Kaya namin kinukulit ang ahensya, kaya nga meron kang mga technical staff along the way. It's just to make it very clear, and I say this not for us who understands the budgetary process, but for all of those sa mga nakikinig at nanunood, para maintindihan nila na ang amendment ay parte ng aming trabaho. Diba?
That's right, Madam Chair.
Okay, very clear. Sige po. So, there's a request here for 64 million MOE. Who is requesting? BMB. How can we, kamukha ito, hindi pwedeng magbigay ng MOE sa hindi pa nakatayo. Hindi pa po. Oo, di ba? Hindi tayo pwedeng ganon. MOE, hindi pa nakatayo eh. Diba? Kumbaga sa classroom, paano tayo magbibigay na sa classroom kung lupa pa lang hindi pa rin tinatayo? Hindi pwede. Hindi po pwede ito. So, para lang maliwanag ang DNR humihingi ng insertion. O, amendment ang tamang salita. Pero hindi ko naman pwedeng ibigay dahil wala pang struktura at wala pa kayong PS. Paano kayo mag-ooperate? Wala pa kayong structures at wala pang personnel. Pero sinasabi nyo, baka matapos na kayo by next year, you will need to operate it maybe the end of 2026. That's what you're saying. Kaya lang, I'm not sure I'm allowed to give it or if there's fiscal space, but I just take note of that.
Madam Chair, if the structures are going to be built in 2026, then as you previously indicated, the maintenance and operating expenditures will mainly be in 27.
My suggestion is, ilagay po ninyo sa inyong NEP ang operating expense MOE ng research stations under BMB. Tama? Okay.
Well,
So,
Madam Chair,
mm-mm.
just a clarification on the request there that for the development and implementation of the research agenda for the marine scientific research stations. This is really to prepare the people who will be engaging in the research. So, for example, the marine science area experts have indicated that there is a need for training of additional people that will be prepared to operate the marine scientific research station.
Structures are being built,
Right.
the people are being trained.
Yes.
Maybe you should give us like which of the 8 stations, and so this is soft. Ibig sabihin consultancies, studies, etc. Yeah, so let's I just wanted
We will do that,
clarified.
Madam Chair. We will
Yes,
submit.
thank you. Please proceed, Namria.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Request po, lahat ng ilan yan? 925 LGUs sa coastal, bigyan nyo ng mapang magagamit nila kasi pag technical, paano nila maintindihan yan?
Yes, Madam Chair,
At
930.
bigyan ng kopya ng binibigay nyo sa kanila para din maintindihan namin. Tapos meron kayo dapat capacity building pagpaliwanag. Yan, coastal resource mapping.
Yeah. The third major function which we have is resource assessment and mapping. This is where we produce the land cover maps being utilized by the Forest Management Bureau, the coastal resource maps.
Kayo nung June sa Antique, hindi ko naman alam, ba't di nyo sinabi? At saan? Anong LGU po sa Antique?
Resource mapping po.
Yes. Did you go there? Did you map anything? Ano po yung output ng Antique? Access.
I suppose that's under the field validation of the land cover maps which we are producing.
Does that mean that they did an ocular or a what do you call that?
Ground
Diyan na kayo sa
routing po.
opisina nyo.
Napupunta sila doon, kinukuha yung coordinates, tinitignan kung totoo yung land cover, ganun nga, yung species, ganun nga.
This is coastal resource mapping, huh? That means
So this
the 15 coastal LGUs.
yeah.
May nagpunta ron, ano kayang mga coastal LGUs ang pinuntahan at saan yung report at yung output po paki-share po sa akin.
Yes, will do, Madam Chair.
What did they do? Explain to me, what does coastal resource mapping mean?
Yung mga areas po na located along the coast. So
15 top.
the seagrasses, the coral reefs, we map them all.
How long will it take to have the output?
Basically, sandali lang Madam Chair, because we produce the maps
meron na
first,
po
then we validate.
So, July, August, September, o 4 na buwan, meron na po ngayon yung output.
Meron tayong available, Madam Chair, ina-update lang as I have said.
So available na kasi, in-update lang nyo. Yung updated po, when will it be available?
This December, Madam Chair.
Okay. I'd be happy. Can you make a presentation to me? Ito ang output ng coastal resource. I-PowerPoint nyo para maintindihan namin na hindi technical. Anong mga bayan ang pinuntahan? Maybe you can ask a team that went to Antique and we will be here for still a couple of hours. So, anong mga bayan ang sinurvey? Oo. Sa makita natin, ano yung yamang dagat? Ano yung mga mangrove areas? Ano yung mga may seagrass? Ano yung mga may corals pang maganda? Maayos. Okay. So, coastal resources mapping. It is really what? Mangrove, seagrass, corals?
The corals, and whatever resources that we can see in these particular coastal resource areas. Coastal areas, I mean.
Okay. Land cover mapping. What do you mean? Forests?
Yeah.
Wetlands? Where do wetlands belong? Land pa rin?
Oh.
They're under our Biodiversity Management Bureau.
land pa rin yun, ang wetlands. Explain to me po, what is land cover?
Ito po yung pinag-usapan natin kanina sa with FMB. Yung closed forest, yung open forest, mangroves. It is NAMRIA which produces this type of map, which is land cover map. Binibigay ho natin sa FMB.
Bakit yan pong mga probinsyang lang yan ang ginawa nyo when you said that the most covered area is the Cordillera? Pero bakit hindi nyo ina-update or updated ba ang Cordillera? I don't see the Cordillera provinces.
Yeah, what we do due to limitation in resources is that we jive our target setting with other agencies such as the Climate Change Commission. So nagpa-prioritize lang po tayo, Madam Chair. As I have said, dahil hindi naman natin pwedeng gawin ng sabay-sabay due to resource limitations.
What is your basis for selecting these LGUs?
Yeah, it is in coordination with other agencies such as the Climate Change Commission.
Kayo ang nagde-designate ko anong LGU? Ganun ba yun?
No. I stand corrected, Madam Chair. Climate Change Office of the DNR.
The office.
Yusakan.
Ana. Yes.
Ma'am, we, under the climate change cluster roadmap, we have identified 24 climate vulnerable provinces. And then under the map, we have identified 18 high-risk provinces. So we are proposing that these areas be prioritized in terms of mapping.
Other provinces also have their maps, hindi lang updated. Ganun ba yun? Shouldn't you be updating all the provinces and not just the vulnerable provinces? Kasi lahat naman vulnerable eh.
Eventually, Madam Chair, we will be doing that. But due to resource limitations, we have to somehow prioritize.
What's the difference of the land cover and the forest land mapping?
It's basically the same. Pagdating po dyan sa area na yan, actually, there are two different animals. One is land cover and the other one is land use. That's why sinabi nga natin sa Biodiversity Management Bureau kanina na protected areas is actually a form of land use. So you cannot compare it with closed forest, open forest, and so on because land cover po yon. So talagang hindi natin maiwasan may overlap because they are two different things.
Please give me a copy. You did 2024 Antique land cover. That means you already have updated. Can you share it with my office, please?
By all means, Madam Chair.
Shouldn't you put all of this online on a website?
Meron po sa ating Philippine Geoportal.
Okay. So I just go to your geoportal, what is it? Website?
Opo.
Oo. Titignan ko yung land cover, nandun yung Antique. Oh. Sige, tignan mo. Ito nandun. Oh, gusto ko maintindihan.
Sa Philippine Geoportal po, maraming thematic information na nandun na kino-contribute ng iba-ibang agencies. So, hundreds or thousands of layers na ang nandun. So, I'm very sure included po dun yung tungkol sa Antique.
But I would be happy to receive the land cover of 2024 of Antique and the June of this year of the coastal resource.
Yeah.
Okay. Sige, we proceed to the next page, please.
So another important function under the this component, which is resource assessment and mapping, is the generation of land classification maps. We do what we call basic classification, declaring an area as alienable and disposable, and or forest land. Of course, this is subject to the approval of our good secretary. So these are all the activities under resource assessment and mapping. And the last major function which we do is the geospatial information management. Dito po pumapasok yung Philippine Geoportal na sinasabi ko kanina. We are training LGUs, private individuals, private groups. We are providing them geomatics training. We have our geomatics training center. And then we develop applications for the more efficient and more accurate analysis and generation of geospatial information. So these are the four major functions which NAMRIA is actually doing. And for this, we are asking a budget as presented by the Honorable Secretary a while ago.
We had a June 2025 deadline. IMO, International Maritime Organization, right? And we missed the deadline. The DFA missed the deadline because of NAMRIA's delay in technical submission. Is that accurate?
And that's not accurate, Madam Chair.
Okay, it's good to put it on record because
Yeah.
there were supposedly technical submissions to the DFA that were not submitted, which is why we missed the June 2025 deadline of the IMO for inclusion into its archipelagic sea lane. This is in compliance with our Philippine Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act in the Maritime Safety Committee agenda. So na-miss ng DFA ang sinasabi nila kasi nahuli daw ang NAMRIA. So if there's a delay, could you kindly explain to us, because it says here, there was a delay in transmitting NAMRIA's finalized ASL coordinates to DFA despite multiple submissions through the DNR. I'm not sure. Is that accurate? It was submitted to DNR, but DNR did not share it with DFA. Please explain.
Just to set the record straight, Madam Chair, we have long finished that submission and we have submitted it to DFA through DNR. But saying that NAMRIA is the cause of the delay is absolutely not true.
Thank you for clarifying that. So what happened? Who was in charge that time?
Madam Chair, I think there are issues beyond the technical ones. Because if you recall, in the case of Indonesia, they only designated a partial, they only submitted a partial designation of archipelagic sea lanes. That is north-south rather than east-west. In the case of the Philippines, we need to consider other issues, including security and the particularly sensitive sea areas in the Philippines before we designate with finality or submit where the archipelagic sea lane should pass. For instance, in the case of the Mindoro Passage, that is a heavily trafficked area. And in the view of of other countries, that is part of the channels used for international navigation. But even with just the domestic vessels plying to that area, we've already had so many collisions and accidents. Now, if we open that up as an archipelagic sea lanes and then international vessels come in, then we increase the risk of further collisions and damage to our marine environment. So these are the what is this? These are the considerations that have to be taken into account, and we will update ourselves on whether the Maritime Council has already agreed on the archipelagic sea lanes that are to be submitted.
We decide on what we will open to international sea lanes or not. But the point is, NAMRIA already had, and you said that their submission to the DNR is not the only consideration, and there are security and other considerations. But why did we not complete it? So we would have submitted it. And I'd like to know, what are the repercussions of our non-submission, or did we submit it already? Not yet, up to now. So
Madam
Or-
Chair,
Yes.
that's why we will have ourselves updated on whether the National Maritime Council has already what is this has already made some decisions on.
Who's the Maritime Council?
Oh, this is the what is
Secretary
National
Andres
Maritime
Centino.
Council is chaired by the Office of the President, which and with DFA as a member, and it's an interagency body, Madam
What
Chair.
is being discussed in the council that could not be discussed before the deadline of June 2025?
No, there is no deadline, Madam Chair. I guess the deadline that they are talking about is if we submit a proposal, then it can be considered only by the IMO at its next meeting. So maybe that's the concept, that there was a
They
deadline.
said that's
Right.
5 IMO deadline. Mm.
Yes, in order for it to be discussed by the appropriate committee,
Mhm.
because there is still a committee under the IMO that will tackle this. And then that committee will make a recommendation to the IMO Council
Mhm.
before that any proposal for archipelagic sea lanes.
How does
is-
our non-submission as of now affect the Philippines' assertion of our navigational rights and maritime jurisdiction under UNCLOS?
It would not be affected because even if there is no declaration of the archipelagic sea lanes, then the normal routes for international navigation will still apply.
But we are bound or mandated to submit, or can we just ignore it?
It is the right of the coastal state to determine whether it will submit proposals for archipelagic sea lanes passage. So since 1982, when we signed, and even after entry into force of the UN Convention on Law of the Sea, we did not make any submission.
But our neighboring ASEAN
That's why in
countries.
the case of Indonesia, which is the other archipelagic state in the region, it submitted only a northwest archipelagic sea lane, but none for the east-west. So that's
Singapore.
no, Singapore does not have it's not an archipelagic state.
Okay.
Madam
What
Chair.
other archipelagic areas in ASEAN?
Only the two,
Only
Indonesia
Indonesia.
and the Philippines.
Okay.
Mm.
What countries can we compare with that did not submit?
Well, I am not sure if Japan is qualified, but in the case of Japan, they did not even submit archipelagic baselines. Their straits in between their islands are open to international navigation. So it depends really on the perception of each country of where its strategic and environmental and natural resource interests lie.
Is it not beneficial to us to have submitted?
In the case of the Philippines, Madam Chair, one view, of course, is that it will be to our advantage. But this is premised on the idea that once we set archipelagic sea lanes, that international vessels will have to use only those sea lanes. But on the other hand, this is not the case. Other countries that may disagree with us because they see other normal routes of international navigation, we might insist on using those other routes. And that's why here, for example, Madam Chair, if we identified Tubataha Reef, in which we have, as a particularly sensitive sea area, and therefore we limit access of international vessels to that area, then they have to skirt the area. But as you I think you might recall that even with that declaration, there was a foreign vessel that ran aground and caused damage. Unfortunately, it was one of our allies' vessels that caused damage at the time. There was also, I think, other vessels. So these are the considerations, Madam Chair.
So the law is useless.
No, it's not useless, but it's a matter, therefore, of identifying what is important to us. For example, in the case of foreign fishing vessels, they can pass through the archipelagic sea lanes and through other marine areas of the country on the pretext that they are just merely passing from the South China Sea to the Pacific and the other way around. But that shifts the burden of enforcing our fisheries laws on our Coast Guard and on BIFAR. So are we prepared with our present assets to allow this kind of passage? So there are things that have to be considered.
It's
Madam
not to our advantage that we submit our coordinates the
Well, let me put it this way. It's if we do submit, then we must be prepared to take on certain responsibilities, as well as take the measures needed in order to protect our national interests.
leave it at that. So I'm glad that there was a clarification from NAMRIA and the June 2025 was not a real deadline. It was IMO deadline to be placed in the Marine Safety Committee agenda, but it's being discussed in the Maritime Council, right?
That's right, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm done, Madam Chair. That's all I have to present.
Please don't forget the land cover and the water resource mapping of Antique, and teach us how to go to the portal and kindly submit to all LGUs, coastal municipalities and 25 cities the maps needed to be able to assist them.
Those are all duly noted, Madam
Yes.
Chair.
At turuan nyo kung paano intindihin yung mga mapa para magamit. Sige. Thank you. The next.
Bay, Madam Chair. Yeah. Director Jake Maimban, Madam Chair.
Who's in charge of Manila Bay? Who will present?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yeah, just to give a brief background of Manila Bay. Manila Bay,
Is it a bureau? It's just an office, right?
it's an office.
An office under whom?
Under DNR, under me, Madam.
GUs in NCR Region 3 and 4A are in Manila Bay.
187 LGUs, Madam Chair.
157.
187.
87.
Yeah, within 3 regions, NCR, Region 3 and 4A. Manila Bay has a coastline of 190 kilometers and a surface area of 1,870 square kilometers. It has a drainage area or watershed area of 17,540 square kilometers and has 17 major river basins, river systems that drains to the bay, covering 8 provinces and 187 LGUs and a population of 23.21 million people. It's the center of the Philippines, Madam Chair. We are implementing the so-called operational plan for Manila Bay coastal strategies after the Supreme Court issued the mandamus order in 2008 and 2011, mandating 13 government agencies to clean, rehabilitate, and preserve the waters of Manila Bay for it to be able to be swimmable and to be used for contact recreation activities. If I may state some of the major accomplishment, Madam Chair, since 2019 to 2025. We are implementing 4 key result areas under the OPM BCS, KRA1, which is liquid waste management. Since 2019, we were able to construct 2 sewage treatment plants located at Manila Bay Walk and Libertad Channel, 6 STPs in construction phase in San Juan River, Vitas River, Las Piñas River, Maytunas Creek, Pasig River between the tributaries of Ilugin to Pasig, Pateros, and Estero de Tangki to Estero de Pandacan, and 3 STPs in the planning phase, Estero Binondo, Estero Valencia, and Estero de Quiapo, San Miguel. In terms of water quality or fecal coliform, the bathing beaches, which we are monitoring from 25,400 in 2012, it has gone down to 831 in 2025. For river mouths at outfalls, our monitoring reveals that from 2019, the coliform level is 225 million in 2015, and it has gone down to 438,000 in 2025. At the Manila Bay Walk Dolomite Beach, in 2019, it has a coliform level of 3.3 million in 2020, and it has gone down to 2,000 in 2025. In terms of KRA number 2, solid waste management, from 2019 to 2025, we were able to collect 1,493,236 cubic meters of solid waste. That's coming from the combined efforts of the Manila Bay Task Force agencies. And it has also collected 1,188,544 cubic meters of silt and submerged garbage collected from 36 priority esteros, 5 rivers, and Manila Baywalk area. 24 units of backhoes with bards were donated to LGUs and national government agencies.
Yeah. Okay. How many LGUs comprise or surround Manila Bay in the 3 regions?
187.
Okay. Is the Manila Bay office, is very simple, basic question, monitoring the implementation of Republic Act 9003, the segregation of waste at source, recycling, and composting? And does do the LGUs, every barangay within Manila Bay confines implement this? Do they have a material recovery facility? Because maski anong linis dyan, kung galing sa land, tinatapon yung plastic or may open defecation dyan, ay walang mangyayari. Do you do that?
Within the Mandamos agencies po, DILG is the one monitoring the implementation of RA 2003.
I don't think it's being implemented. I don't think, Secretary, it's even being implemented in all protected areas or even in DNR offices. Offices ba nyo, meron kayong 4 trash bins? Do you actually segregate waste? And when it is collected from the DNR offices, do we ensure that it's also segregated o hinihiwalay sa opisina nyo tas pinapagsama? Di ganun pa rin. So, dapat ang Manila Bay office, mina-micromanage nyo. Okay, we can't change the whole country, 114 million. But at least in protected areas and in the 187 LGUs in all the barangays. Compute nyo ilang barangay yung 187 LGUs. Stricto. Kaya lang yan ang pinaka-heavily populated na marami rin informal sectors at baka even industry. So, dapat iniikot nyo yan at dapat meron kayong bantay. Manila Bay bantay sa kada barangay na coastal kasi 9003 pa lang. Eh, paano yung extender producer's responsibility or yung ban sa single-use plastic? Paano yun? Kung gawin lang nyo yun at nag-segregate ng garbage ang 187 LGU, ang laking bagay, hindi mamamatay. At hindi patay si Bay. Hindi siya patay. Maski pinipilit ng iba na patay na. So, sagot po. Yeah, do you implement 9003?
Ma'am, yung sa MBCO, just to clarify, ma'am, yung sa ginagawa ng Manila Bay MBCO, is that actually separate from the program and activities undertaken by EMB, Environmental Management Bureau? So this, the compliance under 9003 is being monitored by EMB through they are assisting the National Waste Management Council and
EMB now.
the ASEC Jackie Kaangkan. So perhaps, Madam, for us to be briefed on the details of solid waste management, including the Manila Bay, should be EMB.
After.
Opo.
Pero dapat, since you had the Manila Bay office, you must make sure, hindi porke lang, hindi ko trabaho yan eh, si EMB yan, hindi. Dapat alam nyo lahat, sino sa 187 ang sumusunod. Kung lahat hindi sumusunod, eh pasunurin nyo. Tapos tinuturuan nyo. Kasi may pera naman kayo eh. At mandato nyo yung turuan sila. At alamin ng mga batas. Nako. Okay, continue. Pero ayoko nang makinig kasi alam ko naman hindi sinusunod eh.
Yeah, we don't monitor, Madam Chair, the solid waste KRA on the ground. We have 3 site management office on the 3 regions.
Hindi, may COA findings nga kayo eh. Nakalagay dito. Just answer the COA audit report. Absence of an updated operational plan and lack of specific time frames for the Manila Bay Coastal Strategy from 2017 pa yan. Hindered by so that wala daw updated operational plan. This is from 207 to 22, huh? I don't know now.
May I respond, Madam
Yes,
Chair?
please.
Okay. We are implementing 5-year OPMBCS. The latest is 2017 to 2022, and it's being updated at the moment. It will be finished within this year, covering 2026 to 2031. Mayroon pong OPMBCS. Operating plan for Manila Bay Coastal Strategy.
So, COA said wala. Sabi ng COA, wala daw yung
Mayroon po
operational
for
plan.
updating lang po.
Sabi nila, wala kayong operational plan for the Manila Bay Coastal Strategy from 2017 to 2022.
Mayroon po, ma'am.
You can furnish the...
Bakit ang COA? Yun eh. Kaya may COA audit report kayo eh. And then, this was attributed to the non-compliance of the consultant contracted for the assessment of the operational plan. Hence, the operational... You do not have an operational coastal strategy plan 2024 to 2029? Nakalagay eh. COA audit report. Dahil wala kayong 2017 to 2022, so hindi kayo nag-comply sa continuing mandamus
I
ng Supreme
respond,
Court.
Madam
At
Chair.
dahil doon, hindi ka rin kayo compliant, wala daw kayong 2024 to 2029. Nasabi nyo meron kayo, di mali ang COA.
May I
nandito na si COA.
respond, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay. There is a 2017 to 2022 OPMBCS which is approved by the Supreme Court. Okay. It lapsed in 2022 and we contracted it to a service provider in 2023. However, that service provider did not submit or completed its work. So we contracted again a new one covering 2026 to 2031, and it will be completed within this year po. What we did is that for 2023 up to present, we instructed the Mandamos agencies to continue the 2017 to 2022 targets po for OPM-BCS.
Was there a plan or not?
There is a
COA.
plan, Madam
There is a
Chair.
plan.
Madam Chair, we have
Updated. Sabi ng COA, absence of an updated operational plan. COA? Yes. Please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yes, our observation po is absence of an updated operational plan. What they are using for 2023 to 2024 was the OPM-BCS for 2017 to 2022. Supposed to be, dapat meron ng OPM-BCS for 2020, wait lang po. Dapat meron na pong OPM-BCS for 2024 to 2029. However po, yung observation namin, hindi po natapos nung consultant, yung assessment. Yes po.
But it also says here that there's an absence of an updated operational plan 2017 to 2022. Is this accurate or meron naman silang plano?
Ma'am, they have OPM-BCS for 2017 to 2022 po.
O bakit nakalagay dito? Absence of an updated operational plan.
And specific time frames
Yeah.
in OPM-BCS 2017 to 2022.
And lack of specific time frames in the operational plan for the Manila Bay Coastal Strategy 17 to 2022. Pero sabi nila meron. Sabi nyo dito sa report, wala. Pero sinasabi nyo meron. Meron o wala?
Madam Chair, meron po silang OPM-BCS pero 2017 to 2022 po. Supposed to be po, dapat po mag-update sila for 2023 to 2029. Yun po yung wala.
2017 to 2022. Hindi. Ano? No. Who did this? Check. Okay, so what they're following is the plan. Well, whatever year. But actually, simple naman. Hindi naman kailangan mamahaling consultant eh. Nandyan na yung mga batas eh. Patupad lang nyo ang RA 9003. Nandyan na lahat.
Madam Chair.
Ban on single-use plastic. 9003. Tapos na ang boxing. Yun lang ang gawin nyo. Ako.
Madam Chair, it was UPLB Foundation that was supposed to deliver the updating. So anyway, they are scheduled to finish it within this year.
Said, wag na tayo magturuan. Maski pong walang consultant, ako na ang libre nyong consultant. Ipatupad lang po ang RA 9003. Ayan. Pwede bang hingin ko sa DNR bukas? Signed by the Secretary, 187 LGU. Sulatan nyo lahat ng mayor. Tanong nyo, kayo ba ay compliant sa Republic Act 9003? Baka i-research pa nila yan. Lagay na nyo yung pangalan ng batas. Isama na nyo yung batas. Ilagay na nyo yung alituntunin ayon sa National Solid Waste Commission. Tapos, yung ban on single-use plastic, bagamat hindi pa batas, ay imungkahi ninyo na sundin nila. O, tapos ano pa? Yung dalawang yun lang. Magbabago ang buhay. At syempre, yung Clean Water Act. Clean Water Act, 20, first term ko yun eh, 204. 9003, 2001, first term ko rin. Tapos yung EPR, Senator Villar yun, pero mas maganda i-ban na nyo ang single-use plastic. At walang mag-memo kayo, tapos pahingi ng kopya ng memo. Bago kayo i-plenary, nag-memo si Secretary na tanggap na lahat ng 187 LGU at mag-deploy kayo ng ilang tao, i-batch nyo yung 187. Siguro kaya naman ng isang tao sa DNR ng tagi-ilan. Tagi-isang dosena, bisitahin nyo lahat, kausapin nyo lahat. O, ilan yan? 187 divided by 12. O, ng iba nyong mga director dyan. Turuan nyo. Oo naman. naman, ako.
Item, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may clarify, although the updated OPM-BCS is still to be completed, the targets in the OPM-BCS or outputs is being implemented by the Mandamos agencies pending completion of the updated ones. So tuloy-tuloy pa rin po yung trabaho. Yun lang naman po yung updated.
Yung baha po, maliban sa substandard na mga flood control, ay dulot sa basura. Nakita natin sa video ay yung pagtapon, pati sofa set at puro plastic na nakakabit sa mga drainage. Kung talagang ino-observe ng LGUs at pinapatupad ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno yung continuing mandamos, ay hindi po magaganap yan. Kaya ang DNR bilang kayo ang in charge ng ating pangangalaga pag-implement ng batas, ay pwede niyong tawagan maski hindi directly under you. MMDA, DPWH, LGU. LGU, mayor hanggang barangay captain. Bakit kayo nagtatapon? Bawal ang open dump. O, picturean nyo, upload nyo. Bigay nyo sa ombudsman. That's against the solid waste management law. What's the status of, can we still fish in Manila Bay? What kind of fish?
Yeah. The Manila Bay is still a living ecosystem, Madam Chair. Actually, based on the report of BIFAR, which is a member of the Mandamos agencies, a total of 11,674 metric tons of fish catch were recorded by DEBFAR as of March 2025 po.
Ang bibigyan po niyong report under kay Yusek Leones. Bawat LGU, sino ang nagko-comply sa 9003? Yun, maski yun lang. At sinong may local ordinance sa ban on single-use plastic? Baka magulat ako, 187 walang sumusunod. Tatawagan ko sila isa-isa.
Madam Chair, we will be submitting to you the compliance of the different LGUs within.
Dami yung submission mula pa kaninang umaga. Wala na akong magagawa sa buhay kundi magbasa ng reports. Hindi naman tungkulin namin magbasa reports. Sana mas may bakal na kamay ang DNR. May bakal na kamay. Okay, so may we request for a list of that and then a letter from the Secretary on compliance with laws. Para kayo nagre-remind lang. Huy, ginagawa ba nyo to? Kami ang tinatanong sa mga hearing. Basura nyo ang nakakabaha maliban sa iba't ibang mga sanhi ng basura. Ganun. Mr. Jacob, ang background po nyo, ano
Yes,
po ang
ma'am.
background nyo?
I'm a
Kaya kayo
forester.
naitalaga. Forester. May forest pa ba sa mga LGUs around Manila Bay?
Mayroon naman po. Yes.
Mangroves.
And mangroves, yeah.
Anong mangrove? Saan po may mangrove? Sa 187?
Ito po yung naiiwan na mangroves sa Manila Bay region, in Region 3, Bangkong Malapad sa Smuan, Pampanga, Bulacan Mangrove Eco Park, Pandapangan Watershed Forest Reserve, sa Region 4A po, Kawit Mangrove Ecotourism Project, Noveleta Mangrove Ecotourism Project, Maragondon, Hulugan Falls, Talon Falls, sa NCR po, Mangrove Area, Barangay Dampalit, Malabon City. Opo. Yes po. Hindi po.
Ang mangrove areas sa 187, ilan na lang meron, ay hindi po ginagatong, hindi pinuputol.
Pinoprotektahan po itong remaining na mangroves po. Mini-maintain po natin. At the same time, nagtatanim po rin.
Okay, ang tanong ko po, sa dalas ng bagyo at sa lakas ng alon, yung mga barangay na may mga mangrove, sila ba are they less affected because of the mangroves? O
Based,
nagbabaha pa rin sa kanila?
based on experience po, at saka based on studies, those areas with mangroves are the one best protected po from climate changes.
Are you not planting more mangroves in those areas so that we would increase the coverage of mangroves?
We are po. We have budget po for mangrove maintenance and rehabilitation.
Madam Bart, based on the 1 KRAs of Manila Bay rehabilitation is habitat restoration, wherein we have fundings to support mangrove rehabilitation in these areas.
You'll visit one mangrove rehabilitation site in which of those? Ano ang modelo na matutuwa po tayo?
For NCR po sa Lapopachea, we have mangroves. For the 3 regions, for
Yung malapit
region 3 po, yung sa Pampanga, we can bring you there.
So, Lapapachea, Las Piñas.
Yes po.
Mm.
Sa region 4A, we can bring you po sa Kawit,
Kawit, Cavite.
Cavite.
Sa Dampalit.
Po, we can also bring you
That's
to
nearer.
Dampalit. Yes.
Dampalit. I'm from Malabon also. Yeah. Maayos sa mangrove doon.
Yes po. So,
At hindi tinatapunan ng basura, ng plastic. Walang mga nakasabit-sabit na plastic dyan.
hindi po minsan maiwasan, lalo na
Hindi
po
pwedeng
yan.
maiwasan. Hindi pwede. Kaya
Pero
nga sabi
kinukuha
ko,
po, kinukuha naman.
hindi na. Kaya wag tinatapon. Ang lawa at mga bay at lahat ng water areas, hindi yan basurahan. Kaya nga dapat stricto tayo. Kayong in charge eh. Sabihin nyo no hindi kayo, sabihin nyo LGU yan, hindi kayo pa rin. Basta kayo nangangalaga dapat. Kaya stricto po. Kaya sulatan ni Secretary lahat yan, ipaalala yung continuing mandamos, pati na ang mga batas gaya ng 003, 9003, at meron ba kayong, kasi nagtatanim kayo ng mangrove, so meron kayong mga tao na umiikot at nagtatanim, so may tagabantay.
Actually, Madam, when we implement the Manila Bay rehabilitation, we are being assisted by our Penros, Sendros in the regional office as part of their regular activities, Madam Chair.
Is there NGP in NCR or Region 3 or 4A in the Manila Bay LGUs? Wala.
4A, sa NGP, Madam Chair, ibang program. Madam Chair, ASEC Kaangka ng PMB will share something. Please.
Madam Chair, thank you, Yusek. Just to
Kayo
put,
napansin ko, puro OIC. EMB, OIC.
Actually,
dito, OIC rin. Wala rin head. BMB, assistant. Ba't gano'n? Walang mga head lahat.
Madam,
Nag-retire?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Ah,
ASEC, please.
Madam Chair, ako po full-fledged director po. Nagkamali lang yung, although kamali lang po yan. Madam Chair, just to add information on the mangrove. So I just want also to point out that in NCR, aside from that LPPWP, which is a protected area na may mangrove siya, meron sa Barangay Tansa 1 sa Navota City, which is the DNR NCR is protecting as a marine tree park. So covered po yun ng mangrove. And then DNR NCR also did an experiment in the lagoon in the Paseco beside the Pasig River building. So before it was like covered with basura talaga, but we had it clean and then we experimented on this, gumamit ng mga ibang planting media, etc. Nag-thrive po yung mangrove. So may bakawan, even nilad thrive. So you could also see that. And
Where is this?
sa Paseco po. But
Paseco.
hindi yung area na going doon sa Aplaya Puma, meron ding mga mangrove na naitanim before si...
Paseco, may mangroves?
Opo, nag-experiment po kami doon. Pinalinis namin, ma'am, yung lagoon doon. Inalis ang basura and then hindi siya nagtatribe. So what we did, experiment with planting media na pwede, na binabalot muna para makaano siya. And then meron na po doon, baka even nilad na na nag-thrive po doon sa area. Nilad, ma'am. Iyon pong talaga sa endemic sa Maynila, yung mangrove na kaya yung word na Maynilad, di ba? So nilad
ay
species.
species ng mangrove.
Nag-thrive,
na
ma'am.
doon nanggagaling, doon nag-thrive.
Nabuhay namin, ma'am, doon. So if we
Ilang
could
square
also,
meters na ang tanim po nyo ng nilad?
Laguna, ma'am, maliit lang. Pero yung stretch, mahaba. I just don't have the exact area. Pero malalaki na, ma'am, yung mangrove doon.
Sitahin?
Yes, ma'am.
Sa may Baseco?
Yeah po. And then it is being maintained by DNR NCR. And may mga bakawan warriors po si DNR NCR who's taking care of the mangrove area sa tanim, including that in Tansa Marine Tree Park. And then there are also estero rangers deployed. Ang tawag naman ng DNR NCR mapagdating sa coastal rangers. So sila po yung everyday to look into and cleaning po para maalis yung mga plastic na kasi otherwise mapupuno, mamamatay po yung mga So yun mga under po ito ng Manila Bay Rehabilitation.
Just some photos of how it was before, yung Baseco na puro, sabi nyo, basura,
Yeah.
and nagtanim kayo how many years ago?
When EO16 po started nung 2019, and then what we did in NCR, doon pa po kasi ako dati, kaya medyo kabisado ko. We did an experiment. In fact, napasok po sa yung special project Paseco. So we did an experiment kung mabubuhay po yung mangrove.
At nabuhay?
Nabuhay, ma'am.
Ilang taon ba para mabuhay ang
Malaki na siya, ma'am. So depending on the species, I'm not
nilad,
very familiar with the
yung
growth.
nilad, ilan?
In 2 years nakita na namin yung growth, ma'am, yung growth nung So but you could ma'am, pwede doon mabisita rin. Wag lang po high tide, mahirap pumasok.
So we can go to
Oo,
Baseco
yes,
and
ma'am.
to Nampalit.
Yes, ma'am.
Sige, thank you.
Ma'am. Forest protection of AD Tom.
No, sige. The other programs. No, can we see the list of programs again? Oo. But the forest FMB will present, sige, a listen. Okay, where are we now? No, we're in data management eh. Data management. Kanino po yun? Data management and systems development and maintenance. The last is forest. Ito ba? O we go to forest na lang.
AD Tom, please.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair. For the forest protection program, ma'am, we have implemented this one since 2012, since 2011 also, ma'am, to complement the National Greening Program. As I mentioned earlier, most of the graduated sites of the National Greening Program are under the Forest Protection Program as well, ma'am. So for the summary of illegal logging hotspots in the Philippines, ma'am, Madam Chair, we started in 2010 with 197 illegal logging hotspots, and last 2024 we were down to 7. We still plan to pull this down further to 0. And alongside the forest protection program, we have implemented the Lawin Biodiversity and Forest Monitoring system, which has currently 166 forest conservation areas, wherein our forest patrol, our forest rangers and forest protection officers conduct patrolling in order to assess and monitor the biodiversity and forest health of our forest areas, and also monitor the threats to deforestation. The total forest rangers, Madam Chair, in the country, for plantilla positions, we have 2,348 total plantilla positions for forest rangers. 2,216 are filled, with 132 unfilled as of 2025. For forest protection officers and forest guards po, these are the contractual employees that we hire for forest protection. We have 1,271 total forest protection officers, 564 forest guards, which totals to 1,835 forest protection and forest guards around the country. These are contractual personnel.
How many forest guards are there?
For forest guards, ma'am, we have 564.
Oh,
For forest protection officers, 1,271, Madam Chair.
nationwide?
Nationwide,
To
ma'am.
protect how many hectares of forest?
To protect the standing the 7.2 million forest cover and all the other legally classified forest lands, ma'am. This is not enough, ma'am. Actually, for us to be able to maintain an adequate ratio for forest protection, forest patrolling, we would need around 13,000 more of these forest protection officers and forest guards. But due to limited funding, ma'am, this is what we can come up with, because the additional 13,000 forest protection officers and forest guards would entail a fiscal requirement of around 1.3 billion pesos, ma'am. That's that is beyond our fiscal space for forest protection, even for DNR, ma'am.
What forests are they protecting? Hindi naman sila nakatira dun sa 2 million na closed canopy. Imposible
They
naman
are
nakakapasok sila
these,
dun.
but these are employees, ma'am, of the DNR. So they do regular patrolling, foot patrolling. They are deployed in groups of 4 or 5. And they have the smartphones with them, with the Lawid app. Ito po yung ginawa natin noong 2018, 2016, 2017, 2018, para po ma-monitor nila yung mga key biodiversity species in the area, for them for us to be informed whether the health of the forest conservation area is okay or not, and to monitor threats as well, ma'am.
You said that they're DNR employees but they're contract of service.
Yes, ma'am. So
Magkano sweldo ng isang forest guard
ang isang forest guard po
or forest
ay
protection officer? Ano bang diferensya ng trabaho ng dalawa?
ang forest protection officer po ay 12,500 a month, ma'am. Ang forest rangers po, yung plantilla position natin ay salary grade 4. Ay salary grade 4 po. Mababa po, ma'am, compared sa work that they are doing. And also the risk that they are faced with, ma'am, because they are not allowed to carry firearms with them. So they are exposed to various risks. We have received countless reports of forest rangers and forest protection officers being killed on the spot and while on duty. And also forest rangers being held up in their patrol routes because of the risks involved in patrolling in these areas, ma'am.
There's still an EO that's being followed that does not allow logging, right?
Yes, ma'am.
In charge-
Executive Order number 23, ma'am.
From which time?
From 2011, ma'am.
Aquino.
Under President.
Aquino administration pa. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So that EO stands.
Yes. That's the
Mm.
basis of our forest protection program,
Mhm.
Madam Chair.
But it only bans logging in
In natural forest,
natural forest would be the primary.
the naturally growing trees, ma'am, yeah. And also
That would be the 2 million of natural growth forest, yung closed canopy. Eh, yung 4.2 million, would that be covered?
it
No.
is covered, ma'am. What is covered by Executive Order number 23 is the cutting of naturally grown trees. So if it's not a planted plantation that is for timber production, you cannot cut down the tree.
Natural growth. So anything planted in the National Greening Program can be cut.
Technically, if you have the proper permits and
It's a
tenure
reforestation
instruments.
program, you say,
Yeah.
but hindi sasakop ng EO because the EO says natural growth, so you can cut all of that.
For example, if I may give context, Madam Chair. For example, for the community-based forest management agreement holders that have that were awarded with the National Greening Program project, wherein they included in their commodity fuel wood, for example, for their livelihood support, they will be able to harvest those fuel wood, ma'am, because they planted those areas inside an area that is covered by a tenure instrument and with the proper regulations from the DNR. However, even if you plant trees in an area, in a forest land, for example, without the proper permit and without the proper tenure instrument, you will be disallowed to cut down those trees. You would need the proper documentation regulation in place, ma'am, before you can cut down your planted species.
Since it's been what, 3 administrations since the EO, obviously there are no more legal permits, logging permits. Wala na, no? Nag-expire na lahat yan. Wala na yan. Kaya may EO. Yes.
The timber license agreements,
Timber
ma'am, were
license,
already
TLAs.
we've
Wala na.
already
No
expired.
TLAs. So whoever logs now, okay, whoever cuts trees could be in production forests.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Madam Chair.
How would we know?
We do have the maps for that, ma'am. We are following and monitoring our industrial forest management agreement holders, or IFMA holders. We've identified 1 million hectares of potential investment areas, which includes timber plantations and timber production. We do need to produce our own timber, Madam Chair, because in 2024, the wood demand for the Philippines is 6 million cubic meters. We have imported around 70% of this. We are using our dollar reserves to purchase these wood supply from elsewhere, instead of us producing our own, ma'am, which actually depletes our capacity to maximize our potential to generate internal and domestic revenue.
So we have 1 million hectares
We have
of
1 million.
production forest.
We have more than that, ma'am, but we have identified 1 million potential in 1 million hectares of potential investment areas, but we have production forests of around 7 million hectares or 5 million hectares, ma'am, if I'm not mistaken. I'll check my records with me right now.
And these all have agreements with the DNR, IFMAS, CBFM.
Yes, ma'am. The total area with tenure instruments right now is around 1.6 million hectares, ma'am. Sa halo-halo na po yan. Meron po tayong industrial tree plantations there, tourism, other special uses, and community-based forest management agreement areas. The most area covered is the one under the CBFM, or the community-based, Madam Chair.
This CBFM contract.
They are for 25 years, ma'am, renewable for another 25 years. The first CBFMA agreement was issued in 1996. Most of them have expired already, and next year we will be expecting a number of these agreements to be expiring as well on their first 25-year period. So they will be renewed again for another 25 years, Madam Chair.
But in my notes, only 1.6 million hectares, is that accurate? Are covered by formal tenure instruments.
10-year agreement. Yes, Madam Chair.
1.6 million.
Yes, Madam Chair.
What was the 5 or 7 million that you mentioned?
No.
No. You said that 5 million has tenurial agreements.
The total production forest that we've identified, Madam Chair, all over the country is around 5 million hectares. Right now, we only covered around 1.6 million hectares of those production forests under tenure agreements. This year, we launched another
5 million production forests.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. And 1.6 million
Is
or
covered.
10% of the 15 million hectares of forest land
Is
are
covered
by
tenure
IFMA,
instruments.
CIFMA, CBFM, etc. So, ano yung balanse ng 5 minus 1.6 pag production forest but no tenure agreements?
Ang balanse pa po niyan, ma'am, is around 3 million po.
That's why. Covered by what?
They are open access right now, meaning they're not covered by any investment agreements, ma'am, or
Mhm.
tenure instruments rather.
But
Sorry.
allowed.
They are
Are
allowed.
they
ma'am.
allowed?
Yeah.
Because how are they allowed?
That's why we streamlined our tenure programs right now, ma'am.
The 3 million that do not have tenure agreements are allowed to cut? They're not allowed. They're illegal. Correct.
In the remaining production forest, ma'am, that is not covered by any tenure instrument, there shouldn't be any economic activity inside, unless they have a tenure instrument there.
I'm confused. You said there's 5 million production forests.
Yes, ma'am.
of the 5 million, 1.6 million are covered by
By 10-year
formal
instruments.
tenure
Yes, ma'am.
instruments. IFMA, CBFM, SIFMA.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So the balance of the 5 minus 6, 3.4
Yes, ma'am.
are what?
They are what we call open.
Production.
They are production forests.
Yes, but production forests, and they're allowed to cut?
No, no, ma'am.
Illegal. Na, illegal.
Hindi, ma'am. Madam Chair,
Hindi raw illegal.
Dun sa-
So what is it
dun
called?
sa 3.2, ma'am, wala pa pong nagpo-produce ng anything doon. We need to put in forest investments in those areas para po may gumamit ng
So, but they
3.2.
are called production forests.
Yes.
So a production forest would be a forest
Yes.
that
That is suitable to produce timber and other forest
so
services.
are
ma'am.
they standing and no one is cutting,
Yes.
or are they cutting?
No, they're not cutting in the
Oh,
3
really?
million, ma'am. That's what we want to. That's what we want to.
Oh, no. Secretary, can you kindly explain to me? So we're actually offering this 3 million hectares for tenure agreements. We want to cut. Can you clarify?
Not on. Yes, ma'am.
Forester siya, syempre, mahilig pumutol.
Hindi.
Oo.
You know, Madam Chair, if I may be allowed to contextualize. So, ang ginawa po natin,
Pwedeng 5 million, baka 7 million. Hindi, ingatan mo salita mo.
yes, madam.
5 million ba? 7 million ba?
The production, because what we did, ma'am, was out of the forest lands that we have, we delineated and identified what is for protection forest only, no cutting, it should remain standing, and what is for production forest. Well, by production forest, we try to mean here that these are areas open for economic activities. Out of the 5 million hectares that we've identified as potential for economic activities, ma'am, 1.6 of those are already covered by existing tenure instruments.
And the 3.4
are not
standing trees
yet.
are part of the 4.2 secondary growth forests, but you're offering it for tenurial agreements? Wag na, protection na lang.
Well,
Ewan ko. It's up to you.
we can
So,
look into that, madam. Yes.
So, Madam Chair, itong 3 point,
Can you clarify,
yung
please?
3.4 million hectares is actually open access, walang tenure instrument. So we need to evaluate this 3.4 hectares. If there are existing trees growing in those areas, then it will be protected. But there are areas also in this 3.4 million hectares that are barren that we need to undertake some activities. So we are looking at for these areas, there is a possibility, Madam Chair, that we will be opening this up for new tenure instrument or whatever land use that can be applicable to those areas.
So yung 3.4 are not necessarily forests with standing trees. There are areas which are barren, and therefore you need to plant. If you need to plant, then syempre may pakinabang yung tao mag-plant, meron formal tenure agreement.
Yes.
But for those part of the 3.4 which have natural growth already, secondary growth, forest na siya,
They're
wag
banned.
natin i-aalok, putol.
Yes,
Wag-
no, ma'am. Yeah.
Oo. So how would they understand this? We're just talking in numbers. Nasaan itong 5 million na ito? Kasi we've been churning out numbers. Hahanapan ko kayo ng prueba sa numbers na yun. Meron kayong 2.2, meron kaninang 4.2, meron kayong old growth, meron secondary growth. Ito, parte ng 4.2. Ang dami yung numero sa akin, ha? Ipapamemo ko sa inyo yan sa inyong area. So be careful when you give numbers in terms of the millions of hectares. I will make you identify that. FMB for submission to us kung saan regions yan, and not just regions, provinces, and what mountain range. I will have that identified, and I want photos. So, where was I? Yeah. So
There.
you're offering. Do you validate that? We're offering whoever wants to plant on the barren areas of
Yes,
the
madam.
3.4.
Yes,
Have we
ma'am.
identified the barren areas of the 3.4?
Yes, madam. What you're seeing right now on your screen, madam, is the first batch of the potential investment areas out of the 3.4 that we've already identified. So that's around 1.1 million hectares, ma'am. And as you can see, we've disaggregated it by region. So you can see there each region's potential investment areas, which are in those barren areas, as we put it, and what are activities on those areas to actually ensure that if we put in investments there, they would actually be sustained and would actually be marketable and make business sense. Is that we subjected some of most of these areas to climate risk and vulnerability assessment. We did capital profitability analysis for grazing investments within forest lands, which we are trying to do also with other investment
Okay, wait.
options.
1.1. Bakit investment? Why don't we just plant and assign it to the top 1,000 taxpayers? Oh, sige, hatiin nyo yung 1.1. Magtanim lang kayo ng
Endemic,
Philippine
yes.
endemic species.
We can do that. We can do that
Which,
program,
and
ma'am.
then they can monetize it to carbon
Yes.
credit.
In the protection forests that we've identified as well.
No, I thought this was 1.1 part of the 5 million production forests
Forests, yes,
that you
ma'am.
said are available for potential investment
ma'am.
in forestry. But my point is, when you say potential investment, then they would like to cut eventually.
Yes, ma'am.
But you can actually attract investors or people to corporations to plant in perpetuity. I mean, to plant for protection, not for production, not to harvest, and then it can be traded for carbon credits.
Yes, ma'am. Also,
right?
but it would make sense as well, ma'am. They can do it there, ma'am. In the potential investment areas, that's no problem if that's their business model.
What is the business model? You mentioned that for forest potential investment. Oh, sige, titingnan ko.
So we have various investment options there. Number one is timber plantation. Number two is grazing. Third one is tourism. Fourth one is other special uses, ma'am. The flag and the flag teas that we have.
Okay, all of these 1.1, don't just say Cordillera. Saan yan 57,000 hectares na yan? Anong probinsya?
We have that also.
Yeah, not now. Submit that to us.
We will, madam.
Why? Is this a program of the secretary or was it the previous administration yet? New program. A continuing program.
Yes, ma'am.
And if an investor wants to say, I want to plant in the whole Cordillera, 57,000, what kind of investment are you offering the person or the corporation?
So, ma'am, we have this 10-year program called the Sustainable Forest Land Management Agreement, wherein it's a conglomeration of all our 10-year programs into one, and you will be given a specific parcel of land. For example, the 57,000 hectares in the Cordillera to manage depending on your proposed investment activity or business activity. When the regional offices, ma'am, delineated these areas, they also proposed potential investment options in a specific parcel of land. It can either be the one of those that I mentioned earlier. But to your point earlier, ma'am, if an investor wants to establish a forest carbon,
these areas, 1.1 million hectares, are they not in protected areas? Are they not in areas already occupied by settlements?
they are not, ma'am. They are not within national parks and protected areas.
Not national parks,
Not
not protected
protected
areas. May nakatira, baka ancestral domain areas yan.
There would be occupants, ma'am, in some of those areas. Although that's something that we also want to know. That's why we did an inventory of structures, ma'am. We started it this year within our classified forest lands. And
the smallest parcel of land that a person can enter into, and what is the minimum investment to plant trees, to grow trees in that area? per DNR? I mean, kung individual.
Individual.
Yes.
For an individual, ma'am, it can go from a hectare to around 50 hectares for an individual.
That individual invest.
I would have to get back to you, ma'am, on the revenue structure, on the capital structure for that one, ma'am.
I'm not even talking about revenue, just
The capital, ma'am.
Capital.
Yeah. I would
Yes,
submit a
yes.
report to you that
Um,
for that. I don't have it with me right.
give us a report on that because it looks like it's simple but it's not kasi I'm sure may informal settlers
Definitely.
yan, sigurado ko may issue ng IPs yan,
Yes,
ancestral
yes,
domain
yes.
areas. So the DNR may be encroaching in areas where there's a DAR issue, CLOA, o baka may NCIP na na-issue'ng titulo. Alam mo na,
Yes.
duplicating titles eh.
Oh.
Mm.
Ma'am, what I can tell you right now, on top of my head, is that it's not within the protected areas and national parks. It is within legally classified forest land. It does not have any certificate of land ownership from DAR. It doesn't have any CLOA. What I need to verify right now is on the presence of what you mentioned, occupants, forest occupants, and also the ancestral domains. But definitely when the regions identified these areas, ma'am, these were identified with the consideration of the ancestral domains and ancestral claims of the IPs, ma'am.
And you said that you're not offering, meaning DNR, offering IFMA or CBFM, but a new 10-year agreement called Sustainable Forest Agreement.
Yes, ma'am.
How long has DNR been doing this? And
We launched, Madam Chair.
oh, okay, because I didn't see this last year. So no one has started this. Wala pa.
Yeah.
It's being
Mm.
rolled out now.
Let's see Region 6 in my region. Patingin nga.
Sige
Yung
po.
75,000 niya. Kamukha sa Antique. Baka ano nung inaalok mo dyan. Tapos may mga tao pala
Yeah.
dyan. O mga bundok namin. Ako ha. Oo.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
Yes, Madam Chair. We
Oo.
will provide you the specifics for Region 6, specifically in
Put
Antique.
that on a website and let
Yes.
people comment. Let's say if it's Cordillera, anong mga LGU yan, anong bundok yan. Para makita. Tapos sabihin na, teka, baka may mga tao dyan. Bakit kami binibenta ng DNR eh? Akin to.
We will do that,
Oh.
Madam. Yes.
Are you sure this has been verified by NAMRIA? Minap yan ng NAMRIA?
The base map that we did,
Base
ma'am,
map.
was from NAMRIA actually. We do not deviate from the maps that we get from NAMRIA, Madam Chair. But again, we will provide you with the specifics of each of the 1.1.
Okay, clarify. When you say investment, invest to plant.
To plant, ma'am.
Invest to care. Invest to grow.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Invest to improve climate adaptation and resilience.
Yes, Madam.
Or are you talking about invest so there's return on investment to cut?
It's not necessarily always cutting, Madam. There would be other investment options. For example, if it's an ecotourism site, it would be best for them to actually consider these climate vulnerabilities and climate adaptation enhancements because that is what the tourism aspect of the business is.
How do they pay DNR? How much are you charging per hectare?
So for example, ma'am, for an agroforestry investment or a timber plantation investment, what's provided for in the Sustainable Forest Land Management Agreement policy is that they are bound to pay the DNR 3% of their gross revenue. For renewable energy projects within forest lands, they are supposed to pay the DNR 7,000
Wag renewable energy just to plant.
just to plant, ma'am. It's for if
If
there
there's no revenue because you just want to plant.
yes.
You
If
just want to preserve and conserve and protect.
actually, ma'am, that's for free in the Sustainable Forest Land Management policy. If your business model is forest protection, you are not
If
supposed
it's
to
not
pay.
a business model, you simply want to plant and to protect.
It's free, ma'am. You
all
don't have to pay anything.
native species.
You don't have to pay for anything.
You would give it for free.
There
Yeah.
you
Don't intend to cut.
You don't intend to cut.
go. You don't intend.
You only have the 3% of gross revenue if you intend to
to
cut.
cut. Yes.
And if there's a business model for renewable energy
Yeah.
or ecotourism
Yes.
or
Or
agrotourism.
agroforestry. Yes, ma'am.
I think who have shown interest in this, I think you should put it in your website
Yes, madam.
and break it down into provinces and into what forest areas to be sure. It's just scary kasi baka occupied yan at may ancestral domain issues.
We can do that, madam.
Mm.
We're ready to publish it, ma'am. If you can give me until the third week of October, end of the
Yes.
month, madam.
Yes.
We will
And
be
let's see,
ready with that.
because I'm more familiar with my province, Region 6 sa 75,000, anong parte dyan na Antique unless you have it,
Opo.
anong banwa sa Antique, anong barangay, titignan
Opo.
natin, kapitan, ito pala, investment. Sabi nyo, hindi, amin to. O, malay mo yan. Kasi gusto ko i-audit yung ginagawa
Yes, madam.
nyo.
No problem.
Oo.
For Antique, ma'am, I can
Yes.
get back to you later. But
Sige,
for the
sige.
granularity of nationwide, I
Oo.
can submit it to your office, madam.
Madam Chair, USEC CP David can also add to this.
Is this under you, Yusek David?
I'm a geologist by profession, but I help craft the policy.
No, we worked
Senator.
together when you were with DOST.
That's right.
Diba?
Yes.
NACF.
Yes. So for context, very quickly, our strategy for reforestation can be enhanced through investment from the private sector. That is the general context. These areas are mostly idle and barren lands, and therefore there is no revenue. There is definitely no protection of the remaining forests in the area. What I think needs to be done is to engage other like-minded entities, maybe even from the private sector, to help reforest these idle lands, but at the same time actually gain from the investments that we make. In fact, in the policy that we crafted, if you take a parcel, for example, an individual for 50 hectares, we impose on you to protect half of the area for strict protection. And therefore, the DNR instantly gains half of the area as being protected forest at no cost to government. I think this was the point of
Encourage people to simply want to protect all.
all.
Yes.
So in fact, you can protect the entire 50 hectares. We do not charge you for any lease on the entire 50 hectares. You gain carbon credits from it. And at some point, we will also get some percentage of the carbon credits.
1.1 can actually be offered yung sa Singapore carbon credit. As long as
Yes.
we have the legal framework already for
That's
that.
correct. In fact,
Yeah.
if I may add, Senator, the single largest group of companies and individuals interested in the 1.2 million hectares are for forest for carbon projects. The second group would be timber production for wood, but just to qualify, there are no trees that will be allowed to cut, naturally growing trees in the area that will be cut for agroforestry. These are all newly planted.
1.1 are not all barren, only parts of it. The others have trees, of course, right?
That's correct.
Oh,
And
how do you-
any standing tree in any parcel are not allowed to be cut.
Do we monitor that? That's 1 million hectares. Huh? Roads.
You have provided drones and
So,
satellites.
may we request you, thank you for that, to give us per province, Cordillera, etc.,
Yes, Madam Chair.
per province and per LGU.
Yes,
Yeah.
Madam Chair. We will do
Ano
that.
dyan ang sa Ifugao, ano dyan ang Kalinga, ano dyan, yan, tingnan. O let's say, Region 6, ano dyan, Antique, Iloilo, o Calabarzon, ano dyan yung Batangas, ano dyan ang Nasugbo, ano dyan, tingnan natin, di ba? Tapos, put it out in a website, Facebook, so that people will know, put the LGU, province and LGU, and even barangay if you have, because you have per hectare, so you would know what it is. Put the barangay para alam ng mga tao sa barangay na merong ganong forest for possible, kasi pag sinabing investment, nakakatakot pakinggan for protection and or investment. Siguro, kasi pag siya, forest potential investment, nakakatakot. Parang lahat cutting. So, ibahin siguro yung pangalan. Sustainable for forest. Sustainable investments.
Yes, Madam Chair. We'll think of a new name for the areas.
Kasi pag forest potential investment, ang una kong
Ay pagputol po.
puputulin lahat. O pati standing. So, sustainable forestry. I don't know. But sustainable forestry is still cutting. But even for protection. And then you can get carbon
Yes, Madam
credits.
Chair. Yeah.
Yeah.
We will provide po.
Okay. Okay, next. Just one. Dapat may guidance kayo kung ano ang akma na species. Huwag na
Yes.
puro mahogany na naman.
Hindi na po, Madam.
Suntit ang tanim nila. Pinutukan
Hindi
nila ako pagtanim ng mahogany.
Hindi na po. Ano na po? Hindi, nagbago na po. Nagbago na po, Madam.
Pinaputol nila sa mahogany ko eh.
Saka, we are on a new leaf now, Madam.
Dr. Palihon.
Arman Palihon po. My professor po in college. Yeah.
He cuts my trees. I'm so careful with my trees. Number one, I ask for a permit. Number two, Dr. Palihon of UP Los Baños, even pruning of my trees, it has to be a forester kasi ayoko masaktan.
Yes, Madam.
Oh, tapos pinaputol niya, ba't ka may mahogany? Sabi ko, turi ng DNR 20 years ago sa akin. So, putulin na lang kasi nakakasama sa nakatabi. Yun. Ginagamit ko sa mga table.
Opo.
Lahat, ganun.
Maganda po yan ma'am, Madam Chair. It's a good timber
It's good timber.
product, but it's
Anyway.
not good for reforestation.
Balik sa mahogany. Okay. So, what were you saying?
Kasama po dun sa budget ng National Greening Program yung site species matching under the survey mapping and
Dapat
planning.
kasama yun sa service nyo rito.
Kasama po din dyan.
At saka yung pag protection lang, kayo ba mag-provide ng seedlings? Hindi.
Ang nagpo-produce na po may seedlings po tayo, ma'am, sa DNR.
You can
Yeah.
help in
We can.
in nurseries, in the creation
Yes.
of seedling banks, nurseries.
We definitely
yeah,
can.
seed production.
Yes.
Fruit nating seed.
The dipterocarps, madam. Yeah. Yes, madam. We do that also, ma'am. In Negros, ma'am, we have a good mother trees for lawaan there. That would be the end of my presentation on forest protection, Madam Chair. We will be submitting to the committee and to your office, Madam Chair, all the information that you request.
Province.
Per province, per municipality.
Municipality.
Per barangay, if we can.
Barangay sana. Oo. So, na-breakdown nyo. Kamukha yung Cordillera, saan doon? Tapos, i-post nyo.
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes.
Oo. Maski yung, malay mo, merong mga OFWs o pag
Yes.
ano nila, gusto nila, o yung mga may kaya.
Opo.
Ang gusto nila, pamanan na lang nila, nagtanim sila ng ganun.
Opo.
Oh, pag-retire ko sa gobyerno, apply ako dyan. Pero pure protection.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Oh,
Give me until the
2028,
end of the month.
So, ako pinakamaliit tapos for protection hindi ako magi-invest. I mean investment time and planting but I will not cut.
Yes, Madam.
Pure protection. Oh. Ganda
Yes,
naman.
Madam Chair. Give me until the end of the month, Madam Chair, and it will all be
Sige.
visible in
Sige.
our
Everyone
website.
should have a chance to do it, not just big corporations who have the resources.
The resources to do it,
One.
yes.
What's the smallest parcel? Yung
For-
mga Gen Z, ayan.
For these,
Ha?
we do have
Laki. 50
we do have that
hectares. O di grupo-grupo yung mga kabataan, di ba? And then they can plant.
Yes, Madam. We do have that program, ma'am, for groups that wants to engage in tree planting activities or any other forest management
Yeah, the
activities.
Rotary Clubs, the Zontas, the Soroptimists, the
We
alumni associations,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
PTAs, the everything. Ay, naku.
For that one, ma'am,
Yes.
we already have the portal for that one that's already online. We'll also send it to you. You can apply there and you can choose an area where you want to do this activity. It may be a one-off or it may be a series of continuous activities. It's not necessarily hard investments. It's kind of soft investments where you help the government plant these trees. We call this the 5 million trees program. But as of now, we have pledges of around 10 million trees to be planted until 2028. So that's where the
10 million.
Yes,
But you have 1.1 million hectares. Ilan yun?
no, the 10 million trees, ma'am, they're just within a very small. Ito po yung mga business clubs, ito yung mga Rotary clubs, yung mga gusto lang po mag-volunteer, madam.
Okay. Sige. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
These are the, akala ko tapos na tayo. Mahaba pa. Hindi. But how many pages do we have? Then after the programs, you're going to present your budget or yun na yun? Yun na yun. Land management and governance. Yun yun. Can Yes, 5 minutes CR break. is, what do we do? Siyempre, meron kayong tenurial agreement with a group, a company. May bantay siya, may magtatanim. Yung pamilya na nagtatanim, yung mga kamag-anak, kabarangay. Tapos bago mo malaman, meron isang community ng informal sectors. Tapos nagtayo na ng structure, may building, gano'n na, pinutol na, hindi natin na-monitor. Yan ang, how do we prevent that? That's how it starts.
That's right, Madam Chair. But here, I think we really need to work with all the other agencies, because the programs, for example, for of other agencies for building of roads, for providing telecommunications, power, and so on. What happens is that these settlements are there, and then the pressure to provide the basic services are going to follow. So I think once we have identified, I mean, the areas that are not for settlement, we should make it a policy to enforce that no supporting infrastructure services are going to be built by government.
If we have to rely convergence, they also have problems. And these areas that are open for formal tenure agreements, are they accessible, or bahala na yung mag-tenure agreement with DNR to access the area to plant?
The 1.2, the USEC David can explain that the 1.2 hectares are have access, existing access, and therefore if there are investors, they can be facilitated to come in. Go ahead, please, CP.
There are about 7,000 clusters of parcels, no, of the 1.2 million, and each of these parcels have been characterized in terms of their land cover, how much forest is existing at this point in time, if there is road access, if it overlaps with an IP area, and so on and so forth. So we built it as such that it's like a prospectus for the investor.
So you've studied this before you presented it or launched it, right? But you said it's nothing new. It's been offered because under different IFMA, CBM, etc. But are there overlaps with IFMA and CBFM?
No, for
Hindi ba ibang CBFM areas could be also part of this 1.2?
Madam Chair, if I may. No, the CBFM areas that are under the management of people's organizations right now are protected vested rights for them, ma'am. They're not going to be offered under this new, under this set of potential investment areas.
Areas covered nga, iba yung
Iba po.
CBFM areas.
Iba po yun, ma'am.
Walang overlap? You're
Wala.
sure?
Ito pong pinakita namin sa inyo kanina, Madam Chair, wala po yung overlap with CBFMA areas, existing IFMAs, existing flags and flag Ts for the tourism at SIFMAs po. Hindi po sila kasama dun sa. These are open access and available for new tenure instruments.
Why did it take us so long to offer this? And why did the DNR not include it, let's say, in the National Greening Program? And why did we not offer it for other tenure agreements?
Madam Chair, we started the whole program in 2015. We mapped them out using NAMRIA maps. We demarcated them on the ground using monuments so that we know that on this area it is part of it is a point that corresponds to a potential investment areas. Yung part na yun, ma'am, medyo nag-take ng time po. And also, well, resources as you would expect also, madam.
Leave it at that, and we will request for a more detailed.
We will comply as
yes,
soon as
for
possible,
LG.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, they can arrange for you to be brief on the SFLMAs.
Yes. What do you call it?
sustainable forest land management agreements.
Sustainable forest land management. Better than forest investment. Yes. Okay. Yes, another briefing for that. Sige, thank you. We proceed to the next program.
Yeah, Director Emmy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So good afternoon, Madam Chair and the NR family. Yes, ma'am. For the activity improved land administration and management, the main objective is to ensure economic growth and sustainable land use and improve land tenure security and socioeconomic conditions of local communities. So specifically, the major activities under this program, we have the issuance of patents. So patent issuance is done in various modes. We have agricultural free patent, residential free patent, special patents, and sales patents. So there are various laws governing the disposition of lands under these various modes. So we also have other activities include land surveys, wherein the parcels to be issued title should be surveyed. No, so this refers to parcel survey, and then we also have foreshore area management, specifically foreshore delineation and profiling, then foreshore database, and foreshore collection, revenue collection. So on screen, madam, we just included the major accomplishments. So we're showing the 2024 to June 2025 accomplishments for IVAS. So this pertains to verification and approval of surveys using the information system, land administration and management system. In the activity IVAS, the DNR is the one approving the land surveys conducted by private surveyors and including other agencies. So for example, other agencies that conduct surveys in the course of their functions, like TAR, the car plans, and then if DepEd in the survey and titling of their lands, and DND. So everything is approved by DNR except the survey of ancestral lands or domains, which is done and approved by NCIP. And then for 2026 target, we're going to issue about 16,681 residential and agricultural free patents. Also, we will be improving the management of government lands and patrimonial properties. So ito naman, madam, we issue special patents in favor of NGAs and LGUs because may mga lupa ding pag-aari or ginagamit ang mga other agencies of the government.
What do we do with duplicating land titles and it's government that duplicates it? DNR issue. Sino ang taga-issue sa inyo? Kayo. Si Land Administration, no? Is this a Land Management Bureau?
Yes,
Ito siya.
ma'am.
Yes. So nag-i-issue kayo ng titulo. Nag-i-issue din ng DAR, CLOA. NCIP nag-i-issue din. Tas ang korte nag-i-issue din. What do you do with that, Secretary? Kung sinong una nag-issue, siya yung tama? Ano ba yun?
Well, Madam Chair, we want to pursue and revive the agreement that was made among the three main agencies, which is Land Registration Commission Authority, LRA, under the Department of Justice, then DNR and Department of Agrarian Reform, as well as the NCIP for a common base map of all of these. And we would want to sit down, particularly with the NCIP under the new leadership now, in order to clarify a number of things there.
Well, it was in the same room, I think, some hearings back or years ago that there was such an agreement. Baka ito Senator Drilon at the time, because this issue always comes up. When you said revive, because there was already an agreement,
That's right, Madam Chair.
and then nothing happened.
No, it has not been pursued to implementation so far.
To what extent is there such a conflict? How many millions of hectares of land?
Madam Chair, if just before I answer your question, Madam, just to inform you that the DOJ has already taken initiative to sit down and discuss this with the different agencies responsible for the titling, the DAR, the DNR, the NCIP, and soon the DOJ will be coming up with a directives on how we can address this concern. Regarding your question about the extent, maybe I can just share to you that as regards the NCIP, if you will note a while ago, it was mentioned that we have 15 million hectares of forest land. But based on our coordination with the NCIP, they're already claiming 13 million hectares of NCIP areas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
30 million.
Of the 15.
No, wait. 30 million. No, 30 Philippines, ang buong Pilipinas. 15 million ang designated forest land, pero alam natin hindi na forest yan. And NCIP claims 13 million of the 15. So how do you deal with that? Impossible. Yeah.
We're awaiting the final directive from the DOJ, and they'll be coming soon. They will be coming up with their directive to the agencies, Madam Chair.
Does the NCIP have a formal communication claiming, and they have an inventory of the 13 million hectares?
Remember, Director Tom, can you give us?
Actually, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, the figure that Yusek Leones was mentioning was an offshoot from the meeting with the presided over by the Department of Justice between the DNR and the NCIP. They wrote to us formally and they announced in that meeting that their projection is around 13 million hectares of ancestral lands and domains.
With the next. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So other activities of
The next program.
the next
Okay na po.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Geohazard ground assessment, groundwater assessment. Who's in charge of that? MGB. Mm-mm. OIC na naman. Ba't puro kayo OIC?
Magandang hapon po, Madam Senator. So for MGP po, magsimula po ako doon sa responsible mining, and then after that, it will end up po doon sa ating geologic hazard and others. So
Okay, regarding mining again.
Opo.
Region 6 nagsabi a few months ago magma-mining daw o exploration sa Antique. Nagalit na naman mga tao. Tagalin na nyo, Antique. Ayaw namin ng nuclear at ayaw namin ng pagmimina. Oo. Yes, SEC. Hindi, mag-explore sila. Nag-invite sila ng investors. Hindi, ayaw. Ang gusto namin i-protect. Sa MGB. It was declared by Region 6. There was a Facebook page or a press release, di ba po? Kasi mayaman ang Antique, mayaman tayo sa Sa
Chair, I think this is in relation to the mineral reservation program, which which I think you chaired in previous years, and you were pressing for not to proceed. In the case of the government's mineral exploration program, it's government that is going to invest in the exploration, and once there is a declaration of a reservation, then anyone who's going to actually do exploitation would have to pay a fee to the government for, what do we call it? A royalty to the government for its what is this, for the utilization of the mines. But as ASEC Cabalda is not here, but you did extract a promise from them that there's not going to be a mineral reservation to be declared in the province. And that's why I was wondering where the news was coming from. That
a press statement from Region 6 MGB. Maybe you can ask them. Kung alam po nyo, kung hindi, just make your present. I just put that on record. Thank you.
Okay po. Add ko lang po kasi yun po kasi mahalaga lang yung mag-conduct tayo ng exploration. Hindi naman po ibig sabihin magkakaroon kagad ng mining. Ang purpose po noon kasi is for us to know kung ano yung meron tayo, and then in future maybe magbago po yung
mineral
technology.
reserve
Opo, ganun po.
mapping.
Opo.
Oo. Yes. Oo.
Thank you very much po.
Yes.
So on responsible mining po, mahalaga po na na of course malaan natin na ang Global Critical Minerals Outlook po for 2024 on the International Energy Agency I provide po yung analysis and projection.
Para lang matapos yung
Opo.
isyong yun, I just put on record also my strong opposition to any form of mineral extractions or mining. Hindi po tayo sang-ayon dyan sa Antique. Okay? At ayaw po ng mga tao sa aking kaalaman. Okay?
Madam
Para
Chair,
paliwanag po.
just
Yes.
no, because I was trying to check, it's not Region 6 DNR that issued that statement. It's from an NGO saying that that they oppose any mineral reservation proclamation. So I think that's something that needs to be clarified, that it's not
No DNR
no.
statement. In fact, it was just a reaction to a non-issue. Is that what
Right.
you're saying?
Uh,
Okay, I'm glad to know. It was fake news. Okay. Maybe they got lost in translation.
Well,
Yeah.
because in the past, maybe before, way back in the past, there was such a proposal. But
Baka
that
may
is-
nag-revive, may nagsabi. Okay, so I'm glad to know wala naman. Okay, thank you. And if ever what you're doing is mineral reserve mapping para alam nyo yung yaman ng ating mga lugar. Pag ayaw naman ng lokal, hindi mangyayari. Oo. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much po. So ang ating pong actually direction or priority is to increase po actually yung ating mining industry's contribution to GDP from 0.5 to 2% by 2028. And then of course included po dito yung advancement ng gathering of geologic information for strategic national development. And of course, one of the priority po na naka-included dito is yung pong geohazard and groundwater assessment, which is of important. So on the next slide po ay for the mineral resource enforcement and regulation, ibali may budget po tayo na 1.4 million for the issuance po ng of course ng MGB budget requirement, no? So for more than at least more than 50 mining permits or contract, which include exploration permit, mineral processing, industrial sand and gravel permit issued by central and regional offices, and the mineral production sharing agreement, and yung pong financial and technical assistance agreements endorsed by MGB for approval po, of course, to DNR. It is expected po by 2026 that there will be a total of 41 permits or contract issued by our regional offices and 29 issued and endorsed by MGB Central Office. And this projection po has taken into consideration the impact of pending yung po ating streamlining policy, which include considered minimal for 2026. And of course, this is due to the transition or adjustment period in effects of the issuance and the endorsement of mining permits and contract. So, thus the number po ng MPSA from the exploration permit, of course, ay mahalaga po na nakadepende nga siya doon po sa magiging result na exploration. So, moreover po, this program includes yung pong issuance ng ore transfer permit, mineral or export permits, and other related permits, which facilitate the mining industry's economic contribution by enabling trade of minerals and others, of course, other or mineral ore and other minerals products within sa ating pong bansa at saka po sa abroad. Doon po sa monitoring of mining tenements, of course, yung pong pagbabantay natin, ang tinatawag po natin na compliance nila sa ating pong law, maging sa safety, sa health and environment and social compliance po. Bali, ang currently po na total budget is 600. Of course, bali, we have po the 690 mining tenements for monitoring. And it can be noted po that the target universe has decreased from 715 to 690 dahil po doon sa may mga nag-expire na po na tenements without application for renewal, and also yung exclusion po ng mga MPSA na already recommended for cancellation, no? Yun po ang mahalaga. On the under po dito sa small scale mining, the program po is due for impact assessment as of course a response po doon sa top management po directive to identify the factors, no, that hinder the issuance of small scale mining contract. Despite po na declare na yung mga ito, so mahalaga po na mahalaan ito para of course doon sa ating mga...
Can you please explain ano ang malaki, anong maliit?
Okay po. Yung pong kasing...
Sa income ito? Para po maintindihan namin.
Yung pong...
What would you consider small scale?
Small scale po kasi ito po yung under sa ating Republic Act 7076 na kung saan yung ating pong mga maliliit na mga minero ay binigyan po natin sila ng karapat ng ano po ng privilege para po magsama-sama at sila po ay magmimina in area po na tinatawag natin na declared minahang bayan area, upang nasa ganun po ay magkasama-sama rin sila through the assistance po ng ating gobyerno doon sa environmental protection, maging yung kinakailangan po nilang technical assistance, so kinakapacitate po natin sila. So majority po nito ay of course yung pong mga sa gold mining, ano, kasi po meron po talagang mga minerals o deposit po na hindi naman siya economical para doon sa large scale, no, na makuha po ng mga large scale, pero yun po yung dahil sa economy, so ito po yung bali minimina ng ating maliliit na mga minero.
How do you measure what is small? Small sa income or sa kanilang nakukuha? Hindi, ano, income sa revenue or sa area, maliit na area o maliit at anong what is small?
Bali po ano, yung small scale mining po kasi limited lang po sila doon sa production na 50 metric ton per day. Tapos yung area po nila is 1.2 hectares to I think 10 hectares. So tapos po gagamit lang sila ng mga simple implement po, ganon, yung piko, pala. So yun po ang total difference sila, order mag-ano po sila or opo, wala pong bawal pong, hindi po sila pwede gumamit ng mga heavy equipment kasi nga po yung production nila maliit lang, no, para talagang livelihood po nila bale.
Impose processing? Do we impose processing whether small scale or medium or big scale para may income ang komunidad?
Opo, actually po ang ano po ang mga small scale po natin ay
even sa big scale. O kinukuha lang talaga ang yamang lupa, ine-export at ang kumikita lang yung mga korporasyon. Or nag-i-impose ba tayo may processing sa bawat minahan? We don't do that.
Meron po tayo sa mga large scale, no? Meron po tayong mga planta, processing sa gold. So dito po pinaprocess sa atin yon. Sa small scale naman po ay mayroon din tayong mga natayunan na mga planta para po naman doon sa maliliit nga na tawag po na doon mga customized na mga processing plant po para sa kanila, no? So para yun po kasi nga po ang purpose mahalaga po kasi sa small scale miners nga sa batas ibebenta nila yung gold po na nakukuha nila sa central bank para po additional doon sa ating gold reserve. But they are exempted po doon sa sa excise tax saka sa income tax para meron silang benefits. But they are required yung po na magbenta sa central bank po para doon sa ating gold reserve po.
Excise tax, no income tax, but required to sell to central bank. Who monitors that? MGB? How is
MGB
able
and
to
central
monitor
bank
that?
po. Opo, MGB po bale ang kasama sa monitoring ito and then of course yung pong central bank ba.
How will you know whether the small scale can be put together by a big scale and use that because there's no excise tax and no income tax?
Bali po kasi nga meron po tayong regular na monitoring ng region doon po sa mga na-declare na minahang bayan na bali even yung kanila pong production doon sa kanila pong tinatawag natin na 2-year work program. Sa large scale po kasi 3-year work program. So binabantayan po ito ng ating regions and also meron pong MMT, multi-partite monitoring team na composition niya ay yun po bali closely na monitor naman po.
Yes.
Yung bago po ako lumipat sa next slide po yung sa yung program po natin sa anti-illegal mining and enforcement. Of course ito po ay para i-address yung mga illegal mining activity. Current budget po nito is 65.1 million. So included po dito yung salaries ng mga contract mining engineers and geologists na naka-assign po doon sa mga Penros and Senros. So yun po. And then last po yung sa mine rehabilitation program, ito po kasi yung mga bali abandoned mine previous bago pa sa Mining Act, no. So bali ang budget po natin dito is 3.63, of course which include po yung monitoring nung rehabilitation na 11 po na abandoned mines.
Abandoned mines are there, the country?
Bali 11 po itong abandoned mines
11,
na to.
anong areas po ito? When you say abandoned, tapos na yung mga kontrata.
Opo,
Tapos na yung pag-extract.
tapos na po yung mga to. So bali out of this 11 po, dalawa na yung ating pong na-rehabilitate, ano. But again, yung po kasing nabanggit ko nga na ito pong mga minahang area na ito ay bago pa yung mining law, no. So wala pa tong tinatawag natin yung Final Man Rehabilitation Fund. So government po yung of course yung gumastos dito doon sa dalawa na rehabilitate. So ngayon po mayroong direction tayo na tingnan dahil nga po sa ngayon yung impact yung dahil sa
These 11 abandoned mines ended already the contracts. They've extracted, they left it without the mining rehabilitation fund.
correct po. Ito
Lahat
po yung
ng
bago po
11,
yung
walang
mining law.
iniwan na rehabilitation fund?
Wala po. Opo, ito po kasi yung bago the 1995 Mining Act po, no? So, yun. Kaya,
Before the 1995 mining law, Secretary, there was no legislation, no policy that would cover mines? Wala. For rehabilitation? Wala. Oh my God. That's so, we just let it like that. It's terrible. That's so recent, 95. Before that, wala pala. So these are the 11 abandoned mines before 95. So there was no requirement for rehabilitation fund. Kawawa naman, anong areas? Can you just cite the 11 areas? Saan po yun? Kawawa naman ang mga tao. Ito ba yung sa Marinduque? Sa Buwak?
actually po, hindi pa po kasama yung kasi po, yung sa Marinduque po, yung sa Mark
Copper?
ay po, hindi po siya abandoned mine, ano. Kasi po under siya ng mining law. So, bali, actually po,
Buwak Marinduque ba? Yung sa Mark Copper, meron ng Mining Act nun?
meron na po actually kasi po opo, naihabol po yun actually. Ang naging
So they have
operation
the
po niya,
Mining
90s.
Rehabilitation Fund.
Meron
Did they
po.
already comply o talagang namatay na ang mga wala ng isda sa Buwak River? May kabuhayan na ba o that was long ago?
Sa ngayon po ay bali ang ginagawa ng MGB po is to monitor yung mga critical na structure doon dahil nga po ito po
Are they
ngayon
still mining?
hindi na po sila
Matagal
opo,
na.
matagal na po na
Matagal na
hindi
nangyari yun.
hindi
Pero
na.
ibig ko sabihin, meron silang mining rehabilitation fund and was it utilized to rehab the river? And what is the status of the Buwak River?
As we know po, hindi po
Yes.
nagkaroon po kasi ng disaster ang Mark Caffer, ano. So actually po na-exhaust po yung tinatawag na Environmental Guarantee Fund during that time na equivalent po doon sa
So
FFRDP.
winasak nila ang Buwak River.
Nagkaroon
At-
po ng disaster
So
during
wala
that time.
kabuhayan mula sa ilog.
During
Because of
that
the
time po,
disaster,
opo.
yes.
Opo.
How about now? Would you know? Sino
Ah,
ang RD ng ano?
Yeah, we can ask po
ng-
yung ating pong
Sino ang
RD sa
RD?
Mimaropa. Opo.
Mimaropa, nandito ba? I want to know.
Madam Chair, the
Yes.
provincial government of Marinduque is talking with Barrick, the Canadian company that took over Placer Dome's assets, and they have not yet come to an agreement, but it's in the right now they haven't come to an agreement yet on
But I remember, I wasn't even a senator yet. I was reporting on that in the news. I remember that, the Buwak River. So, ano po, talagang namatay na lahat ng laman ng Buwak River. Wow, really? That's terrible. So hindi na na-rehabilitate, hindi na na-remediate. What's the right word? Rehabilitate, remediate?
No, the danger that was being pointed out, Madam Chair, is on the structural stability of the mine tailings dam. But I was going to ask Yusek David to say something about it because he is familiar with this, and he admitted that he is a geologist.
Yeah,
So
that's correct.
I'm placing the burden.
No,
on
so you're talking about the mine tailings pond structural integrity, and I'm also asking the RD of Mimaropa, meron bang, that's been 20 years, may nabuhay na ba sa ilog o talagang winasak na lang ng markuper ang ilog at kabuhayan ng mga tao?
Madam Chair,
O nag-regenerate ba ang nature?
actually, Madam, that's exactly what the answer was by our people from 4B that nagkaroon na ng natural regeneration. So I think through the help of the
Kulay puti, parang naging, di ba? Naging puti or brown. I remember I was reporting on that a long time ago.
pero there yeah, meron na pong mga isda daw uli na ayos na rin po yung outflow sa dagat. But I think meron na silang interagency agreement task force for Boac River. So along with the DNR,
20 years na yan. Palang yung task force. 20 years na, kakaawa naman mga tao. Really? Okay.
Yung pong pinaka-update nga ay bali natural na rehabilitate na po yung Buwak River,
How
may
much
mga
was
isda.
the rehabilitation fund of Marcopper? Under the law. That was 95 yung batas, so 96.
1996, Senator, yung spill.
There was no rehabilitation fund?
What,
How could there be no may batas na nun eh.
Actually po yung Marcopper nag-start po siya 1992 operation. Ang ating pong batas is 1995.
5.
Opo, and then yung mine rehabilitation fund I think is ano po, no. So
So wala
ang
silang naiwan na rehabilitation fund. Wow.
ang meron lang po sila dati yung Environmental Guarantee Fund, no, na yun po na nagamit nila iyon of course doon sa disaster na yon.
So walang rehabilitation fund kasi bago lang yung batas nun.
Actually po 1995 kasi batas natin, 1992 nag-start sila, may
Mm.
disaster nung 94, then
Uh-uh.
po ganun.
Kaawa. Okay. I think Yusek David wanted to say something about the tailing pond.
It just so happened, Madam Senator, that was my dissertation, yung Marcopper in 96. So it's correct that for Boac River, and by the way, the mine is not in Boac, it is in Santa Cruz, Marinduque upstream. Since 2003, Boac River has been naturally regenerated, not because of any intervention, human intervention, but it was just flushed. There's a separate river system beside it called Mogpog River, and that is still being affected by mine tailings. Matagal na. Wala.
Even abandoned mines, can you just put it on record?
Opo, yung pong 11 abandoned mine ay isa po dito yung Black Mountain sa Tuba Benguet na bali meron pong risk assessment po na preparation na completed na noong 2014. Second po yung Palawan Quicksilver sa Puerto Princesa, no. And then of course tapos na rin po yung environmental management program niya. And then bali may interim rehabilitation na rin po na ginagawa with the coordination with the LGU. Pangatlo po yung Silica Sand Mine sa Rojas, Palawan. So tapos na rin po ang risk assessment, environmental assessment po nito. And then pang-apat po yung Benguet Exploration sa Tuba Benguet. So the same po, tapos na rin yung risk assessment program po niya. Panglima po yung Romblon Marble Mines. And then completed na rin po yung kanyang risk assessment and preparation ng EMP. 6 po yung Barlow Mines sa Mabini, Pangasinan. And then pang-anim po yung Santo Niño Mines po, no. Bali sa Tublay, Benguet po. And then yung number 8 po ay yung Benguet Corporation or formerly Benguet Consolidated sa Balakbak Islands, Palawan, na meron na rin po itong completed na risk assessment or yung pong program. And pang-siyam po yung Zambales Base Metal sa Region 9, completed na rin po yung kanyang environmental management program. Number 10 po yung Unidos Mining Corporation sa Nabas Aklan, completed na rin po yung kanyang risk assessment at yung EMP. And panghuli po yung Western Minolco sa Atok Benguet po, bale na tapos na rin po yung risk assessment and environmental program.
Clarify ko lang, pag sinabi po niyong abandoned mines, tapos na po yung kanilang pag-extract. Nakuha na nila ang yamang lupa, inabando na after the land was raped and left the people poor. And because there was no law yet at the time, walang rehabilitation fund. And now, government, LGU or national, with limited resources, must rehabilitate it. How will you rehabilitate with 3 million pesos? Impossible.
Madam Chair, at least the good news is that now we have good examples of the rehabilitation program under the new law. So the MGB has been monitoring
A good mining site that's been rehabilitated
rehabilitated.
well.
Well,
Yeah.
now it's Rapu-Rapu.
Yung ano po, bali yung Rapu-Rapu po isang magandang halimbawa nung
Sana next time padala kayo ng photos or video.
Opo,
Pakita nyo yung status ng 11 abandoned mines. Pakita naman nyo yung good news kung meron maayos mag-rehabilitate para maintindihan natin. At saka yung anong klaseng rehabilitation. Example, Rapu-Rapu, explain the...
Opo, yung Rapo po ay actually siya po ang unang metallic company na kumpleto niya yung final mine rehabilitation, no? And ang ano po nito ite-turn over nila actually yung lupa dito sa local government. And then with equivalent program po bale na ginastusan ng company. And in fact ano po ito bali mga from 300 million, yung rehabilitation po nila, umabot po sila ng 1.2 million to complete the final mine rehabilitations of their area. No, so bagamat ito po
1.2 billion or million?
Opo, 1.2 billion pesos po. Bagamat medyo problematic po kasi nga during that time may mga dumaan sa mga disaster din ano. But again, yun po, naka-recover and then naayos mabuti noong pong operator nito hanggang doon nga po sa ma-rehabilitate nila itong mine site nila sa Rapu-Rapu po. So maganda po siyang actually example and pwedeng sundan. And of course, pagdating po sa final mine rehabilitation.
Who owns the 11 abandoned areas? Government. That's government land, right? The 11 abandoned mines. Because thinking, how do you offer that for rehabilitation to corporations, to people who want, and then make it credit, tax credit or something, right? Because you'll never be able to rehabilitate it using your own funds. Sino may-ari ng mga lupa sa 11 abandoned areas? Government
Mostly
siguro
po government.
Government
Opo,
yan.
mostly government po.
it's just a challenge. Just like the barren land. Sabi nyo, for potential forest investment. Ito, abandoned mines. Hindi ko alam kung paano, kung yung abandoned, kung yung deforested areas for forest investment, ito, abandoned mines, I assume wala din forest syempre dyan, pero i-alok nyo kung sino ang gustong mag-rehabilitate, maski for free, how? And then they can get some, not carbon credits, but tax credits. I don't know how. Because I do not see in our lifetime how we can fund the 11 abandoned mines. And with 3 million pesos, impossible. Saan po nyo gagamitin yung 3 million? Wala naman. Airfare pa lang papunta sa 11 na yan tsaka land travel. Wala, ubos na po yan.
Ano lang po, Madam Senator, ano po, bali yung po kasi sa monitoring na lang dahil nga po nagawa na rin ng government yung pong preparation ng environmental management program for its abandoned mine. So sa ngayon po for monitoring, but again, dahil nga po sa ngayon doon sa changes in the technology, tinitiyan po ng MGB kasi DNR na kasi po yung for example yung dahil sa energy transition, yung needed po doon sa critical minerals, no? And yung mga mine po na to, ito meron po dito mga copper and gold. So of course tinitiyan po na pag-aralan ulit, baka ito po ngayon ay of value na, no? May value na kasi dahil nga for example mataas na. So may economic value na ulit. So yun po yung maganda na i-pursue.
Pinag-iwanan. Yeah, that could be. Yeah. Maybe the geologists would know that may silbi ang pinagkuhanan. Yeah. Okay. So for submission na lang po, yung letrato ng 11 abandoned mines. Okay. Okay.
Yes po. So next slide po is on the our geologic, of course po yung Mineral Resources and Geosciences Development Program. Of course, yung ito pong, of course, sa pagdating po sa geologic mapping, ang budget po natin is 37.7, no? Para po i-update yung ating 44 quadrangles. Of course, ang target po dito makita nga kung ano ba yung mga mineral potential ng ating bansa, no? So, bali hindi kaagad direksyon ng pagmimina, kundi po malaan natin kung ano pa yung mga potential ng ating bansa. And then yung next po sa mineral reservation, bali ito pong fund na ito na 157.8 million ay galing po ito doon sa National Mineral Reservation ano po, no, yung royalty, no, na bali from
What
dahil
are the
po
14 proposed MRAs?
yes, meron po tayong proposed na 14 na ano po na bali mineral reservation areas. So
Areas?
Madam Chair, this included the one that you previously mentioned about Antique. Yeah, no, this
Ayan na naman. Magkasama.
this is mapping, and
Ayaw na natin malaman yung, alam natin mayaman tayo. Wag
Yeah.
isa.
no, I just want to correct myself on the when we were discussing why there was the report, because before elections of this year, there was indeed the public hearings were called for by the Mines and Geosciences Bureau in Region 6 for public hearings on the declaration of a mineral reservation area.
It was not just fake news.
No,
So
it was not. There was a public hearing.
The Antique is part of the 14 mineral reservation
Proposed.
areas proposed.
Yes.
No.
But
Ayaw namin.
that's right. As I pointed out, that because of the hearings that you called for, and I think you manifested.
No, I did not
your-
call for any hearing. I just made a statement.
Okay.
It was during the campaign period.
Well, because of that, Madam Chair, the MGB has actually not proceeded with that.
So why will
particular
we
one on Antique.
give 150 million for areas that don't want to be even explored?
This is the mapping exercise that we were discussing a while ago. The main idea about the mineral reservation area is to find out what is to map out what resources there are in the country, but it doesn't mean that once there is a mineral reservation area that is declared, that mining will be carried out. It will still be subject to the same process like endorsements, ECC, and so on.
Maraming nangyayari naman, maski ayaw ng lokal, nagkakatotoo Nangyayari Pero wala na dito, tinanggal na nyo.
No, it's no longer. That's why, as I've
Yes,
said,
it was previously included here.
right. So
O, ba't nandyan naman ang mugpog? Ito na nga yung nabiktima ng Mark Copper. Bakit nandito naman? Kawawa naman mugpog. Yung ilog nga nila, patay pa rin, di ba? Ba't
No.
nandyan na naman sila?
I think this is from the tail.
Yeah, hindi po. Actually po yung gusto ko lang po ipaliwanag ulit na ang layunin po kasi nitong mineral
At saka, ang
reservation.
Nueva Vizcaya is a no mining province. I just came from there last week. No mining sila.
Madam Senator, gusto ko lang po ipaliwanag nga ulit na ito po kasing layunin ng mineral
No,
reservation.
nandito, Patnongon, Sibalom, and San Remillo. Nako, hindi. Nako, Secretary, ayaw mo ng mining, di ba? O payag ka sa Sibalom, ayaw ko, hindi na. Nako, hindi.
Madam Chair.
We're live, ha? We're live on Facebook.
Yeah. Madam
Uulitin
Chair,
ko, hindi po ako sang-ayon sa pagmimina o even anuman pag-aaral sa exploration sa Patnongon, Sibalom, sa Remillo, sa Antique o maski saan sa buong probinsya. So tanggalin nyo yung budget ng number 5.
Mhm. Yeah. Madam Chair, as was previously indicated, the mapping exercise is important for us to know the resources in the entire country. So that's more establishing the science behind all of this. We need to understand more about our country and the resources that.
Don't we have that information already?
Not yet, Madam Chair. We're that's one of the challenges that we face, that we are under map in that sense, in terms of finding out what resources there are in the country. So it doesn't mean that we will have to mine them, but we need to know what is there. In the same way, for example, the geological mapping that is being done, that includes finding out where the faults are. Like what has happened in Cebu, we only find out
Yes
now
to
that
geological mapping,
right.
but no to any extractive activity, no to mining in Antique.
Yeah.
Mm.
That one is clear, Madam Chair, that it does not have to result in mining activities. It doesn't mean that after we have mapped that there has to be mining.
Na yan may Zambales. Hindi ko alam kung Southern Zambales yan. San Felipe, where is San Felipe in Zambales? Is it Southern? Sino ang Region 3 po, na regional director? Because palagi yung mga NGOs doon and private citizens have been complaining about massive illegal dredging beyond government limits in San Felipe, Zambales. And it's related to shipment of black sand to China.
Madam,
The group of Rachel Harrison, the group of, and sinasabi na nila sa regional director, but sabi nila it's a government project. May I just be enlightened? So that it's already on record para malaman po natin.
Madam Chair, from
Yes.
our MGB in Region 3.
Yes. Para po
yes.
maliwanag.
Yes.
Siguro po alam naman nyo yung mga NGOs, private citizens na ang tagal na pong nagko-complain, di ba ho? Opo. Are you familiar with the complaints in Zambales on black sand mining?
Good afternoon po, ma'am, Your Honor. Since the yung enactment ng ating EO 79, na pigil na po yung yung black sand mining. Because bawal na po ang mag-black sand because ang pwede lang pong issue ni governor for small scale is chromite, gold, and silver. Ganun po. The black sand
Dredging.
po, I'm po yung black sand. For dredging, in Zambales po, we have this river restoration. It is covered by the.
Are you familiar with San Felipe, Zambales and the complaints of the locals?
Yes po, yes.
Umagal na po sa inyo. Sabi ko palagi, I refer them to the regional director because they complain to us.
Yes, opo. The dredging in Zambales is covered by DAO 2019-13.
San Felipe.
Yes, that includes San Felipe po kasi it is covered by the Santo Tomas River, Lahar Channel po actually. These are Lahar channels. As we must know, the Pinatubo erupted around 7 billion cubic meters total volume and around 4 billion of that is facing Zambales. Bukaw River has around 3 billion cubic meters and Santo Tomas, in which San Felipe is located, has 1 billion cubic meters.
Po yung activities na ginaganap doon?
We have the river restoration po, that is removing the lahar from the river systems because
Ang tagal na ng Pinatubo, ngayon lang nagkatanggal ng lahar?
hindi po feasible minahin ang lahar because malayo ang Metro Manila, the cheap market for sand. Sisirain po natin yung ating roads and bridges if we going to quarry
what are the activities ongoing in San Felipe Zambales that is agitating the locals?
Well, ano po, the shoreline of 1977 po, umabante ng 1 kilometer. So there's an accretion made. And as per our DNR region, these are unclassified public lands because these are accreted land. So wala pong titulo yun, ano po. And these were occupied by people with ano po, nag-invest sila ng beach resorts. Ang ano po nangyari nung 2024, may bagyo na erode yung mga beach resorts. And also this 2025 habagat and typhoon season na erode din po yung ating shoreline because these lahar deposits form the delta. And ito po ay composed of unconsolidated lahar deposits.
So, is there dredging going on? Is there black sand mining or dredging? Anong tawag mo doon?
Ang black sand mining po is hininto na po yan nung EO79 in 2012.
There is no black sand mining in
Because
Zambales.
wala po because ano po kasi yan the grade, the analysis is less than 6%. It's in fact the metallurgical division of MGB Central nag-conduct po ng assessment. Wala pong magnetic separator yung dredger at yung mga magnetic facilities doon, magnetic separator were closed in 2013, 2014. Noon po, ano?
There is no black sand mining in San Felipe,
Yes,
Zambales.
wala.
So what are the activities that the locals are complaining about?
It is coastal erosion po because the typhoons generated storm surge and the habagat po.
Meron daw mga malalaking vessels manned by Chinese.
Yes.
At doon daw dinadala ang black sand. Baka hindi
yes.
nyo alam. They
Ano
keep on
po,
complaining to me.
ano po the project is ano po being done is river restoration po. River po ang dinedredge, hindi yung coastal area. It's not the coastal area.
Who's doing it? DNR or is it a local contractor?
Ano po, we are governed by the interagency committee headed by the governor, and then we have the interagency committee on river restoration composed of the regional director, DPWH, regional director.
So it is a government project.
Yes po.
River restoration.
is a DNR function.
So it is funded. Show me your funds later.
Hindi po. The removal of the sediment is free, of no cost to the government. Wala pong budget, hindi ho binibigyan ng pera yon. So it's a river restoration po. What is being done is to get the sediments, the lahar po, at yun po ang pinagbibili ng ating proponent.
Sino po yung proponent?
Yung pong mga companies.
Just name the proponents so that it's on record. So that
Ano po?
when the locals complain to me, I can post this live stream and then there's a formal answer.
For San Felipe, which is within the river na po ng ating Santo Tomas River, Swafol po. Swafol resources.
Para lang maliwanag po, submit.
We submit po.
Submit
Yes
a
po.
report to the committee so that I can adequately, sufficiently answer the paulit-ulit pong mga complaints ng locals. I put it on
Yes.
record. Black sand mining, extractive activities of DNR, I don't know, provincial government, DPWH, I'm not sure. They said there are vessels manned by foreign nationals, including possibly Chinese, I'm not sure, in San Felipe, Zambales, but the locals are agitated, affected by the activities of DNR and other local officials. Yun ang
We'll give
sinabi
the
po sa
reports
amin.
po, Your Honor.
Pero sinasabi po nyo, wala pong black sand mining.
Wala po.
There is river restoration,
River
which
restoration
you
po,
say
yes.
is necessary
To remove the sediments po.
to remove the sediments.
lahar
And
sediments.
where are
Lahar.
the lahar sediments brought?
These are being delivered to the reclamation po, to the
Ayun na
airport.
nga.
Yes
Yung
po.
reclamation sa Manila Bay
Yes, ma'am.
na
And the airport.
gagaling sa Zambales.
Some of it po, some of it, yes.
Mm,
And the Bulacan Airport po. The
I see.
land development project of
So,
the Bulacan Airport.
I see. So yung lahar na tinatanggal sa reclamation and other areas.
Yes,
And it's
Your
necessary
Honor.
to take it out.
Yes, the riverbeds are elevated
Okay.
na po.
Best so that we understand the science behind it.
Yes.
Please give us the report and we'll put it on Facebook so that everybody will understand. And if there are questions, they must address it to Secretary Lutilia and to Mr. Lacadin of
Yes, Your Honor.
MGB Region 3.
Yes po.
Okay. Sige. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. So it's quarry. You consider that quarry? Binibenta eh. Oh, it's quarry.
Ano po, bali actually po dredging po siya, hindi siya actually quarrying, kundi dredging dahil nga po yung ang ginagamit nga po kasi dito yung mga dredging machine dahil po yung na-deposit na lahar doon sa ano po ano sa delta, yung pinakabunganga po ng mga river. So doon po pumapasok yung dredger, bale, hanggang ma-reach yun po yung makuha niya yung mga lahar na nakaharang, nakatabak doon sa ilog. So ano po yun, meron po tayong DAO on that. Meron tayong policy on that nang nanggaling po doon sa Joint Memorandum Circular with the DPWH, with DNR, with the LGU, and the ILG. So bali po ano siya, hindi po siya, different po talaga siya sa quarrying. No? Talagang river restoration po siya through dredging. Dahil nga po doon sa volume ng materials na galing sa Mount Pinatubo na estimate natin baka 100 years bago talagang maubos po iyon.
Sige po. Isulat na lang po nyo. Okay, where were we? MG?
Sa ano na po tayo sa actually po sa geologic dito na po tayo. Next slide po natin yung sa geologic assessment, land geologic hazard. So bali on this po ay since po ang ina-aiming natin ay makumpleto po by 2028, no, ito pong ating BRA ay ang kailangan po nating budget dito is 132 million. So kasama po dito yung yung mga car subsidence, no, and dito yung mga of course na identify yung mga sinkhole. So of course on this budget po doon sa coastal vulnerability kasama rin po ito na ang budget ito ay nanggaling po actually nga doon sa ating royalty from MinRes. And
geohazard assessment. Kanino po nyo sinashare ang impormasyon?
lahat po ng information na ito ay naka-share po ito sa LGU sa LGU po with complete IEC. Hindi lamang po yung mapa, kundi po ipinapaliwanag sa kanila pati yung paggamit ng IEC. And in fact, ito pong geohazard na to ay nagagamit din natin, no? Yung ating pong mapa sa flooding and sa NDRMC, no? Through the po natin. So bali
Climate Change Commission, are you updated with this? Do you understand this? When you have your climate adaptation capacity building initiatives with the LGUs, meron ba kayo? Dapat meron kayong lahat ng mga output ng DNR.
It's one of the things, Madam Chair, that we're looking at also so that the LGUs that request capacity building
that's why
will have
you
a
should-
multidimensional approach
Lahat
towards
ng
risk management.
informasyon nila, dapat alam ninyo. Oo.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah, parang itong mother agency nyo eh. Di ba? Dapat naman sinishare nyo yan eh, no?
I think, Madam Chair, there's a lot to be said for better coordination. We're working on that with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, so we can leverage on
Because
their
the chair
strengths.
is a secretary representing the president, so there's no reason why any information, especially geohazard, all of this, even the NAMRIA output, should be shared with the DNR and CCC.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Geohazard mapping.
Ito po ang ating geohazard mapping ay of course kasama po dito yung updating kung saan ba nagkakaroon po ng bagyo tapos nagkakaroon ng mga landslide and then ng flooding. So ina-update po natin yung ating susceptibility maps and then into 1:10,000. So and of course
ating mapa ngayon 1:10,000
po. Nagsimula po ito, dati po ay 1:50,000, ngayon po 1:10,000
Alam
na.
ko, mula 1998, kami ni Sec Pahe, 1:, saan tayo nagsimula? 50?
50,000.
1:50,000, tapos sa next Congress, ngayon 1:10,000 na. Ayan. Ano pang ideal? What is the ideal?
Actually po, sufficient na po yung 1:10,000. And in fact, ito po yung ginagamit natin ngayon doon sa kapag po meron tayong tinatawag na probabilistic modeling doon sa ating mga pag-foresee natin ng mga babahain ng mga barangay with the rainfall from pag-asa. So bali po ino-overlay natin to doon sa result po ng ating 1:10,000 na mapa.
Yan. Lahat ng inyong mapping ay probabilistic. Dapat, di ba?
Actually, hindi po. Yung mapping po is ano po 'yon? Accurate po 'yon based doon sa parameters. Yung ginagawa lang po na probabilistic kasi ito po yung parang para kung saan po
ino-over nyo.
overlay na makikita mo po na sa bawah high susceptible tapos po yung rainfall ay sa bawah 100 mm which is equivalent ang ulan
So
niya.
yung mapping ng MGB at yung rainfall, ano pa? Pag-asa, lahat yan ini-intersect nyo. Oo. Para ang interpretations natin hindi lang static, hindi lang isang mapa, di ba?
Opo. Tsaka po masasabi natin kung anong mga barangay yung yung makakaranas ng malaking pagbaha, yung
Parang hindi yata nakakarating yung impormasyon sa barangay. Parang hindi nakakarating. O baka hindi naintindihan. Kamukha yan. Paano natin maintindihan yan? Yung mga mapang ganyan. Ano yung pula? I remember, kailan ba yung nagpunta akong Compostela Valley, tas dala ko pa yung mga mapa. Tagal na nun. Anong bagyo yun? 2012? Ba't nyo alam? Pablo, kasama ko ba kayo? Kayo yung red sa Davao noon. Kasama ko kayo. Nagpunta tayo sa Combal. Ano na pangalan ng Combal ngayon? Davao Oro. Oo. Kayo nun sa Davao. Oo. Yeah. Then we were trying to teach them. And then we went with Zamora Maricar, who's now Congresswoman, to the area. Anong area yun sa Combal? Nagtayo sila ng evacuation center kung saan purple kasi hindi na convey yung information sa New Bataan. Yes, I even went there. Tapos gumuho yung bundok. Namatay ang mga tao kasi nagtatayo ng center evacuation, linika sa mga tao kung saan sila namatay. Kasi hindi nila alam at hindi nabibigay ng MGB or hindi napapaliwanag ang ibig sabihin nun. Kaya importante, let the science really save lives through IEC. You remember that? Were you with me when we traveled to Davao Oro, Combal pa nun?
Yes, Madam Chair. Then we also went to Oriental.
I went to Davao Oriental also, to Mati.
Yes, we did.
Oo, yes.
That was during the time Mount Hamigitan was inscribed as a...
Hamigitan.
Yes.
Yes.
Madam Chair, your your observations are correct as to the usefulness of the maps. So one, we have reformed or changed the delivery medium of delivery for of the hazard maps real time directly to the local government units, and the Facebook page of DNR carries this, and it's now more user friendly. They can just focus on they're just going to encode their barangay and then it will show what is the exposure in terms of hazard. And we have also arranged with the Department of Science and Technology to have the training the local government units in reading maps and of using these maps for their planning and risk response activities. Our budget was limited here in terms of the number of seminars that we can do. So we are augmenting that with funds from DOST as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Secretary. Yeah, dapat kasi, no, it's good that if you have seminars, but you know, how 1,600 LGUs, how do you do seminars? But if it's online and maintindihan na nila, if we simplify it, then so kindly also show capacity building nyo yung office ko para kami na ang tutulong din sa inyo mag-communicate na para maintindihan na namin ng mga mapa ninyo if everything is online and understandable. So, okay, vulnerability and risks, geohazard. What are the hazards aside from geo, multi-hazards? Kasi geo lang ito eh.
Basically po,
Yes.
sa mandate po kasi ng DNR-MGB, ano po, yung
Geo.
floodings and subsidy, ano po, yung slide, no, landslide. Related po ngayon doon sa,
No, but
sa
landslide
pag-ulan.
would still be geohazard.
Opo.
Flooding would be considered geohazard. Yes. What are the other hazards aside from geo?
Ano po, yung iba po kasi siyempre related po ito sa mandate naman ng PHIVOLCS, yung sa earthquake and
Earthquake,
of course
course.
volcanic
Would
eruptions.
earthquake be considered geo? That's geological eh. Hindi? Fault lines? DNR, ano pa? Multi-hazard map. Multi-hazards, ano pa? Aside from geo.
Meteorological.
Soil subsidence.
Yung car subsidies po, kung nabanggit
Soil
na natin. kasama po.
subsidence. Yeah, that's part of geo. So, okay. Enumerate po natin ang geohazards. Fault lines, kasama yun sa geo? Hindi. Would you consider that?
Kasama po.
Fault
line,
lines which
earthquakes.
leads to earthquakes.
Opo.
Ano pa?
And
soil
yung pong
subsidence.
liquefaction, soil subsidence.
Soil subsidence and liquefaction. And then soil erosion
Opo.
brought about by denudation and then landslides. But this is the ano na eh.
Under po sa DOST kasi po itong ano nga, yung earthquake, liquefaction, and also yung pong volcanic eruption. But yun po, yung maps natin is on flooding, car subsidence, and then landslide. Yun po.
What I'd ask you please is to enumerate the kinds of geohazards. Maybe since geology si Yusek David can help. Ano, i-identify natin, i-detalye. Ano ang mga iba't ibang hazard ayon sa lupa, geohazard. Iba-ibang klase, ano ang ibig sabihin nun? Ano ang sanhi, anong epekto? Kung fault line, kaya nag-earthquake. Kung soil subsidence o pagbaba ng lupa dahil sa ano? Over-extraction of water o dahil rin sa pagbabago ng klima o dahil sa ano pa? Earthquake. Yun. So yung ilalagay para maintindihan ng tao. Tapos, gumawa kayo ng handbook na ilagay nyo online. At bigyan din nyo ako, ano lang nyo, simple, ng hard copy na i-duplicate na, kayo may pondo, i-duplicate nyo na mga, hindi man first aid, hazard manual na simple, geohazard, kung yun lang ang inyong mandato, kung pwede, meron na kayong geohazard at iba pa. multi-hazards. Climate Change Commission, recite recitation. Iba nung ibang hazard. Silang sa GEO eh. Ano? Tsaka hangin.
Yes, yes.
Iba hangin. So, lahat ng geohazard, ano pa bang hazards? Yusek David. Hindi, na geo. Geo. No, storm surge is geo. Is that considered geo? Kaya nga, you don't consider it geo.
Yung sand boil, pwede po yun.
Ano po?
Yung sand boiling po, pag nagkaroon ng earthquake o movement, no? Yung sand boil, ano po ito ng liquefaction din related sa
Okay.
liquefaction.
So anyway, ilista nyo lahat, hindi lang yung ayon sa siyensya, definition of terms, ano ang dahilan, ano ang adaptation natin. Yun. Pang next week din yun homework. Gandahan nyo yung maintindihan at bibigyan nyo akong manual. Ano ba yung RBCO? What is that? River basin. Sige. Pwede kayo magsalita. Just identify yourself. When you speak, iba pa yung river basin. Sige, mamaya mahaba ito. Yung river basin. So yung hazards. Okay, geohazard. Coastal. Okay, paliwanag po nyo yung land geohazard at yung coastal geohazards. Malaki, 100+ million each. Ano po yung land geohazards and the coastal geohazards?
Yung pong coastal geohazard po ay nakapokus po siya doon sa physical vulnerability ng bawat coast po, no? Yung bawat segment niya, doon naman po sa pwedeng magkaroon ng tidal floods, storm surge o kaya tsunami, no? So as influenced po by natural processes na tinatawag natin yung climate driven, of course, yung kasama po dito yung sea level rise. And of course kasama na din yung anthropogenic activities. So ito po yung mahalaga pagdating na doon sa coastal na bali each segment po ay of course
You mentioned about sea level rise. Ano na po ang pinakamababa na lugar sa Pilipinas prone to sea level rise? In short, ano na ang bumagsak na coastal area na prone to sea level rise? Which areas?
Actually po ang buong Pilipinas po tayo ay bali apektado talaga nitong sea level rise, and sa finding po ng pag-aaral nito ay mas significant yung mas malaki po yung sea level rise sa atin as compared to the other countries.
But I want the science of it. I know that already. I want to understand the science. How many meters have we sunk in the past how many years? That's what I need to know from MGB.
Today po nagkamali, I think mga yung date na sabi po sa akin, narinig ko po doon sa ating geologists na about sabihin po natin na 2 to 3 centimeter per year. So ibig sabihin in 20 years, kung ba po, ito po ay nung nagsimula pa yung sea level rise,
Ayoko maghulaan. If you're not ready, please, I want a scientific explanation based on real historical data. You should be ready. Anyway, mahaba pa ito. If not, be ready for the next. It's important. Be ready to discuss sea level rise and of all the coastal LGUs in the country, which are more prone. Ano ang low-lying areas, and even inland. And that causes flooding as well, aside from, of course, from the substandard structures.
Sige po, isasubmit po namin, Madam Secretary.
MGB po ang in charge nito, or pati si river control, si river basin, no?
Madam Chair?
Whose task is it? Or
Yeah.
NAMRIA has the data for that?
Yeah, we have 60 tide stations scattered all over the country. We have studies on sea level rise. We're just trying to find out.
Say you have 60 tide stations, you'll be able to tell us ito bumaba na ng ilang metro, ito mas prone to sea level rise, ganun.
Yes, Madam Chair. And through our elevation data,
Yeah.
we can also show you the areas which are low-lying.
Climate Change Commission, dapat yan ang mga data na alam nyo at kaya nyong ipaliwanag din sa mga tao.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Oo.
Actually, this is part of the National Adaptation Plan also.
That's why we have a national adaptation plan, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Were all of this inputted in the national adaptation plan?
Yes, Madam Chair.
If I read the national adaptation plan now, I would know which of the coastal municipalities are prone to sea level rise because they're low-lying and they've been experiencing, how you say, soil subsidence, etc. in the past few years.
Yes,
Nandun sa
Madam Chair.
adaptation plan.
Yes,
At anong
Madam Chair.
dapat gawin?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have information here also. Sea levels in the Philippines, as you know, rose at a rate of 5 to 7 millimeters per year, according to the study that analyzed satellite data from 1993 to 2015. And this was faster, as you know, Madam Chair, than the global average of 2.8 to 3.6
What is the
millimeters.
global average?
2.8 to 3.6 millimeters. And then also in the NAP,
2.8
to 3.6
millimeters.
millimeters.
Ilang centimeters yon?
It's,
Okay, 2.8 millimeters. That's a global average.
yes,
Pero tayo, ang
5
Pilipinas,
to 7 millimeters, Madam
5 to
Chair.
7 millimeters. Namria, please correct the Climate Change Commission. Hindi naman sila scientist. Baka, saan ang source nyo? Namria would have that information, right? So, be ready, please, to show us a MGB, Namria, whichever agency is equipped with the data on coastal inundation and sea level rise. So where will you use your, okay, explain to me the land geohazard assessment and coastal assessment. Thank you.
Yung pong sa land, of course, ito po yung of course yung vulnerable po ito doon sa geohazard, kagaya nga nung nabanggit natin kanino na floodings and landslide, no? Yun naman pong pagdating po sa coastal ay bali sila po yung sa storm surge, so sa sea level rise, so yun po yung ano. So yun po ang bali simple na ano po na difference ng dalawa. Opo, yung pong sa land geohazard assessment po, kasama po dito nga yung landslide, flooding, sinkholes. Pero dito po sa ano naman sa coastal po, bali yung kasama po dito yung bali yung coastal erosion, and then pati na rin po yung sa tsunami, and then sea level rise po na nabanggit ko kanina.
How did you identify the 100 cities and municipalities for your IEC?
Actually po may naka-target po kasi ito bali pag doon po sa ano, pakiyan na lang po yung ating slide siguro. Meron po tayong target dito bali per lahat po ng municipalities, ano. So may percentage na rin po na accomplish, at bawat isa po nito, component po nito lagi yung IEC, yung pagpaliwanag nga sa bawat
Ano po nyo pinili yung 100 LGU?
bali po naka-program po siya. Preview po kasi na-assess po sila sa, yung na-assess po sila doon sa BRA, bali sa vulnerability risk.
I don't understand. Ano po yung inyong basihan ng inyong pag-map ng LGU at ang IEC? Kung sinong humingi, kung ano ang vulnerable, if it's vulnerable, anong basis po ng inyong vulnerability assessment?
Ano po to, bali it is a program po para sa buong Pilipinas. So bali naka-schedule po siya, kaya makita po natin kung ilang percentage na ng municipality sa buong
This whole
Pilipinas.
5,500 tapos na or ito pa lang ang gagawin po?
Bali, mayroon pong percentage, for example, sa 2025 po, 98 municipalities, which is equivalent to 68% yung tapos na. And then 2027 po, bali ang 2026, ang target po na makumpleto is, target po is 100 cities, 2027, 108. And then, of course,
Geohazard mapping cost for LGU. Bakit ang tagal? 2028 baka gumuho na yung mga lugar bago mag-mapping. Wala, updating lang to. I'm sure meron tayong geohazard mapping. Oh,
Opo,
what's
magkasama po ito, meron po kasing tinatapos, but meron pong updating, no? Nabanggit ko kanina na ina-update natin kapag nagkaroon ng, for example, ng floodings and landslide. So, updating po siya. Habang tinatapos po yung natitirang municipalities na ano po, out of that 1,500 plus. Kaya po bali sa limbawa po ito ay 18 sa by this year 68% na po yung municipality dapat natapos yung BRA with IEC, and then sa 2026 75% hanggang sa 2028 po 89% ang target po natin.
RA?
Vulnerability risk assessment po doon sa ano po ng area natin.
Could you kindly just give us a copy of a sample of one municipality's VRA or geohazard mapping para makita po namin ang inyong output na binibigay sa mga lokal na pamahalaan?
We will
Usually,
submit
how many pages is it and in what language is it said? In English? Technical? Is it paano nyo pinapaliwanag? O in-email lang nyo? Pinapaliwanag ba nyo sa mayor?
Opo, lahat po na ito pinapaliwanag sa local government unit, and meron po mga local translation po sila, bale, in local dialect.
Give me an
nakatranslate
example
po.
of one vulnerability assessment you already have. Just one, because you said marami na kayong nagawa.
Yung sa Cebu po.
Cebu what? City or Cebu
The-
City?
The entire entire Cebu po.
The whole province?
Tapos po yung sa Boracay yan. So
It's just a few barangays. Boracay is part of Malay.
yung sa car subsidies po naman ng ating pong hindi po ba, sa Boracay yung
Okay.
car subsidies.
Are you able to show us, let's say, the Boracay VRA here? Do you have it?
Isasubmit po namin.
Yeah, I just want to see an example. Yes.
Okay po.
Boracay. How many barangays in Boracay? 3 or 4 barangays? Ilang barangay ang Boracay? That's just part of Malay. Para maintindihan namin ano ang itsura po ng pinopondohan natin na over 100 million ng vulnerability and risk assessment. I'm very much in favor of this, but I want to see the output. How are we? And you said, buong Cebu, let's say, patingin ng Bogo. At saka in-upload ba nyo yan sa inyong website po? Para nakita sana
Senator.
Hazard Hunter.
The Hazard Hunter under DOST PBOX.
But DNR is the one doing this. You do it with DOST,
Yes.
and they post it in Hazard Hunter of DOST.
Yes, but at the same time, when there is, for example, a typhoon, then we blast the information and place them as well on our website. And there, the barangays themselves can just input the name of their barangay, and then it will show what is the level of risk that they face in terms of flooding. We can actually demonstrate that. I think we still have on the website.
You're not ready to show us just one output? How many completed mapping programs do you have? Just one. Maybe show us Boracay. If you finish the whole province of Cebu, just show us, please, Bugo.
They're trying to
Okay.
get into the hazard hunter, Madam Chair.
I will give to the secretary this hard copy of Rachel Harrison of Zambales, who has for the past years been emailing, calling, texting our office about the DNR dredging project in Zambales.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ibigay nyo.
we'll take note of that. Yes.
Officially.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
while we're waiting for the uploading, just on the coast of Zambales, because of as our geologists have been trying to explain, what is this? The volume of lahar has really been enormous, and it will take a lot of time for this to go down. And in the meantime, the coastline in Zambales has been very volatile in the sense that there has been a lot of accretion. So it's natural accretion. And what has happened is that there has been an additional movement of how wide? Right. How wide is the additional right. 1 kilometer, 1 kilometer additional land that has accreted. And this one kilometer, Madam Chair, has been added. And that 1 kilometer is therefore not so we can imagine, Senator, 1 kilometer of additional coastline has been added. And that 1 kilometer is unclassified land. And therefore, nobody is supposed to occupy that because the coastline is very volatile. In other words, if it can be added, then what nature gives, nature can take back and take away. But then there have been individuals that have occupied that accreted land without license from anyone. So without permits from the DNR or from any agency, but they managed to put up structures in that area. So now that nature is taking back through typhoons and storm surges and so on. So those illegally constructed structures are now very vulnerable to coastal erosion. So I think this what the governor of Zambales agreed with us on is, first, they have issued a cease and desist order? Yeah, they have issued a notice of violation on all of these illegal structures, and will
Saying that these people who are complaining don't have titles, are illegal occupants.
Our regional director from Region 3.
Kala ko yung nakaupo kanina ang sumasagot. Hindi.
He was EMB.
Kayo po ang regional
Regional
director,
Executive
yung isa
Director.
po EMB.
EMB
ng Region
Director.
3.
Regional.
MGB, ma'am.
Ha?
Regional.
Mines and Geosciences Bureau, ma'am.
MGB ng Region 3. Kayo
Yes,
po
ma'am.
ang RD.
Yes.
Red, ma'am. Red, ma'am. Regional Executive Director ng GINA. Yes, ma'am.
Kayo rin ba yun?
One time, I had a meeting with you.
Kasi because sa akin sila nagko-complain eh.
Yes, ma'am. So actually, ma'am, all the occupants there are considered illegal because they don't have any title. The area is an accretion land, ma'am, and it's not stable. No building permit issued by the LGU, no ECC issued dun sa mga structures there.
Watching now, para hindi ako yung messenger of the bad news, kayo po magsabi ayon sa siyensya at sa legal.
Actually, Madam Chair, what we did, we relocated the extent of the cadastral survey. Then we were able to determine the extent of the accreted land. And we also determined the actual occupants in the accreted land. So many of the complainants, andun sila sa accreted land.
At sinasabi nyo walang karapatan sila
Yes,
nandun.
ma'am, because we did not issue any tenure or any title in that land because it is, they are considered informal settlers.
And
Those area.
it's a vulnerable area, hazard
Yes,
area.
ma'am, because it is a lahar deposit. So what is being cleared in the area is the delta, the
Sinasabi
amount of the
nila,
river with,
ginagawa nyo yan,
yeah.
Not to dredge, but it's a commercial activity because you're selling it to the reclamation here.
No, actually, ma'am, the very purpose of the river restoration is to clear the delta so that the flow of water will just go directly to the sea and not creating
This is for
flood.
the secretary to have a letter based on the regional directors. You know the issue. Alam pala ninyo. You know it
Yes,
better
ma'am.
than I.
Actually,
Sagutin na lang ni secretary para po hindi na dumadaan sa opisina ko. Bagamat gusto ko silang tulungan, kailangan ayon sa siyensya at kung ano po ang legal.
Yeah.
I have full trust in the secretary. He'll be able to address the issue.
We
Madam
will
Chair,
do so, Chair.
actually, Madam Chair, a lot of like for instance, the Jessica Soho covered already that when we explained. I was also interviewed lately by Senator the staff of Senator Tulfo regarding the same issue, ma'am. So yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you, ma'am.
you. Thank you,
ma'am.
Chair. So, Madam Chair, so this is, I think they're showing the hazard hunter and it
So
indicates.
sa NGO,
No, they're actually one can focus on the barangays
kasi gusto kong
themselves.
maintindihan, di ba, may 100+ million kayo, may 100 municipalities. Anong binibigay nyo sa mga mayor? Paano yan? Tas IEC nyo, titingnan lang nila yan. Ano ba yan? Paano maintindihan yan? Kailangan may paliwanag.
Madam Chair, or from MGB.
Thank you.
Good afternoon po, Madam Chair. I'm the Chief Geologist of MGB Mimaropa. So let me explain this. What you're looking now is the geohazard maps of Mindoro, including the province of Marinduque and Mimaropa provinces. So the highlights of the BRA, because you were asking about the BRA a while ago, so let me explain the details. What are the components of our assessment? So the highlights of the vulnerability and risk assessment lies on the identification of 3 elements at risk. So we identify the susceptibility of the population, the road network, and built-up areas. So we identify the susceptibilities of these 3 elements sa flooding and landslide. Only rain-induced landslide and flooding, because other flooding events related to seismic are the mandates of the PBOGs. So we are confined only to hazards related to rain-induced landslide and flooding. So we can find this information from the hazard hunters, no? And actually, PBOGs, DOST and MGB are providing the data for the hazard hunters. So if somebody wants to know the vulnerability or susceptibility of their area in terms of flooding and landslide, they can go to the hazard hunter.
Sige
So
po.
these are the main.
The geohazards, yung sakop po ninyo would be, okay,
Okay.
just summarize. Ano yung geohazards na sakop ng DNR?
Okay, the geohazards that we conducted, that we assessed, are mainly focused on the rain-induced landslide,
Okay, rain-induced.
landslide
Yes.
and
Ang hindi nyo
flooding.
sakop,
are landslide related to seismic activities, which is the mandate of the PBOX.
Pero sana, pagbigyan nyo sa LGU, isama na rin nyo.
Yes.
Yeah, that's part
Mhm.
of that. Hazard
Yeah.
hunter. So ito, convergence ang dalawang
Yes,
siya.
the OST and the
Pero pag
DNR.
nila maintindihan kung nasa hazard hunter, how will they understand?
Actually, ma'am, no, aside from the hazard hunter, no, we visited all the municipalities and barangays. We conduct IEC because I think this is the most ideal activity for us to inform the public regarding the susceptibility of the municipality
Yes,
of
that's very
barangays.
helpful, but physically impossible to do all of that. Why? Okay, you have the maps. Why don't you indicate what the colors mean and ipaliwanag nyo in English and Filipino in simple language what it means. Like what you're telling me now. These are the geohazards pertaining to rain-induced
Just landslide.
landslides. The red means this. If this is the hazard, equals what is first, what is the vulnerability and the risk, and what is the adaptation measure that should be instituted.
No.
In short, ano ang what's hazard sa Filipino? Ano ang hazard, sige. Ano ang sanhi? Dulot ng matinding ulan. Ano ang maari? Pagguho ng lupa. Ano ang dapat gawin bago pa gumuho ang lupa ay lumikas na. Kasi kung hindi lilikas ay magkaka-landslide, maaring matabunan ang sasakyan o ang tao, mamamatay. Ganun ang dapat ng IEC. Di ba? Ganun, hindi. Ganyang map. Malay ko rin.
Actually, ma'am, for your information po, no? So we have scheduled IEC activities for different municipalities every year. So
Magastos kayo.
yes po.
Sabihin po, in this time of technology, pwede naman po na sa bawat, sabi mo, 100 municipalities ang ginawa nyo eh.
Mhm.
Di, ilagay nyo yan. Yan yung science nyo eh. Yung explanation, ilagay nyo sa website o sa Hazard Hunter, anumang platform, pati sa TikTok, lahat na yan. Babasahin na lang doon. Tapos ikaw, i-record nyo sarili nyo. Ito, imbis na lipad ka ng lipad dyan, punta na punta dyan, record yourself explaining. At kung sino yung regional director mo, o magbisaya, maglonggo, magtsabakano, magganito, ipaliwanag nyo, upload nyo yun. O di pag-upload nyo, maraming kaysa lipad ng lipad, 100 million na 100 million. Diba? Lipad, transportasyon, hotel, pagkain, inaabalong, di, nakakatulong yon. Iba yung face-to-face. Pero, ipaliwanag nyo. Di maganda may website kayo ng inyong geohazards. Una, ano po ang geohazard? Ito po ang hazard. Tinan mo hazard sa Pilipino. Anong tawag doon? Panganib. Ayan. Ano po ang panganib? Ang panganib po ayon sa dulot ng lupa ay ito. At tas ganoon, ipaliwanag nyo. Ang simple.
Yeah, yes. Actually,
Parang
ma'am.
pang 5 years old.
Yeah. In each regional office website, there is a space dedicated for.
Mahirap na maintindihan. O sige na. Mas mura. Yung aking minumungkahi po, mas simple, mas madali, mas mura. At saka bakit 100 million? 1 million pa kada frame? Saan pupunta yung 100 million? 100 million yung inyong proposal eh.
Actually, ma'am, this is for the generation of geohazard maps. No, we are providing them the 1/10,000 scale maps, and medyo malaki pong pera yung kailangan to provide this to the LGUs.
Magkano ang isang map?
Actually, ma'am, for 1,000 per map. 1,000 pesos.
1,000 pesos per map.
Yep.
Sa kada LGU.
We don't. This is for free for the LGUs, ma'am. We don't.
Pero sabihin, binabudgetan namin kayo para po mapamigay nyo.
Yes
Pero
po.
ang production po ng kada map ay 1,000 piso.
And ma'am, it's not production kasi when we only sell the geohazard map for public or private use for 1,000 pesos, but for the LGUs it's free.
Correct, correct. Saan nga ang gamit? Ibigay na lang yung breakdown ng 100 million.
Preparation, it's more on the generation
Yeah.
of maps.
Generation of the map. Yun na nga. Yung hindi ba NAMRIA ang gumagawa niyan?
No, ma'am.
Si
For
Ma'am
geohazard
MG.
maps, it's the MGB. ma'am.
MGB.
Ma'am,
So, yung 100 million, i-breakdown nyo sa pag-generate. Ibig sabihin, paano nyo generate? Anong klaseng equipment ang ginagawa nyo? So, yung reproduction, mura na lang yan eh. IEC, mura na lang yan eh. It's the generation. But my point is, aside from face-to-face IEC, i-upload na nyo. At kung sinong eksperto, kayong chief geologist, very good, di ikaw.
Yes.
Meron ka ng YouTube channel. Ilabas mo. Kayo po ang magkwento ng kada... ay, nako.
Oh,
Hindi,
yes, ma'am. We will do that.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if I may. Yeah, for the generation of the hazard maps of MGB, they use our interferometric synthetic aperture radar data. That's why they were able to generate hazard maps for the entire country. But we should take into consideration that these data were taken in 2013. So yeah, much has changed. So
magastos tayo ng 100 million plus, yung data galing sa NAMRIA 2013.
2013. Yung nga, the IFSAR data really need to be updated.
So, sagot, MGB. That's true. Kung 2013 ang inyong basihan,
Yes,
may
ma'am.
have an answer
Originally.
from MGB.
Actually, ma'am, the IPSAR from the NAMRIA, it's not the only maps that we use, no? We use also the LiDAR maps or other satellite images na kinakailangan bilhin ng MGB. Not only the IPSAR maps from NAMRIA.
Kaya nga po, paliwanag po nyo sa amin, what are the components of a vulnerability and risk assessment or a geohazard map output, what goes into it? NAMRIA, LiDAR, ano pa ho? Para maintindihan namin, ano ba ho?
Yes, ma'am, we will do that. And
No, you explain now.
okay, okay. Yes, ma'am.
You're asking for a budget. When you ask for maybe 100 million, maybe 100 million, when you ask, please explain so that we understand because I want to give it. Because in the past, I even funded that. Remember that circa 2012 or 13, I funded the hazard maps. But I want to understand it. Baka yun pa rin yung dati, 2013 pa yata yung aking pinondo. Gusto
Madam
namin
Chair,
maintindihan po.
ito pong included po kasi doon sa unit cost bali ay ito pong yung nabanggit nga na printing ng maps, yung pag-hire po ng vehicles, and then of course po yung utilization ng mga image bale, no, and different image nga na binanggit po ni Doc. So bali and then of course bahagi po nito yung siyempre yung IEC po sa bawat natatapos na mga municipalities and barangay.
Yung mga mapa po ng UP Resilience Institute, yung dating NOAA. So 1:2, ano ba yung kanilang mapa? Is it not redundant with this? It's good to have redundancy, but I'd like to know ano pong diferensya ng mapa ng NOAA, yung UPRI, at saka yung mapa nyo.
Hello. Okay. I think the main difference is the way they generated the maps. Mostly yung sa NOAA po is through modeling. But for MGB, it's more on actual mapping. Because we started generating susceptibility maps for MGB, but now we are transforming our or we are changing our methodology from susceptibility map to hazard maps. So, but the NOAA I think the NOAA maps are more on associated with the modeling. Pero may
O you i-hold muna yan. Be prepared to give us the breakdown, masakit na ulo ko, of the hazard maps because I really want to support it, but I have to understand the breakdown. Where does it go?
I will do that, Madam Chair.
Yes. And that's why the chair can ask. Yeah, flood risk. Pakipaliwanag po. Kaya nga yun ang in-extract ng information. Geo siya lang, geo.
Kasi,
Ang flood kasama.
ma'am, remember we
Yeah.
had yung UP NOAA project also came to us during the budget hearing, also requesting to expand their capabilities. One of which we requested to include the flood risk and flood prone areas, no? Because that's the topic of the day. So ito ba includes flood prone areas and yung mga areas na madalas tamaan ng baha, kasama ba dyan? Because I want to also link this to what's happening right now with the flood control projects. Can we use this technology to avoid flood control projects that are not necessary for their location, that are not wala namang impact? Can DPWH use this in their planning purposes?
Yes, Mr. Chair, kasama po ito. Actually, ano po ito, yung from low, medium to high to very high sa flooding, no? So maaari po itong magamit actually yung mapa ng MGB po pagdating sa flooding at maging yung po sa landslide. So pwede po siya na gamitin actually doon po sa nabanggit ninyo.
Live na ito? This one is live? This is actual na?
The Hazard Hunter.
Which is MGB?
Which is DOST, MGB, and including Pagasa.
So different sources
Yes.
of data.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's on the Hazard Hunter website, DOST.
Okay. Okay.
Summarize nyo for the chair. Ano po ang mga geohazards na minomonitor nyo na basihan po ng inyong mga mapang ito? Ano yung mga hazards po na hindi nyo sakop pero nagko-coordinate kayo sa DOST? Yun ang ibig sabihin.
Okay po.
Kaya tinatanong niya, floods pa kasama. Lahat po ng hazards, i-detalye
Opo, sige po.
natin.
Una po, pagdating po sa mandate ng MGB-DNR ay of course yung pong pagdating po sa geohazard, flooding and landslide, no? At ito pong landslide na ito ay nakakonect siya doon sa rain-induced landslide. Kasi po meron naman landslide na because nanggagaling po sa earthquake, ano? So yun po yung dalawang primary, and then kasama nga din dito nga po ay yung sa ating pong PRA, yung car subsidence o yung mga sinkhole po, no? Ngayon po pagdating sa other pa na geohazard na hindi po mandate ng MGB, for example, mandate ng PHIVOX, yung pong earthquake, no? And of course, pwede rin nga po nabanggit ko kanina na magkaroon ng for example, volcanic eruption, tapos yung mudslides, no, na manggagaling dito o kaya yung landslide. And then earthquake po yung soil liquefaction na sinasabi po. And then of course, pwede mag-trigger ng rock falls and avalanche, no. And of course, kasama po, naalala ko kasama po doon sa MGB yung nabanggit natin sa yung coastal eruption, erosion, no. So bali yung coastal erosion po kasama po doon sa geohazard na part ng mandate po ng MGB. Your Chair.
So, Mr. Chairman, this one is just an example. During a typhoon or habagat, a barangay can just use this QR code to link and then find out what is the level of vulnerability and the potential for flooding in their particular area. So this is the one that MGB provides to the to the National Disaster Coordination Committee and directly to the local government units. So this is in response to the actual hazards that are expected. But then the basis for this will be the vulnerability assessment risk maps that combined with the rainfall maps from Pagasa will yield this result or advisory.
Actual na ito, Secretary, this one being flashed on the slide. This is actual, meaning this information or this information is being used now? as we
Yes,
speak?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, but
So,
it's not for the public. This is for.
no, the public can now access this
Okay.
directly.
Okay. Okay.
So that's why what we're trying to do is we're trying to educate not only the officials, but even individuals so that they will get to be able to use this for their individual purposes.
Saan siya pupunta? Iba kasi ang
But
flow
the-
ni Senator
Yeah.
Lorenic.
Mr. Chairman, so this one is a barangay by barangay breakdown. So this is just the listing where they are. So in the province of Abra, these are the barangays that are exposed, and whether it's high landslide and so on and so forth. But using the image, they can just click on the QR code and then focus on their particular barangay.
Available to the public already.
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
parang di namin like
That's why we're trying to improve in
Parang
terms
di ba
of dissemination,
Oo.
because I found out only last year when Sec Tony Loizaga sent us, the cabinet members, a copy of this one. And then I was sending them out to some governors and mayors, and they were thankful because it seems that they didn't know that it was available. So that's why we're trying to make sure that there is greater dissemination of this information.
okay, I think any tool right now that can help local government units, especially DPWH. One thing we found out about that flood control mess is there's no study or there's no feasibility study in which they base their flood control recommendations. Parang it was just done purely out of I don't know, parang random recommendations. No, so if you notice, a lot of people are asking, ano ba yung feasibility study? Ano ba naging basis nito? So if we can use this, and DPWH can use this as a basis for their recommendations, we'll cut a lot of wastage. Yun ang
Well, Mr. Chairman, separate from this is the one that I'll ask Yusek David to explain, which is we're trying to make sure that the river basin plans and the other plans, in fact, can hopefully feed into the decisions also of Congress on which projects to fund. Can I ask him to explain
Go ahead,
what we're
Yusek.
trying?
Senator Win, you're absolutely correct. No, while at this point in time, where everyone is focusing on whether the projects were constructed or not, whether they're ghost projects or not, from the DNR standpoint, when we look at flooding, there is a class of projects that we think are even worse than ghost projects. And these are projects that are poorly situated, meaning, like what you said, they were not planned accordingly. There's no feasibility study. And once they were constructed, they actually made the flooding worse. In other words, you spent for it and then the flooding actually became worse. So in DNR, we have a full study on DPWH flood projects and categorize them whether they're ghost, they're okay, they're incomplete, maikli, or that they are poorly situated.
Existing na yan?
Yes, sir.
Bakit hindi lumalabas yan? Bakit ngayon ko lang narinig yan? I mean, that data is existing?
It has been existing because, just for context, in 2023, the flood projects of DPWH were inserted in the water resources sector budget, which we share in the NEDA Infracom.
Hmm.
And we imposed, because they did not have any studies to show, no, of the 4,000 projects at that time, that we will monitor their construction.
So from what year to what year is that?
So we've done 2022, 2023 na fairly complete.
And that's a complete analysis.
Yes.
Can you submit to us that
We
report?
submitted this to OP, DPWH, DBM.
Furnish the committee a copy as well.
Okay, sir.
Because we're papasok na yung DPWH budget eh. So that's one of the topics I'm sure a lot of the senators will be bringing up. So that analysis is good to have. So this is on a per project basis.
Per water basin.
This is on a per project basis, roughly around 4,000 projects assessed.
Okay. And then
Mainly satellite based, but we also have people on the ground from
so
our
for
regional
example, this
offices.
project, the study will tell you whether this project is helpful or not helpful, or it aggravated the
Mhm.
flooding problem in that area.
That's correct.
May ganyan siya.
Yes.
Granular talaga.
Yes, per
Okay.
project.
Sige.
And I think DPWH is using it for their investigation.
Right. To send us a copy.
Okay.
I would like to take a look at that.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think what is important is that we use this tool moving forward.
Yes. You know.
In other words, that the individual projects that are proposed are consistent with the plans.
And we institutionalize it.
Yes.
Moving forward, because like I said, a lot of these projects are we don't know how they came about. So moving forward, we'll use your information, your tools, so that when DPWH designs a flood control project, it's based on science. No? And tama si our presiding officer, because every time we talk to different agencies, they would also propose, for example, the UP NOAA project, they also proposed coming up with their own maps. No, other agencies will also come up with their own maps. So we want to understand, baka a lot of duplications are happening. So we want to understand which agency in particular can be used in order to prevent this type of flood control projects being recommended that are not effective. Yeah.
Please, Mr. Chairman.
I'll take this opportunity because Senator Lauren is here. We have drafted a national flood management master plan in DNR, and it is slightly different in terms of strategy to what we have been doing currently. We think that flooding, which is a natural event, by the way, cannot be controlled. So we call it flood management. The first step in flood management is to ascertain that the watershed is intact. That is our first line of defense. Secondly, we promote that the waterways are to be clear instead of blocking, constricting, diverting, and so on and so forth. Number three, we promote impoundment of water instead of trying to push out water to the ocean, because we still consider all this water as a resource that we can use during the dry season. So after exhausting all these strategies, that's the only time when an area is still flooded, that's the only time that we do gray infrastructure. So that's our basic strategy towards flood control.
I agree. Yes, floods. There are many causes, and you already mentioned some, including the natural soil subsidence, right? And sea level rise in low-lying areas, even previously not low-lying areas, but because of sea level rise, which is a consequence of adverse impacts of climate change. And you're correct, it also is part of waste management where you have to follow, kung lahat ng drainage lalagyan ng asfalto, semento, or dumi o plastic, o talagang babaha, di ba? Maski hindi dapat babaha. And then the impounding dams with which Babe Singson did during his term. So marami. Hindi naman puro dapat structures, no? Oo. Parang last line na yon or parte na siya ng pagpipilian na sistema. Maliban dun sa mga nature-based solutions, yung tinatawag mga mangroves na huwag puputulin, pero hindi puro dike, hindi puro gray, hindi puro semento. Yeah. Actually, correct me if I'm wrong, yan, mga sa river control, lahat kayo. Kung tayo lang naghihiwalay ng basura at hindi tinatapon sa mga lawa at ilog at esteros at kanal, at kung hindi natin tinakpan ang mga drainage system at esteros, reclaim natin yung esteros dahil meron dyang struktura na. Naglagay na ng bahay, ng building, inland, I'm not even talking about reclamation here. I'm talking about inland na tinatayuan natin ng whether legal or illegal structures. Hindi naman ganyan magiging ang baha, no? Tama? Siguro 50%. Yeah, it won't be as bad. So, pakisama po yan. I asked them to make a manual of geohazards. And that's one, that should be part of the manual on hazards. But these are actually hazards that we create when we don't implement these laws. So parte yan nung inyong homework na manual for next week. Okay, so you have the floor.
Na-notice ko lang, like for example in Valenzuela, because of urbanization, may mga natural impounding areas kami, ma'am, eh. Like for example, mga swamplands, but because naging urbanization, naging subdivision na, nawala na siya eh. So that's what we noticed over the years. So kung meron tayong, the only way is in engineering intervention, no? To make it flow somewhere else or to pump it out to the rivers or to the sea. So kung merong ganyan na, let's say, basis for planning, LGU or DPWH, at least yung mga pinapropose sa projects is based on this type of data. No? Kasi to be honest right now, parang based on gut feel nila, o gawa nilang tayo ng dike dito dahil ito yung effective. Walang basis eh.
Are these data from MGB not shared with DPWH? That's why important, no? NAMRIA, MGB, even River Basin Control. Don't you share all this government data with the regional planners, district engineers? You should be sharing it with
Madam
them.
Chair, we do.
Oh, sinishare.
They're available, Madam Chair.
No, they're available, but is it shared and is it utilized for their planning?
Utilization is a different issue
maybe,
altogether.
Chairman, we will ask that on October 20. Kung yung NAMRIA data, MGB data, Sea River Control ba kasama dyan? Meron din kayo dyan, ay ginagamit, iba yung available, iba yung sinishare, iba yung ginagamit sa pagplano ng flood control. At saka hindi naman kailangan palaging man-made intervention, ay meron nga yung even rain gardens, di ba? Anong tawag yung cascading ng mga rainwater catchments, rain gardens, yung mga, anyway, sige. So, you have the floor. Ako na? Sige. So, yung MGB, ano pong solusyon natin? Paano magtatapos? Back to your page. Yung page nyo ng coastal assessment at saka land assessment. Can you put it on that page? Ayoko ba't mukha ko nakikita ko dyan. Ilagay nyo po yung inyong pahina. Yan, yung kaninang art card. Where is it? We were on that page. Maintindihan mo yan, Chair Sherwin. Malay naman natin yan. Yan. Yung mga mapa yan. So that's what we're funding sa assessments. And I said, what's the output of that 132, 113? And what I wanted to see, as I said, was one VRA, one report, let's say, of Boracay, of Cebu province, but I have not seen it. So when we return on October 21, please give, at least we want to see the Boracay early warning system. You have it already? Not early warning, VRA, vulnerability risk assessment.
Yeah, the VRA is the basis for this, Madam Chair. So we were showing that during a typhoon or habagat, a barangay, you can just place the name of the barangay, and then you will be able to see whether it is going to have a high risk in terms of flooding.
Anong website po ito?
This one, I'm not sure, but it's found on Facebook of DNR. It's there. We have also it's also in Hazard Hunter, right? In Hazard Hunter. So we have several media outlets for this.
Who manages this in DNR?
The
Kanina.
inputs are from MGB, and then
But who manages it?
Sa MGB po, Madam Chair,
Meron kayong
bali,
IT
sa
group that
Facebook.
does this?
Meron po.
How often is it updated?
each time there is a typhoon, a hazard map from rain-induced flooding is produced.
They able to predict the rain-induced landslides?
They combine them with Pagasa because it's Pagasa that produces the data on the volume of rain expected in which areas. So they combine that with the hazard maps.
Can you show us, for example, a warning for landslide in what area? What does it say? No, because of this volume of rain, this possible landslide would happen in this mountain road. Ganun ba yun? Kamukha, we were in Nueva Vizcaya.
Specific
in
barangays.
Huh?
Specific barangays.
Like in Bayongbong, signal number 3. And then I said, let's not travel kasi bundok. Baka mamaya papuntang Santa Fe, papunga ng Karangalan, Nueva Ecija, baka gumuho ang bundok. Pero sabi nila, hindi pa naman malakas ang ulan, ngayon na umalis kaysa bukas na malambot na yung lupa. Amin yung mga ganun. So, importante, malaman kung paano. Let's say, example lang, just press on anything. Any barangay.
Yeah. So one barangay. No, high flooding, medium is this medium landslide? High flooding, moderate flooding. Yeah. But the individual map itself, we can't show. Yeah, we'll just give you an example of the map itself. Yeah, because this one is just the list of the barangays and what
Ayan, high flooding, moderate landslide. These are updated daily or every 12 hours?
24 hours po bali ito ina-update, no. In fact, kasama po ito doon sa NDreams, no. So bali ina-update po ito kapag yung for example, pagdating ng bagyo at meron ng rainfall data na available. Actually, in a day po ay at least minimum of twice po bali ina-update itong yung forecast po na to, yung probabilistic modeling po actually na ginagawa po na to based doon sa mga recent po na updated na mga mapa.
flood control projects are critical areas, critical projects. Ini-issuehan nyo ng ECC yan, di ba? All flood control projects are covered by ECC. Yes? Oo, EMB. Opo. ECCs are issued to flood control projects, right?
Yes, ma'am, and it will depend on the threshold of the project. So the category of the project would depend on the threshold. So if it is category A, wherein the proponent would undergo full-blown EIS, and category B, it is at the regional level, but the document is still EIS. Then if it is only for enhancement, then it will be non-coverage, which is category C. And then for category D, if it is below the threshold, then it will also be not covered under the
threshold.
It is provided in our manual, ma'am.
Threshold is a cost, or the threshold would be the what kind?
The volume, or in terms of road, the kilometer for the volume, ma'am.
At ay covered ng ECC.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano po yung threshold that would entail an ECC?
So just an example, ma'am, of what we have first on record. List of flood control projects that had been issued ECC so far nationwide. We have 133, and number of CNC for this 6,339.
See.
A certificate of non-coverage, meaning they applied for a certificate certifying that they are not covered under the Philippine EIS. So we have a recorded of the threshold, ma'am.
The threshold.
So going to the threshold, so for infrastructure projects, for dams, water supply, and flood control project, so there is a threshold for category A, which will be a full-blown EIS. This is more than or equal to 25 hectares, or more than or equal to 20 million cubic meters. So for category B, which is EIS, a document also to undergo study. So 25 hectares or greater than 5 million cubic meters, but less than 20 million cubic meters. So these are the threshold that's set in our procedures. And there is also a category B, wherein, because it is non-ECP, there is also a threshold for only IEE checklist that would be prepared by the proponent.
Thank you. Back to MGB. Tapos na po kayo sa presentation?
Opo, tapos na po.
Okay. Who's next? The next program, please.
ASEC Kaangkan will
Then
present.
we will suspend at 6 p.m.
Yes.
Baka pagod na rin kayo.
Yeah. Madam Chair, we'll combine the clean air, water, and solid wastes because they're all under.
Can I just see the program?
Mm.
We suspend at 6 p.m. and we resume on October 21 to finish the uncovered areas. NWRB, LUA, MWSS, PCSDS, River Basin, EMB, and I'm sorry.
Our submissions to you on
And the
the
submissions,
yes.
yes. But we're sure to finish on the 21st. And on the 21st, we start at 1 p.m. We'll finish that day.
Okay, Madam
pong
Chair, good
clean
afternoon
air,
po.
clean
I have a
water?
few slides lang po to cover. Yes, ma'am.
Parang hindi natin kaya matapos ito. Kasi clean air, clean water, and solid waste, mga batas yan eh. Hindi natin matatapos to ngayon. Sige, clean air muna. Kung ano po ang kaya niyo.
Ma'am, actually, my presentation will touch on the entire, but very short lang, one
Sige.
slide per, and just to see the activities. So for the details, we have also the data. So just a background, ma'am. The EMB is mandated to implement and enforce But I want to highlight po ano yung batas, Mr. Secretary. So ito po yung mga national environmental laws being implemented by the EMB. So yung EIA po, tapos yung sa toxic chemicals and hazardous waste, yung clean air naman for the air quality, then clean water, then solid waste management, then the EPR, and then environmental awareness. So next slide. So for our approved net for 2026, the total of the EMB is 3.4 billion, and we have a capital outlay of 687 million. So we have also
Saan po pupunta yung capital outlay?
that majority of the bulk of the capital outlay would go to equipment, ma'am. It is very important for the EMB that we were able to have this, because there would be additional air quality equipment that would be procured for next year. And it will cover a complete equipment, not only particulate matter, PM10, 2.5, but also the gases.
Call our monitoring stations for air.
There are different types of monitoring stations that we have depending on the available equipment. And then it only started last year that we were able to be provided with another funding to procure, to replace those that are not operational.
How many times have we procured already? Parang every time palaging sira, ang sira, but we keep on procuring.
Ma'am, the last time the EMB was funded, kasi na-revert po siya nung, I think it was like way back in 2016, yun po ang
When was the
huli.
first time we had air quality monitoring stations?
Nung as early as the Clean Air Act po, may mga monitoring stations na. Then gradually it increased, but nag-stop po because we had the problem way back in 2016, 2017 for the procurement. So it is only this last year that the TMB had already been provided with a big capital outlay to
What's
procure.
the nearest air quality monitoring station here in Pasay?
In Metro Manila, ma'am.
Metro Manila, yes. In Pasay. How is that connected to an app on the phone so we know the air quality where we are right now?
Yes, ma'am.
How do we know? While we are discussing, perhaps your staff can show us what's
Yung
the air quality in Pasay where we are. And how do we?
Yeah. We are using app, ma'am, yung Power BI. So if looking at Metro Manila, next slide, ma'am. So for the air quality management program under the EMB, we have operational nationwide 116, and then 29 equipment is within the National Capital Region. But if you look at our in the Power BI, I think there are about 13, because some of the other stations are being operated manually. So yung lumalabas po dito, ito po yung real time na gumagana sa NCR. That is why very important po sa amin itong bagong appropriation to procure equipment po for the National Capital Region. So ayan, ma'am.
Kita ba yan ng publiko?
Yes, ma'am.
Tapos nakakonect po yan sa isang app?
Yung sa EMB, ma'am, website, and then nakikita po ano.
Okay. How do you explain what is for good health? Ano po ang air quality?
This is simplified, ma'am, kasi ang ginamit natin dito para mas maintindihan ng public yung air quality index. So meron siyang mga value na makakategorize na, and then magko-color coding din. So pag unhealthy siya o high risk to certain sensitive community, yung may mga health na ganyan po, ma'am, may lumalabas. So good, 0 to 50. So kino-convert na, ma'am, yung value na nakukuha.
Yes, yung good Puro good.
Good,
So-
fair, unhealthy, tapos yung very unhealthy.
Hmm.
So ito po ma'am yung para mas maintindihan,
AQ mean?
air quality index
Air
ma'am.
quality. So, these numbers, 0 to 50, ang good. So, our air quality is all good?
Ito ma'am yung sa
That's good-
Metro
that's good
Manila
to
as
hear.
of this readings. Ito po ma'am yung lumalabas sa atin.
Better than Jakarta, better than what? Mexico City, better than, yeah. Hmm? India, New Delhi, ang dami. Yeah.
So kinonvert ma'am yung guideline values ng air to air quality index para mas maintindihan po ng public. But if we go to the National Ambient Air Quality guidelines, so ito po yung PM10 on a long-term monitoring. Ang guideline values po natin is 60 microgram per normal cubic meter. And then for the PM 2.5 is 25 microgram per normal cubic meter. So far po, if we look at nationwide on the sampling on an annual, getting the geo mean for the last year since 2017 to 2024, nag-improve po tayo by 32% on an annual po. Opo, and then annual ma'am, but if we look at the siyempre, daily ma'am, on a daily, may mga nag-spike but ina-average po kinukompute ang geomean niya. So far, ang average niya for 2020 hanggang 2024, nag-i-improve po ang air quality. And then
The lower, the better, right?
Opo. So yung Madam Chair, for the Metro Manila naman, nag-improve siya by 28%. So maybe we could be more, it will be more representatives if we will be able to add more equipment. Kaya kukumpletuhin po namin kasi may mga computation na kami if we look at
Inyong ask, ay ito yung capital outlay na hinihingi nyo?
yung ngayon ma'am, nasagaan namin, we were able to be provided with additional na 225 mil,
For
229, 2026 ma'am. So we
Sa
will
NEP,
be,
sa NEP, hindi
sa
pa
NEP
GAA.
ma'am, so we will be able to be given, to procure 9. So ang tatlo po doon ay sa National Capital Region, complete po with gases ito. Noong 2025, we were given, I think, more than 200 million as well. Pero nag-focus po kami sa Metro Manila. And this will cover replacement of those medyo ano na ma'am na hindi na.
When was the last procurement? 2016, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Why? How often should we procure?
Kasi ma'am, we had the problem then.
Hindi,
Noong sa
ano ba
ano.
ang longevity ng mga equipment na to? Ano ba ang warranty niyan? Ano, hindi lang yung warranty but the longevity. Ano ba yan?
Siguro mga 5 years, ma'am, na very good pa siya to 10, ano ba?
Magkano po
To
yung
10
isa?
years. Yung ma'am PM to 10 2.5 lang yung capacity niya is a 10 million budget. But
So by 10 million every 5 years?
tapos yung ano ma'am, yung complete, yung for 2026 we have pero kung maintenance ma'am, kasi we need to calibrate, we need to maintain, so talagang mapapahaba naman ma'am, just an average. So for
what's the technical description? What do you call the equipment? Air quality monitoring
a
station?
continuous ambient air monitoring station po yung ating mini-maintain. So itong air quality equipment
Sino
na to,
gumagawa niyan po? China? What is it? What is it made?
that I will check. I don't have kumbaga information on the details of the supplier.
Ano pong itsura niya? And where is it made?
Yung picture.
Nakabahay. Next time na. Sige.
Yeah, kailangan ma'am nakabahay siya eh.
Oo.
Meron siyang bahay doon ilalaman sa loob. So pwede siyang halimbawa PM10 2.5 lang but pwede siyang i-upgrade to put other gases. Nasa isang ano po siya parang van eh. So just an additional information, we were able also to get additional 2 equipments from the Clean Air Asia, Clean Air project, ma'am. Basta may bahay at i-replace yung laman. So lalagyan po ng ang Pasay at saka sa Manila Observatory, yung dalawa.
What is this 401 million? That's only 249 is the equipment,
Yes, ma'am.
new procurement, and then 152 million would be to operate it for the year. Is that it? Operating expense? Ang mahal. Huh?
Which-
For one?
Ma'am,
For the year.
249 million is for the procurement of new equipment, which is
And the
complete with
152?
gases. Yung 152, ma'am, is the MOE, may MOE distributed in all regions. Distributed po in all regions ito. Itong budget, ma'am, ng that I'm presenting is for the entire nationwide po.
What do you mean?
Established pursuant to a Clean Air Act. So pagka po na-establish kasi ng airshed, nakikita mo ang boundaries ng ano, and then we could already develop policies, and there would be a airshed governing board na interagency, multi-stakeholder na nagmi-meet, governing board, and they could input on the development and look at how the airshed is progressing in terms of improvement, and what are the policy, yung kulang po na policy and other interventions. Ayan, ma'am, yung sample ng monitoring station.
Contains it?
The EMB, ma'am, but every time there would be a monitoring station that would be established, halimbawa, ilalagay namin sa provincial, kasi may siting criteria pa, ma'am, eh. So we will have MOA, halimbawa, sa provincial government. So we will coordinate with the provincial government, and then on this, and kung sasagutin po nila yung electricity and all the like, then mas maganda.
Ilan
But
po
the
ang
EMB,
sa buong bansa ang ating monitoring?
116 ang total,
Ilan po
ma'am.
umaandar?
Yung 116, ma'am, operational. Parang yun na
operational?
pinaka-final ngayon. But yung iba doon, ma'am, ay manual. Meaning, binabalikan, papalitan yung kailangan puntahan ng mga staff on a regular basis. And then yung real time, I get the number, ma'am.
What do
nung
you mean
talaga.
manual?
Hindi, ma'am, siya naka-hook up, at merong iba naman na manual, nagpapalit kami ng filter paper para
Bakit iba manual?
kasi,
iba
ma'am, mga
hindi?
lumang equipment.
Luma means 2016.
Yes, ma'am.
The others were procured what year?
2016 pa rin po, yung iba matagal na, and then may mga intermittent na nabibili, manual lang din po na nabibili. Kasi mas mura po ito.
What country does this?
I'm not sure, ma'am, of
Or
the,
is it Philippine made already? No. Is it the best kind of monitoring for
Yes,
air
ma'am.
quality? And should not be manual, right?
Yeah. That
And
I
do you-
will check, ma'am, on the where.
And do you
is
have
it.
the expertise to maintain it so that we don't keep on procuring?
We have the ma'am, expertise of the technical people ng EMB, and then especially mga calibration and all the like, natitrain po yung ating mga tao, ma'am. Kaya nga, under the Air Quality Management Fund, we also get funds for the annual calibration of this equipment.
Which city in the country has the cleanest air? No, you're not able to do that because you only have 116 stations. At any one time, are you able to check the air quality from all the 116 stations?
Yes, we have, ma'am. In fact, we produce the National Air Quality Status Report every year. So we could provide you with the copy nung last
Any
year,
one
ma'am.
time every day, are we able to see the air quality in all the 116 stations?
Naka-monitor po ang ating air quality management section sa central office. In fact, pag hindi po nagbabato ng data, kasi kailangan yung mga data, ma'am, yung hindi real time, ipapasok na regions yung data. Pag hindi po, kinukol na agad, nagme-memo na kami to the regional offices, pag ang data capture nila ay mababa. So we call their attention. If they still have data, then
Kaya
they
ba
need
nyo
to
ilagay sa Facebook o sa isang website?
Yes. Nasa website po.
What's contributory to against clean air? Mobile sources, industry.
Yes, ma'am. Stationary and mobile sources. But the improvement, ma'am, we could maybe we could attribute it to the, of course, the transition to Euro 4. And also the action plan being done by the DNR, the EMB as well. So isa, ma'am, yung may mga policies natin on this. In fact, we are pushing. We are already working. In fact, we have already finalized the guidelines for the moving to Euro 5. So it is a matter of finalizing it and responding also to the requests and other position papers submitted by the industry. So pag mag Euro 5 tayo, bababa pa, ma'am, yung sulfur content ng fuel na gagamitin ng mga sasakyan. So this will impact to improve air quality natin, ma'am.
Pero we pause in clean air.
Okay.
Kasi you proceed after this to water.
It's water and solid
Mahaba and solid waste. Medyo mahaba yun. So be prepared. We start with EMB, solid waste and water. Then we go to river control. And please be ready to answer the questions on EMB will be the one to answer the ECC. Kayo nag-issue ng ECC sa mining, coal mining. Diba? Kayo.
Yes, ma'am.
Pumirma si Yusek Pragada. Yeah, para lang ipaliwanag nyo.
Okay, ma'am.
Anong ibig sabihin ng expansion of coal mines? Ano yung una? Ano yung expansion na binigay nyo? And why is there reclamation? Because the area before maliit lang and then more than 2,000 hectares. More than 2,000 hectares. May reclamation. May ECC ba yun? Yeah. Yan, tingnan nyo sa Google Earth. Ang laki. Look at the imagery. Lagay nyo siya ng imagery. From 84 to 2020, ang laki ng land area. So, hinayaan lang natin mag-reclaim. Wala naman sa PRA. But maybe don't answer it now. Ayan, 1984. Tingnan nyo 2020. Lumaki by more than 2,000 hectares. And then, binigyan pa nyo ng karagdagang area for expansion for coal mine. Yeah. Yeah, lumaki, di ba? So there was reclamation. I'd like to know, was there any ECC? Wala. I don't think so. There was an ECC for expansion of the coal mine. Was there any ECC this year's for the reclamation? Yeah. Okay. We leave it at that. And so we will discuss water quality management. Of course, the Clean Water Act. We will talk about ecological solid waste management. But Manila Bay reclamation, Manila Bay rehabilitation has to be here when we discuss that. And by next week, 2 weeks, you would have a copy already of the letters you have given to the more than 100. Is it 87? 87 LGUs. I'm just reading it so that you will be ready by that time. And then the river basins and the critical watershed areas. You make a presentation, RBCO, be ready to make an exhaustive presentation. And the ecosystems mentioned in our National Adaptation Plan. So that will be under EMB, BMB, and the regional directors will be asked to, will be called to explain the natural ecosystems and biodiversity hotspots in the respective regions. I'd like to hear from the regional directors. And contribution of the DNR to the PENCAS, the Philippine Ecosystem Natural Capital Accounting, assuming you are on board with NEDA. Is ERDB here? Yes, ERDB. Yeah, EMB, MGB, okay. FMB, yes. NWRB is here. LUA, MWSS. Yes, and we have been discussing implementation of existing laws. And then LUA, just be prepared to answer your COA audit reports.
Yes, ma'am.
And by that time, the Manila Bay office would have reported to us on which of the 187 LGUs in the 3 regions which are supposed to implement the continuing mandamos of the Supreme Court, if they're all implementing, which I'm sure they're not, the solid waste management law. Yun na po muna. So I think we've covered more than half. Did I miss out on anything? And the submission should have been given to us before then. That's on October 21 at 1 p.m. WRB's here. Yeah. So I would need everybody again, please.
Management plan.
The flood management plan is part of their geohazard, no? Is it a flood management
separate
plan? Who handles the
integrated
flood management plan?
si USEC
Okay, be
CP.
prepared to present it, please. I'm sorry, together with
RBC.
RBC, yes. Ano yung agency, Doctor? What are the water bodies? LUA, National Water Resource Board. and MWSS, LLDA. And your comments on the pending Department of Water ba? Yung
A Department of Water
Yeah.
bill.
I was defending it before, but
And it's again on the.
yes, it's a priority list.
Yes.
All my laws, all my bills are priority. Blue economy, circular economy, and Department of Water.
5 out of the first 10.
Yes. Yes. And PENCAS. And these are original measures, hindi lang refiled, pinag-iisipan. So, but it's difficult to defend. So give me your honest opinion. Kung ayaw, kasi alam ko may resistance from water agencies to be put under it. So we see. Okay. Just rest assured that we mean well, and I'm learning from all the presentations, and I want to understand it better so that I can help you more. Yeah. Are there agencies we did not mention? No. Yeah. Okay.
PCSD, Palawan
Palawan.
Council
Yes.
is here as well.
Palawan Council is an attached agency.
That's right, Madam Chair.
Kalawit is under you. Who handles Kalawit? Kalawit Wildlife Sanctuary.
Kalawit is being managed by the provincial government of Palawan.
Iba na. It used to be DNR. It's under the provincial government. Kalawit Wildlife Sanctuary, nagpupunta ko doon 1980s. It used to be under CRMF, Conservation Resource Management Foundation, which was an NGO that was attached to DENR in the early 80s. Yeah. Okay. So Palawan Council was created by law?
That's right, Madam Chair.
Created by law, no?
Yes,
Oo.
Madam Chair.
But are you attached? Do you get a budget from DNR?
We share the same fiscal space, Madam Chair.
But there's a budget allocated for Palawan Council.
Separately indicated.
Separate. Yes, but separately indicated. Anyway, just be ready, please, to... Are you from Palawan, Attorney?
Is
Mata?
executive.
Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair, I am from Palawan.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Kaya alagaan ng Palawan. Sige, yun na muna. Pagod na lahat. Thank you, Secretary, for
Thank
being
you very
here, and
much, sir.
everyone else. Yes. Yeah. Okay, see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you very
Salamat
much.
po.
Recording stopped.